Welcome back to Hidden Power. Today's episode is a conversation with birdkeeper Toby. If you're not familiar with his channel, he is a legacy Pokemon theorist and overall great guy. My name is DustyGogoat. This is SoulSilverArt.
What's up?
And LumiosePost.
Hello.
Enjoy the conversation. Toby, thank you so much for being here with us. This is going to be a really fun conversation today. Let's start it off with some speed round questions, if you don't mind.
All right, okay.
Number one, what is your hidden power type? What is your hidden power type?
Ghost. For sure.
Ooh.
I don't know why Ghost, but we're going with Ghost.
Okay. So we have yet to really like define what the hidden power type or like what a good answer for this would actually be. Because it's like if it's a hidden power move, right? You would assume that maybe you have two other types. So like what would your two other types be?
Oh no. Why are you doing this to me? I thought this would be theory questions, and like I don't have a good answer for this.
I wouldn't know what to answer either.
I'll go something really quirky, like normal and dragon. I feel like that is that a combo that's been done? Did Drampa get normal?
Drampa. Yeah. That's sick. Yeah.
I like that.
I like
combo.
that.
It's a good combo.
Drampa with
and
the hidden
the
power.
Dunsparce should have been it.
It's true.
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. So what are your top 5 favorite Pokemon?
I prefer this question to what's your favorite Pokemon, by the way, because there are so many Pokemon I like.
Yeah.
Metagross, Snorlax, Espeon, Golisopod. Who did I like from this generation? There must have been some. Oh, yeah. Annihilate. There you go. I'll go with those for now.
That's good. Ooh. I didn't realize Metagross was on your your even top 10.
Yeah, me neither. That was surprising.
The thing is, people ask me what's your favorite Pokemon, right? And for the longest time, it was like it's Snorlax. Snorlax is the thing.
Yeah.
And then what would happen is I would get so sick of being like shown Snorlax things and buying Snorlax things and making it my identity that eventually I fell out of love with Snorlax. So I keep my Metagross love really quiet so that I can just keep enjoying it because I don't want to like. I want to get the thing where I burn out on it, you know? I think that'd be awful.
Yeah.
You got to keep some secrets for yourself. I don't even think Gogoat's that good, so I can totally identify with that. That's cool.
I was going to say, you know
oh
what?
My gosh.
Not worried about like what happens if you ever like stop liking Gogoat?
I've got other mascots. I could do Sableye. There's like a hidden channel that I created.
Dusty, this is terrible.
There's a hidden channel that I created. It's called Rusty Scizor. I think that's way cool. That's way cooler.
Everyone call you Rusty.
You're going to break some hearts.
Dusty's not even my real name. So, anyways.
I feel bad wearing this shirt now. I did it on purpose, but there it is.
Oh, no, I like the shirt. I do like this. I still like Snorlax. I still like it a lot.
All right, what are your...
I wish I had known beforehand. I would have brought a Metagross shirt, and we could have just really, suffocated him with it.
At the end, I would just be like, I have no favorite Pokemon.
Actually, that's a good question. What is some of your least favorite Pokemon?
I mean, I hate to be basic and be like, oh, the Simisages, Pansages, like
that's
that.
What I was thinking of.
I hate to be like super basic. I get this weird thing about Servine as well. I think,
really?
Yeah, it's about its feet. It's got a weird like body proportions, and they upset me. I don't know why. And I hate to say it, Soul, but like. Tandem Mouse, I think, kind of sucks, and I know that's like your profile picture.
I understand.
I just don't like it. It's just not my thing.
Yeah.
But what I will say is a lot of the Scarlet Violet mons, I did a weekend replay with my lovely partner Phoebe this past weekend gone. And there's loads of Pokemon where I was like, I don't really like this. Like Skeledirge was one of them. And then suddenly I'm finding them like growing on me now. I'm getting a second playthrough with some of them. I'm like, oh, actually Skeledirge is kind of cool. And like just falling in love with some of the new Pokemon.
Scovillain's one of those for me where I'm starting to like it a lot.
Yeah.
Now that we're like 3 months out, like there's a lot of Pokemon that are starting to pop up for me.
We got the official
what are your
artwork.
Thoughts on Golden Go?
Yeah. Golden Go is even like really growing on me.
No.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of thoughts. I think it'd be really fun to do a run through though, and like aiming to get one quite quickly because I think obviously it's such a it feels like
a challenge.
It's like a real collectible gimmick Pokemon. I don't know when I would ever organically get one in a run through, so I think it would be fun to do a run through with one as like an ace or something.
Yeah. So would you spend the first like 10 hours of the game just like farming Gimme Gold coins, or would you have it traded in?
I don't know. I think I'd farm the coins in the game. The whole point is exploration. So
yeah,
probably would do. Oh, Clorf. I love Clorf. I like Clorf.
Yes.
It's very good Pokemon.
See,
you and Lumi.
I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one.
Wait, do you think other people don't like it? I thought it was like just unanimously popular. Is it not?
I have seen a ton of hate for it, including from these two jokers.
Yeah.
But
Oh, they don't know what they're talking about. They got a Go-Go and a Tandemouse as their profile pictures. I don't know
exactly.
what authority they got. Like, no, Clorf is legit.
Right. I love them. Anger Shell is like such a cool ability. I mean, they baked in one of the like most competitive moves into a Pokemon. Everything about it, I just adore.
It really it does something because it's like the first boss of the game. You know, if you treat it that way, it really evokes that same kind of like Brock's Onyx imagery, where it's this kind of one stage at the time rock powerhouse that's like I don't know why I have that same connection with it, but also it's just got a brilliant cry, it's got a brilliant shiny, it's got like just I love the texture of it in the game. It's got so much going right for it.
I gotta
Shiny's
say,
really nice.
I gotta say that like what you just said makes me like it a little more. The whole like correlation to Brock's Onyx.
Oh yeah,
but the cry does the opposite. The cry for me, it sounds like like a dying cow or something. I'm just like, why? This crap sound like a cow.
For Pokemon, that's pretty expressive.
It's not that bad. Yeah.
So are we saying that we're going to get a Steel type Cloth evolution in Gen 10?
Yo, that'd be
insane.
Sick. That would actually
It
be
would
really
make
cool.
sense. It would make sense with the like.
Give it the metal coat.
Just like it looks just like Sandy Shocks.
Yeah, right. You turn the little grass bits into Sandy Shock metal, and then you give it a metal shell over the top. I'd be well down for that. That sounds wicked.
Oh yeah,
Hey, if
I
they make
love
it
some
cooler,
Cloth love.
You know, if they make it cooler, I'm all in.
Yeah,
So
that would almost be like another take at the Yeti crab, right? Rather than having it be as ugly as Crabominable. It's just like a bunch of like little metal magnetic bits.
Soul, is your favorite Tandemouse then, or Mousehold?
No, it's not my favorite Pokemon.
Oh, okay, all right.
No, I loved it when I first saw it. So you probably know, but in that one like promotional video, they showed it like in the bottom corner or whatever. And I was just like, these little basic mice, they're so like just simple, minimalistic. I really like the look, and I loved it, so I put them on there. I'm like, this is my family. Little did I know they turn into a family when they evolve. So I mean, I actually don't love Mousehold as much because it's just more of the same. But Tandemouse, like the design itself, I enjoy.
Yeah.
I don't understand that, Soul. I respect your opinion. I don't understand
They're
it.
adorable. They're adorable.
I don't understand it at all.
I'm excited to see how
things
they're
that
going to
look
play
like
out in the
that.
anime. I think they have a lot of personality. I mean, the reason why people say they don't like them is because they're too simple. But like, there's tons of Pokemon. Like all of the Pokemon that are grouped together in a single Pokeball, or like considered to be one Pokemon, even though there's like multiple organisms. Like I feel like they are all very simple. Like even going as far back as like Execute. Or what about Voltorb? That's a singular Pokemon, but Voltorb is literally a ball.
Okay, but it's not just a ball; it's a Pokeball.
Yeah,
you know,
it gets
and, like,
a pass.
The whole thing with it being in the game, like you click a Pokeball, it might be an item, might be a Voltorb. You know, that's such a fun little thing about it. You know,
that is
it
true.
gives it more life than just weird little rat family.
Rat family. If they like tied their tails together, that'd have been pretty cool too.
Yeah,
I thought that's what they were gonna do. I thought they were gonna go like
Yes.
Rat King direction and do that.
Yeah.
But maybe that would have been just do. Maybe that would have been too dark for Pokemon. I don't know. Maybe that would like because Pokemon does some dark stuff, but does Pokemon really want you googling like Rat King and like have some kids like just be horrified? You know what I mean?
They've got
Not the
kids
kids.
googling dung beetles, right?
Yeah,
That's not dark.
horrific.
It's
That's not
disgusting.
dark.
It's disgusting.
I mean,
That is
not
a thing
Marshallow's
in
a
nature.
night
That is literally nature in the world.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but like, I mean, Marshallow's a night marcher.
Yeah.
You know, that's like, there's a lot of like spooky lore behind that.
Well,
you know?
it's true. It's true. Yeah, there are a lot of the ghost Pokemon. They like there can be some pretty deep origins, some pretty wild stuff. But yeah, I mean, but I think the difference is that the ghost Pokemon, all of that stuff and the stuff it's based on is clearly supernatural. Where obviously, like the Rat King, it's like that's just kind of messed up, and that can happen. If it can happen,
wait, it can happen.
Well, we looking at. I feel like the community, like I feel like Google searches for the Rat King kind of like increased straight after the announcement, and I still don't know if the consensus is that it is actually real or whether it's like an urban myth. So I still don't know.
I thought it was an urban myth. I think we should have, in Black 2 and White 2, when we got access to the Custodia sewers, they should have given us a Raticate evolution that was a Rat King. That would have been kind of cool.
But that would make sense because Raticate tails, I assume, come off quite easily. based on context clues. So they would just it would just be one Raticate with like 5 tails attached to its tail.
What are the context clues? Is there Pokédex evidence to suggest that their tails fall off?
Well, there's just Raticate tails are I guess sold in Team Rocket on the black market, I guess. But
I didn't even think of that.
And I don't know whether it's probably Slowpoke tails, but I'm sure there's some Alolan Pokédex entries talking about the deliciousness. I think that's Slowpoke tails. Yeah,
Slowpoke tails. But you're right. Tails, I think that is one of the passwords. It's the that's interesting. That's cool. Okay,
you can eat like claws and stuff now.
Tastes like
I
beef.
like that they've gone full in with that. There's no longer a question of, so do we eat Pokemon? They're just like, no, you eat Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like straight up.
For sure.
All right, let's move on to our last speed round question. What is your favorite Pokemon game?
What is your top 5 favorite Pokemon games?
No, you gotta
make it easier for you.
3 at least.
Colosseum, Colosseum, Legends Arceus, Platinum, and Sapphire, but that's more, and Yellow. There you go. They're my top 5. But I'll admit that Yellow and Sapphire, is very nostalgia driven. In theory, I think Auras probably is just better than Ruby and Sapphire, and Emerald's probably better than Ruby and Sapphire. But my nostalgic attachment to Sapphire, and then Yellow as well. It's not the best Pokemon game in the world, but it's my first, so
that's understandable.
There's a lot of love there.
I think those Gen 3 games really stand on their own. I feel like the fact that they have like the pixel art of those older games are nostalgic, but it is its own artistic expression. I think when I play any sort of post X and Y game, there's a completely different feel that I get playing a Pokemon game. Maybe and it could be just the 3D, but it could also be features like the EXP share, right? And I think Sapphire is a very valid answer. I think you can.
It's the Battle Frontier.
I think Yellow version's super flawed. I think Yellow version, there's probably better versions of Kanto, but I think Sapphire, you're allowed to like Sapphire. I love Emerald.
Yeah.
And Ruby. Yeah.
Yellow, with the weird thing, I had a weird, I don't know if you guys know about this or saw this, I had a weird adverse reaction to Scarlet and Violet when it came out. In that I didn't super enjoy it, but I found literally in the week following, I sank about 40 hours into Pokemon Yellow, which is super strange for me. I wouldn't, I don't know why, it was just I need to go back. And I did, and I had a great time, and I was trying to play and complete the Pokedex as I went, and so I played 40 hours. I didn't get past Fuchsia, and I was just talking to every NPC and looking at everything, clicking everything, and just really re-immersing myself in that nostalgia. It was great. But I think Legends Arceus is a really big winner for me. I'm so fond of that game, and I hope we see more Legends games.
Yes.
And I think we will, but I've got a really strong hunch that we will. But yeah, Legends Arceus is just fantastic.
It is. That is, man. I probably wouldn't say it's my favorite Pokemon game, but solid respect for anyone who says that is, because honestly, it was. Man, I can't even speak to it, because it was just such it's one of those, there's that thing trending on Twitter right now where it's that moment in a fandom where you just had to be there. Legends Arceus is that that whole just
it didn't even feel real when that game came out the first time playing it. All of the hype met the reality met the hype, right? I was so excited for that. I'm is this actually going to be an open world game? And it wasn't, but is this actually going to feel like an open world game where it's seamless gameplay, overworld Pokemon, even stuff even just crafting. I really do miss that. I think that is something that should come back.
Well, I think given that, first of all, Legends Arceus and Scarlet and Violet came out all in the same year, which is wild. They're both being developed, side by side, I assume, as a promise for what will come in the future. Actually, I'm very, very excited, because if you combined the strengths of these two games, whoa, what a game that would be. And so I'm feeling really optimistic for the future of Pokemon, right? Regardless of what I feel about Scarlet and Violet, I feel super optimistic about the direction it's heading in, because you just take the best parts of those games, stitch them together. And I even said with, I was talking to Ron, True Green 7 recently, and I was saying, even if you took Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, there are a lot of things that in my mind that are wrong with that game. But if you took those out, which I think a lot of the problems lay with the original Diamond and Pearl anyway, like as a formula for future Pokemon games, whether that's Heart Gold, Soul Silver, whether that's remakes of Black and White 2 or whatever, there's actually a lot of promise there as well. I'm a bit of a relentless optimist, so I'm quite excited about a lot of the changes we've seen over the last couple of years. I just hope that we can get where I want to go, sooner rather than later, I guess.
Yeah.
I like that they're trying to experiment. I love that they're trying to experiment. Yeah. I think that because the first 4 or 5 gens, it wasn't a lot of experimentation, and then they just got bolder and bolder, and I'm ready for our next Legends reveal moment. Like, our next time they reveal something and it presents, and we're just like, they're doing what?
Are you guys all feeling relatively optimistic sort of going forward at the moment?
I think so.
Definitely.
Yeah. I'm definitely optimistic. Sure. I think there was a lot of letdown with Scarlet and Violet, because I think, doing podcasts, doing shows together, we think up like some pretty wild things, and then you kind of have to like ground yourself every once in a while and be like, all right, what could actually, just looking back, like it does make sense that Scarlet and Violet wasn't actually a combination of all the best things that are great about Legends and all the best things that were good about Scarlet and Violet. I'm actually hoping now that the next game, Gen 10, could actually be a fuse of these two things. But at the same time, I also don't think, I kind of actually like the idea of Legends just being its own vein of
branding,
games, right? Because I have friends in real life, friends that I grew up with, who love Pokemon. That's like my real life Pokemon friend, and he hates Legends Arceus. He does not play it. He just doesn't like it because he wants that turn-based RPG game, right?
Fair enough.
And I think that's its own thing. And then I think also Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee and like BDSP, those are really like approachable games. I got like friends now who come up to me and they're like, what Pokemon game should I get? I got a Switch. And I'm like, okay, well, what kind of game do you enjoy? Because that's really going to determine which game that you should actually play.
Pokemon has kind of been doing this, I guess, jack of all trades, master of none strategy over the Switch's lifespan, where, Let's Go, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Sword and Shield, Legends Arceus, Scarlet and Violet, Pokemon Snap. There's been like a million other stuff. There's Unite. There's every, Mystery Dungeon DX. There's like so much available on the Switch. And I'm expecting more still over the next 2 or 3 years before Nintendo moves on to whatever they move on to next. And it's like, if there is a Pokemon game that if they continue to fuse elements, which is what I'm seeing, even in like the Pokemon design in Scarlet and Violet, like I think the textures and everything is so much closer to like new Pokemon Snap, where I think they look really great. If we continue to see them just kind of fuse ideas and stitch them together, we're in for a really good like 30th anniversary Gen 10. So I'm like, I'm stoked for the future.
It's a little tricky because it's like how optimistic do you want to be? Because I feel like I was having these conversations offline 10 years ago, with like with when 3D Pokemon really started.
I think it's just because we're kind of optimists in this whole idea. I agree with Toby 100%. Like I think it's going to be epic towards there. But then you also have to ground yourself, like you were saying, Dusty. Like when we were talking about everything that was coming in Gen 9, we're just like, all right, but remember who we're talking about and all of that, and we got what we got. I enjoyed it.
But. Yeah, it's really hard because like I remember in the run up to Scarlet and Violet, the emotions were like, you'd watch a trailer and then you watch like the English trailer versus the Japanese trailer, and you'd look at the quality different and you go, what does this mean? I think it means we're going to get the Japanese one and this is another, but why would they advertise like that? And then what is there still room for change? And it was kind of like this real up and down, like, oh, I don't know if it looks that good, maybe it looks good. Am I just swallowing some copium to try? Okay. And then the next sort of trailer would come out, and I think it was the trailer right before release where they first showed Iron Treads and Great Tusk, and I was like, this is it, we're coming home, it's gonna be like the best Pokemon experience. And then I started playing a game and I wasn't so fond, and it was just this real roller coaster of and then but part of the reason you're not so fond on initial release can be any number of things, whether that's like patches not super available right away, or whether that's just like the like you've overhyped yourself, which is a common thing for me. Like I'd rather get myself excited than spend my whole year going, it's going to be rubbish. And then, I'd rather do that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, keeping yourself in check is like really important. And certainly if you've got like an audience, like keeping, letting them know, like, let's be cautiously optimistic. Don't, because, you don't want anyone to be disappointed, I guess.
I get that. I like that you pointed that out. It really was a big roller coaster, Scarlet and Violet. Like, I found myself upon, I guess a little bit different from you, I found myself when the games came out, I was like, this is the greatest game ever. Like, playing through it, and I mean, the whole plot, once you get to Area Zero, oh my gosh, like, incredible. And then, now I'm at the point where, like, I just completed the National Dex this past week, and I'm on my game, and I kind of went, now what? I don't know what to do.
It almost feels like the creation, the whole post game. Would you call that post game? All of Area Zero kind of felt like it was built by like a completely different team, at least story team. And then it makes me think like, okay, like if we get DLC, right?
When we get DLC.
Yeah, when we get DLC. Is that going to be
Toby's on the level?
Like, is the Area Zero storyline, was that just like a taste, a sample, an introduction of what we're actually going to see in DLC? And that's how the story's actually going to play out? Pokemon has always like played pretty close, kept their cards pretty close, and like just kept things like, traditional, right? There's all these like patterns that we talk about. And it makes sense. It's a huge company. But it felt like they actually took some risks, but then also like, they're not even risks. Just like, it's like they actually implemented fun story. Right at the end of the game, it was like this wide open game, and then it gets like real narrow at the end, but in a good way.
Yeah, I mean, I think a design of a game like that is almost specifically to entice you to think about, I hope there's more of this. Like, where's the DLC? When can I pay for it? I think one of the things that I'm a little bit, I guess, sad about is that like Eternatus is a main part of Sword and Shield. Clearly, in my opinion, there is story missing from this, which they're going to want to release to us later. But now we have to pay for it. Whereas before, it was like, here's Sword and Shield, it's a self-contained thing, but plus Isle of Armor, Crown Tundra. Whereas now it's more, a little bit more like, here's Scarlet Violet, and here's the rest of Scarlet and Violet. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about this.
I totally agree. I remember that was a whole thing with Isle of Armor and Crown Tundra. Is people literally said like, because we were in that phase where you had a ton of hate following like the National Dex thing and all, and so you had people who were going, they're making us pay for DLC. They're just locking a second part of the game behind a paywall, and it's like, that wasn't the case. Those stories were so self-contained, but I have found myself thinking the same thing. Like, kind of looks like Scarlet and Violet's like plot, like they're literally giving us these huge breadcrumbs for what's to come in DLC. I mean, we've seen 3 of the Pokemon that's going to be in DLC in books in this game,
and that's so deliberate. Like, they showed us that on purpose. Right? They did not need to show us that.
Absolutely.
I have the counter argument to this already, though.
Okay.
So here's the thing, though. When you think about it, this might help you. We have always had this. Sword and Shield was actually the only one that changed it, because before we had the 3rd version, and you never had anything about the 3rd legendary or what was to come in the future that they left hints to in the previous game, the main game. It all came in the 3rd games. So it's kind of the same thing. They didn't really change that much. I think in Sword and Shield is when they actually did. And I sympathize, because I love Isle of Armor and the Crown Tundra. Like, I love that they were separate stories and that they had their own legendaries, all of that. It was great. But this is like attached. It feels like just like, what would it be called? Scarlet, Violet, and I don't know. Gold, not gold. A different version that is coming out. You know what I mean?
I do agree with that. I think, yeah, it's difficult, because actually I had the reverse complaint when the Crown Tundra came out, which is, yeah, but the story doesn't really tie in to like the main story. And now my complaint is, yeah, but now we have to pay to see the rest of the story. And I think I'm looking for that in between where I suppose with Scarlet and Violet, it did feel like a rounded out enough story that, like, if I didn't play the DLC, I still definitely got the full picture. It's just, which I suppose is the ideal. I guess we can't really know, because we're speculating about a DLC that hasn't been announced, we don't know is going to happen, and about the contents of that DLC, which we don't know. It's just, we've all been playing. We've been around the block. We know,
yeah,
we kind of get the feeling. But we could be wrong. Who knows? If tomorrow they announce like the like Aqua version. Imagine. Anything's possible.
We were talking about our next Legends moment. Maybe we get it on Pokemon Day.
Well, so that's something else we could talk about. Like, I mean, we're talking about like what could we're jumping ahead to like Generation 10, but like what are these in between games in Generation 9 gonna look like? Toby, you've got some videos about a Johto remake. Yeah. Do you want to lay that down?
Sure. Yeah. To me, so Pokemon have been hit with a lot of criticism with Scarlet and Violet about the production cycle of the game and to whether the games are ready to be shipped. I think they're going to take that's been taken to heart. There is also this looming presence of the next Nintendo console. Obviously, the people at Pokemon probably are a lot more clued in than the general public is as to what that's going to be, whether they're still developing on the same hardware the same way. But historically, when for example, when like the DS transition happened, or when the 3DS transition happened, Black and White and Black and White 2 was still coming out, I think, Black and White 2 after the 3DS came out.
Yeah.
And,
I think so.
And Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon were coming out after the Switch was already out. And this is just to give Pokemon some breathing time to get used to the new console. My suspicion is right now, Pokemon has a big focus on the 30th anniversary, Generation 10, and whatever the new Switch console is. I think these things are probably going to collide and coincide. And so they need stuff now to fill up the time in between. This is where projects like the Ilka Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, at the end of the day, regardless of the reception, they sold really well. So the idea of them recovering like Heart Gold, Soul Silver, totally possible. Or Black and White and Black and White 2. But I actually think Black and White and Black and White 2 will be pushed to post Gen 10 because if this is Gen 5, that's Gen 10, it's, halfway through Pokemon Cycle. It kind of makes sense to marry those ideas.
A Gen 2 remake is really like it's an in-between kind of game,
right?
And we're not getting a Gen 4 remake, Gen 5 remake 3 years apart. That's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. And I think with Gen 2 in particular, there's enough there to carry the 2000s nostalgia of Pokemon. There's enough there to get people buzzed. And it's like just chronologically, like it's the next region that hasn't been visited in a long time. With all that in mind, people love Legends. A Legends Johto game that reuses many of the assets that they've already built for Legends Arceus, because Sinnoh and Johto are the two regions that are the most alike in their
I'm dreaming about this as you say it. It feels like I can literally see and play, like I'm playing the game in my mind.
It just makes sense to me that, like, if you're the dev team and you're like, look, guys, we're going to work really hard on this Gen 10 thing. We've got to make it land. We've got some DLC for this year. We got Ilka's working on something. We got to get something out just to fill that yearly cycle because we've got to keep making money. And we've been doing really good at that. Let's just reuse, like Majora's Mask style to Ocarina of Time. Let's just reuse the assets we have for Legends Arceus. People love that game. And build Legends Arceus 2, which is effectively the Johto version of that. You've already sprinkled in the seeds with Commander Kamado and his backstory, the crafting of Pokeballs. We also are in a position where every single box art legendary set has a Mega Evolution or a Primal Reversion or some additional form apart from Ho-Oh and Lugia. So you've got that. And I don't even think it'd be Legends Celebi. I actually think it'd be Legends Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is like just a little bit more iconic, and I think you slap that on the box. It's a Legends Johto. It's set in Ecruteak City. That's your hub town. It writes itself.
They could also.
It's the region for it. So yeah.
No, that's beautiful. I think they could also do like. They didn't do this with Legends, but they could give us two different versions, right? We get the Ho-Oh version, Lugia version, and basically the story is still tied up in the time travel of Celebi, which explains why. Maybe we're in the past. I think that is probably the most obvious thing where it's still like in the past.
Oh, go on.
No. It's good.
Well, I was going to say the dream extension to this game, though, is actually that it is set, because obviously Sinnoh's is set in a time when it was called Hisui, that this is instead set in a time when Johto and Kanto were still as one. And because all you're doing, and you're like, that sounds far too big. All you're doing, because it's a Legends game, and you got your Jubilife Village in your 5 areas, all you're doing is you got your Critique City and your 10 areas or 7 areas. A couple of them Kanto, a couple of them Johto. That's it.
And they can market a Kanto game. Work, why would they not want to do that?
I mean, they could even make it Legends Mew or something.
They could if they do that.
I know it's unorthodox, but that's like the whole idea of these Legends games is they're completely unorthodox. I would want to see, and I'm not just saying this because of the podcast, I would like to see Legends Unknown. I think that would be really neat.
Yeah.
Not a legendary, but a Pokemon with a ton of mystery, lore, and frankly, I mean, we know it from the anime, a ton of power to it.
Yeah, definitely. And I always saw them as hands of Arceus. Obviously, we know Arceus is one hand of the true form of Arceus that we've never seen.
Would tie into Arceus really well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They said Volo would return.
But also,
Laventon said he would return.
You've got the Sinjo ruins, which are directly referenced in Legends Arceus.
Yeah.
I think there is just I think with many things, like even with Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, I think they left the breadcrumbs in place for the opportunity of a Let's Go Johto, for example. It just so happens that there's not really a need for that anymore. The world isn't playing Pokemon Go as much as they were back then, and actually there's this Legends IP that's really, really good. I think they sprinkled those seeds into Legends Arceus to do what, which is to give themselves choice and option. We all make videos, we all make content and posts talking about like, oh, look at all of the references to this in this game and this in this game. And it's not unintentional, regardless of whether it comes out right or wrong in the end. That's just the developers at Game Freak sowing seeds and giving themselves options for production. Because, of course, at the end of the day, they don't know how well the game's going to sell until it hits shelves. Typically, it always sells really, really well. And I just think that they do another Legends game. Let's say they give us another of the Johto, Unova, and Alola starters with new forms. Well, then we're all sitting there going, oh my goodness, there's going to be another one of these. There's going to be a third one, and it will be set in Unova, and, or it'll be Hoenn or Unova or whatever.
If you're enjoying this show, just $5 helps us out so much. Right below this video, there's a join button. You can click it and become a channel member.
And more importantly, we have merch. Seriously, I'm about to, when we're done recording this ad, I'm trying to speed up this ad so I can go and buy my own merch, which is really lame, but also, it's super cool, and
it's not lame.
Cool.
I'm gonna be wearing
amazing.
I'm gonna be wearing a hat. I'm gonna be wearing a t-shirt. I'm also gonna have a hoodie. I'm gonna have a Hidden Power hoodie.
I'm gonna get that too then.
Yeah, Soul's gonna get
one. I want a mug. I want to put my Snapple in a Hidden Power mug.
I like that. I'm gonna be drinking coffee in a Hidden Power mug.
That makes more sense. That makes more sense than Snapple.
That's what is this, plastic?
It's bad for the environment. Get a mug. Save the turtle.
There you go.
Soul Silver Army. Grab your merch.
Listen to Lumi. Get some of our stuff. It's really good stuff, guys.
Your support will allow us to continue making Hidden Power videos for the rest of the year. Thank you guys so much. And now back to the video. To just jump 3 steps down the line. What if Gen 10's in is that midsection of Japan, right? Gen 10 is based on that midsection of Japan, and then we get a Legends game based on that new region.
That'd be weird. That'd be wild.
That would be cool.
Just to see,
yes, that'd be neat.
Because something I kind of miss about the third versions is that you get to kind of see a different angle, a different perspective of a similar, a familiar region, at least a new region.
So if Legends, Ho-Oh, Lugia, whatever it may be, if it was set in a combined version of Johto and Kanto, would we want the name to be Tojo, or will we want the name of the region to be Indigo?
It's gotta be Tojo.
I love that.
What?
Yeah.
What is Tojo?
I mean, Tojo Falls.
There's a Tojo Falls in the middle. Yeah.
Right.
100% would be Tojo.
But then it could be Indigo too, because they share the Indigo Plateau.
I also Indigo, and you could have obviously Mount Silver is an area in between the two that has so much, obviously it's pretty underdeveloped in terms of the lore, but now you can give it some lore.
How about this?
Right. Yes.
You have Mount Silver, right? Silver, snow. There's snow at the top of the mountain. It's cold. It's Lugia. Then you got on the other side the volcano, right? You get the volcano. That's fire. That's Rebirth.
Yeah.
Ho-Oh, Phoenix. That could be it right there. And then Ho-Oh is what you see in Kanto, right? Ho-Oh is the Pokemon that you see in the very first anime episode.
See, but if they took Lugia out of Whirl Islands, I'd be offended.
No,
that's where he belongs.
It would, yeah, that's true.
It wouldn't be in the future.
we're going to the future here. It doesn't have to be. Or the past,
it couldn't be in the Whirl Islands, because at that time, well, it depends when they said it, but in theory the tower hasn't burned down. But there's actually, originally, Ho-Oh's tower, I believe, was actually in Goldenrod. It's which is why it's called Goldenrod. It's golden because of the Ho-Oh, but it's also the radio tower was built over a pre-existing tower that predates the Tuanek critique. And there's the clear bell can be found in there, the Suicune bell in Crystal or whatever, is given to you by the game director or the radio director, and he's like, yo, we found this when building the radio tower.
Very cool.
It was under the rubber. And it's like a really cool bit of lore that I haven't been able to stitch into any theory yet, because I'm like, it doesn't make enough sense. There's like not enough there. It's a bit of a shame.
If I may, they tie, there's like this long running thing, and depending on the origin of Paradox Pokemon, they may just totally throw this theory out the window. But, there's that whole theory of Suicune, Entei, and Raikou being revived forms of, the evolutions, the first ones. And so, in Goldenrod, not only would that have been the original Tower of Ho-Oh, but that's also where you get Eevee.
It is. With Bill.
Could be a meta way of them telling us.
Could be.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You got it from Bill, and Bill's mum is a kimono lady, and they're an ancient order.
That is like the one theory that like I need them to like just tell us it's true. I love that theory so much.
The Eevee one?
Yes. The Eevees being the like original forms of the legendary beast. I mean, I do, again, like if we're to assume that, and Toby, you just did a huge video on it with our friend Espy, but like, if we are to assume that they are past, then unfortunately it seems like, maybe that's not the case, because we see the past form of Suicune, Raikou, and Entei. Would we assume that one, if that is the past form of Suicune, Raikou, and Entei, would we assume that only one of them died, and Ho-Oh revived it in 3 parts, or 3 of that Pokemon died?
I still don't even think Ho-Oh actually did any of this. I think Ho-Oh, they just looked at Ho-Oh, saw it, and was like, Ho-Oh did it.
That is like boring of an answer, though. I don't like that.
There's
something else did it.
Well, the unknown. There's more lore tying to the unknown. In Crystal, there's the dialogue about, like, one of the sages is like, yo, the unknown is connected to Suicune, and Suicune's like their leader. And now you've got all of this, like, the crystal lore with, like, it's got a giant crystal on its head, and every, terastallizing, and there seems to be beings potentially making other Pokemon out of crystals. And I think that the legendary beast creation we see in the Scarlet Book and Raikou, Entei, and Suicune are only tangentially created. I don't think it's a case that creature died in the tower and became Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. But there is always something that's bothered me, which is that Raikou, Entei, and Suicune exist in other regions of the Pokemon world. They're not one-ofs.
Right.
So
that is true, yeah.
They can't all have the, like, it's not like they were just all in this one tower. And so that really, like, I'm still not 100% sure how to reconcile that consistently.
How long ago was the tower burning and the original Pokemon dying?
About 150 years ago.
Okay, then I was trying to think maybe like there was reproduction, they just spread out, because we know like Suicune travels across the world, but like I don't know if 150 years is enough to account for them being in like almost every region.
Additionally, like the weird quirk of it is that most games that have Raikou, Entei, Suicune have a Ho-Oh, and most games that have Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno have a Lugia or reference a Lugia. So those sets always seem to exist together across the Pokemon games where they appear. It's just kind of a weird thing. I think the exception is maybe Platinum has the legendary birds but no Lugia. But I might be wrong. I'd need to check that. It's been a few years since I looked at that.
The birds are in X and Y as well.
Yes, but we have the Sea Spirit's Den, which is obviously a direct Lugia reference, suggesting that Lugia was there at some point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where is that?
I think
the Sea Spirit's Den?
That's
Azure Bay.
It's Azure Bay. It's the part of the map that is the closest to where Galar would be. So it's like it's effectively the English Channel. And that's interesting because on the other side of that channel, you have the Crown Tundra, where Galarian, Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno come back there every sort of 10 years. So, yeah.
Oh, cool.
I love this, by the way. Oh, go on.
This is good.
No, good. I love that you love it. I was just gonna say, hate to be the one to say like it could all just be like multiverse stuff, but
it can all just be
multiverse
stuff.
Yeah,
it can all just be multiverse
makes sense.
stuff.
Like it's just a different
universe.
universe.
You had to be the one to say that too, Soul.
Yeah, I don't like that like explanation, but it's very
I sort of wish
that
Pokemon didn't. It was really cool at first in ORAS when they were like multiple dimensions, and I'm like, oh nice. Yeah. So now there's an explanation, but what it sort of robs
can of worms.
you of is it's a whole can of worms, because now it's like any theory where it's like, oh, we can have fun stitching this together and putting together pieces. The answer probably now just is different universe, and that's it's a shame.
That's boring. Yep. I have always appreciated, Toby, that your videos, in your theories, you'll actually reference various different sources, or like what we would consider like a different universe. Like you'll blend anime, manga, games, and whatever else, right? You'll blend those together to try to find an answer. Because I guess it's like if you don't have anything else to reference, that is a source of official canon in some capacity.
I hated doing that when I started. When I was started, I was like, I am not crossing canons, not doing it. Doesn't make sense. Then the multiverse opened up, and it was like, well, actually, in theory, you know, when Ash Ketchum leaves Pallet Town and Red leaves Pallet Town and the kid from Let's Go leaves Pallet Town, like the same general sequence of events are still happening. So while you can't use it as concrete, like, aha, here you go, here's the evidence, I think you can still use it as like if it happened in one universe, there's a good chance it happened in another universe.
Sure.
But how much weight you put on that is really up to you as a viewer or as a player, and where you want to put it in your headcanon.
And then what about like Pokemon Masters? Is that fun? Do you play that?
I used to a lot. I used to really enjoy like just collecting the characters and like reading their stories, and like I didn't like battle with them. I just liked unlocking characters and reading the dialogue, because the DNA team, they went deep. They were like, like Agatha's got some manga lore and she's got some like video game lore, and they're just like snipping stuff together, and I'm like, cool. I love you guys so much.
Yeah.
The thing I hate the most about the whole multiverse thing is I feel like maybe I'm really not super involved with like other video game communities, so I don't know if this is a video game fan thing or if this is a Pokemon fan thing, but Pokemon fans do this thing where when there is a pattern or something, they marry that, and that is it. So like in every single, video
we do that too
on Scarlet
for the record.
We are Pokemon
I'm a Pokemon fan. I do it. Yeah. I am not an exception to that rule. But like I know, like I did a bunch of theories on like Roaring Moon and it being like related to Mega Salamence.
I loved that video. I love that video.
Oh, thank you.
It's like,
thank you.
Yeah.
But like you have people commenting, well, that can't be true because Mega Salamence is in the Mega timeline, Scarlet and Violet aren't. And it's like, how is that the case if Roaring Moon references Mega Evolution in its text entry? And they're like, well, it says that came from a dubious magazine. It's like, no.
Oh, so the dubious
disc
it's
connected to that is the part that's dubious, not the part about Mega Evolution. It's just
this frustrates me as well. Because I get that comment a lot, like, oh, but the Mega timeline, and it's like,
right.
Okay, first of all, you mean Mega timelines? Because it's an infinite multiverse. So there are an infinite amount of Mega timelines, and there's an infinite amount of non-Mega timelines, and so some of them, we still don't know enough about where Paldea is set to say whether it does or doesn't exist in a world where Mega Evolution exists, but actually the evidence seems to point that it does exist in a world where Mega Evolution exists. So I'm on board with you there, but I really like that video. For sure.
Thank you.
That was good.
I appreciate that. It's cool hearing that from the master of the theories,
Oh, hardly.
Other than the Reggie Dark thing, you dropped the ball there, man.
That's what I was going to bring up next. Speaking of multiverses, there probably is a multiverse. There's where Reggie Dark is a thing. I just watched that video today.
Maybe you'll get it in Scarlet and Violet DLC.
I asked when I was working with Kotlol, the editor, on that lovely gem. I said, look, there's this bit in the video where I say, you're wrong, you're absolutely wrong. Because I knew making the video that the chances that it was actually going to be a dark type was quite, like, it's a dragon head. But I thought that, you know, I don't mind being wrong on the internet. Like, if I minded that, I shouldn't be doing what I'm doing. So, like, I just thought, well, that'd be fun. People can then post that back at me later. And that is exactly what happened. So I was happy with that. And also, it just got the moment it was announced as Dragon, huge influx of views and comments of just people going, you're wrong. And I love it. I think it's great fun. But what I love about that theory is that there is genuinely enough evidence there to suggest that it might in fact be a dark type, regardless of what actually happened. Obviously, it was wrong, but I get that. But there was enough evidence there to suggest it. It told a convincing story. Some people, lots of people in the chat, you know, oh yeah, I see that. I actually genuinely did believe it. I was like, it is a giant dragon head, but on the other hand, Pokemon have done stranger things, and like, yeah, no, I see, you know, like, Gyarados is a dragon. Charizard's a dragon. They're not dragon. You know what I mean?
So true.
So I was...
And Gyarados becomes dark type.
Yeah,
Mega evolves, right?
That's true.
That could be some evidence right there.
I must say, you did kind of, you did, like, I remember watching that video. It's funny, it was long before I ever even thought about, you know, making LumiosePost. I was just Zach, watcher of Pokemon videos. But, and I remember watching that and actually kind of going, like, it's totally dragon. But what if it isn't? You know, like, you made me think. It was a very good argument. Like, that is just something that I've always kind of, that's why I made Dusty put it in our little, you know, format above us.
I love it
because I was like, it's just so iconic. Like, that was such a, because it, not because you just randomly said it's dark, but because you had a really good case for why it was dark type.
And even though it's not dark type, I still think the Dark Ages Enlightenment era, I think that part of the theory still holds up.
Definitely.
Right? Like,
so I was going to say, like, I absolutely, I'm in love with this, and there feels like there's been a bit of a renaissance when it comes to, like, Pokemon theories with this latest generation. And obviously, would you all consider yourself... I mean, Lumiose, you're a Pokemon theorist for sure. You definitely do that. Would you guys... Soul and Dusty, would you also consider yourselves Pokemon theorists? Like,
definitely.
It depends on how you define
and what does that
theory.
mean for you? Yeah, no, I'm interested.
Soul can go first.
Yeah, so I didn't start off thinking that that's what I would be doing, but that's just what ended up happening. I basically make theories, though, off of, like, rumors and leaks, though. So, so I'll get, like, just a little piece of something that we haven't heard yet. You know, like, I'm not as much well-versed, let's say, in the games, lore-wise. I know a lot of lore, but not nearly as much as you or even...
Yeah, yours are more like, correct me if I'm wrong, yours are more sort of predictions based on the leaks and the info that's coming out early as to what we're gonna get, right?
Right. Yeah, but also just like in the world of Pokemon as well, not just like the games. Like I'm so much more about like the actual Pokemon themselves than the games. Like I'm not so crazy about like video games in general. But yeah, so...
Well, you do a lot of beta Pokemon connections, too. Like, I remember you were, like, one of the first people I saw to say, like, Bellebolt was a remake of, like, the beta Politoed. And then you talked about... I've seen you talk about Bombardier being a, you know, kind of remake of that initial Stork beta Pokemon we had from... I think that was also Gen 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a very, very special place in my heart for beta Pokemon. They're... amazing to me.
Did you?
I wish we had them all.
Go on.
No.
Did you all think we were going to get the beta Arceus in Legends Arceus?
100%.
No,
yeah.
I did not think that, but I wish.
Thought they would. I didn't think we would get it, but I kind of was, like, and maybe I was just really, really hoping that, like, we would get. You know how, like, the very first scene in Legends Arceus is like Arceus talking to you. I think it would have been cool if just in those scenes he's in that form. But then, like, when you actually catch him, that's kind of what I thought they might do.
That would have been nice. It's the actual form of Arceus, and then it even keeps some mystery there, right? You're like, what is this entity that's talking to me?
Yeah.
Right? Even if you didn't know what Arceus was.
Totally. Yeah, so...
I think, there's a lot of really cool beta Pokemon that I'd love to see return. I'll answer your question, Toby, and then we can move on to some beta Pokemon, because we've listed out some things. Some of them even... Anyways... So I use the word theory for like kind of SEO. That's what like people. I think it's easy for people to understand what that is. But I'm like Soul. I love getting into and playing Pokemon, and like I feel like I grew up watching YouTube videos just absorbing the theories, the trivial facts. So while part of my brain operates like that, I also I feel like I also don't like take the time to sit down and try to like make broader connections. I think your videos, Toby, are so effective. Lumi, even you, I guess all of you, right? You. All of you guys are so effective at like being like this is the theory, this is my idea. Step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the evidence, right? Counterpoint 1, 2, 3. What do you guys think? Like, I think you guys are really good storytellers in that way, and I personally don't take the time to do that. I do a lot of like min-maxing with my time, right? I'm like, if I'm going to produce this video and spend a day and a half making a video, I want it to perform well, to grow the channel, bring in a little bit of income, grow my brand, make some new connections. It hurts me to make videos that don't perform well. It really does. But it's
the business side.
I know, and it's and I am aware of that, and I sometimes feel a little guilty for even using the word theory, because theory to me, yeah, it's like what you and Lumi do is definitely what I consider to be theories.
But
right?
you do though. I have to stop you there and just say, like, you connect dots like a lot. You make your own theories like on the spot kind of thing. You might not put a lot of like crazy thought and research into
and your
it, but
Twitter
you just, like,
is
go.
certainly filled with theories
Twitter,
or trolling. Theories are
that's
trolling.
all speculation.
I mean,
it's speculation, right? Like, I'm not sitting down like.
In fairness, give yourself some credit. You sometimes base it in like legit stuff. Like you will sometimes. Yeah. It's not all the time. I mean, sometimes he'll just randomly put like Gen 10, we're going to the moon, like something crazy like that.
That would be cool to do.
Sometimes he does put something that's like because of this.
I can't speak for all Pokemon theorists, but I promise you the sanctity of what isn't a Pokemon theory is not something well guarded by the community. Like, all right, there are bigger problems in the world. You make whatever kind of videos you like, and if you use the word theory, that's fine.
All right, good. That's good. I feel like I just got to pass. That's good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. My Twitter page is mostly just like, if I'm, I'll be on a walk and I go, oh, that'd be kind of cool if that would happen. And there's no evidence. It's just like, that's a cool idea. And then that's what I end up tweeting, and then that's what it gets, and then that idea ends up in one of like our podcast episodes as well.
But then all that takes is
and then you have people like sending you death threats because they're like, "Don't act like you know anything."
Yeah, or people DM me, strangers, or they'll respond to me. It's actually sick when I say something that's like kind of just BS. It's just like a fun idea, no evidence. Someone responds and they go, "Oh, actually, but there's a connection here." And then someone else responds, and then they start going with something, and so it is kind of fun.
That is what you're gonna get. Like, sometimes if I've been sat on like some kind of little nugget of like, there's nowhere near a full video here, and I just can't do anything with it. Sometimes the right thing to do is just to like put it out to the community and go, anyone got any ideas? And sometimes nothing. But sometimes people come up with stuff, and they're just like, well, yeah, because in the manga this, and I haven't read a lot of the manga, so whoa, oh my goodness, suddenly we've got a connection, and actually if we can start fusing that and that, we can start kind of putting some bits together and making an interesting story.
That's the beautiful thing about it too, for sure, is because like, I mean, that's how like actual scientists craft their own thoughts. They'll say one scientist will discover this, or even like historians, archaeologists, they'll discover this, then another guy takes that and using his own knowledge he says, well, maybe it was because of this, and they kind of build a world off of that, and that's what we're doing, and I think that is really cool. I love when the community gets involved. Like, I remember with my whole Mega Evolution Paradox video, like, I remember someone put in the comments, because basically the whole thing is just Mega Evolution's pulling from latent ancestral DNA in the Pokemon, and someone commented, like, also Mega Evolution's symbol is the DNA helix, and I felt like I was so happy they put that, because I was like, how did I miss that? Like, it's literally right there when you Mega Evolve.
Yeah. That's like gutting as well, though. Sometimes you make a video and you put a lot of work into it, and then someone puts in a bit of evidence that you're like, that would have sold it. That would have really just made that magic. Yeah, but you're right.
I just pinned the comment and just was like, thanks, guy.
This is like kind of the secret of what I do as well. Like, I wouldn't be anywhere without the community. Like, I don't know half the stuff that I'm talking about, and they send me things all the time. Like, my DMs are just like always popping off with like, hey, what about this theory? What about this theory? There's so many Pokemon theorists out there that are incredible, and they just send them to me, and I'm like, whoa, like, this person came up with this, and this is incredible. It all ties in. That's how
you and I even met, Soul. We met because like you did like all kinds of leaks and stuff, and then I came across some inside information. And I didn't know who to share it with. I was like, SoulSilverArt, he's always posted stuff like that, and that's how we met.
Yeah, it's fun. I love the community. I wouldn't be anywhere without them. It's great.
So let's talk about some non-canon Pokemon that could be brought into the Pokemon games. Toby, again, we talked about some of these already, but Crystal Onyx, I think that is something that like felt like it actually could be real. And I'll cross my fingers for Scarlet and Violet DLC. I feel like that could have been real this gen with terrestrialization.
Yeah. I still struggle with the fact that emotionally at night. I keep myself up thinking about how they didn't make it in Alolan form. Like, so much of Alola is like inspired by the Orange Islands, and even the idea of like regional variants kind of started there. The idea that they didn't make an Ice-type Onyx back then boggles my mind. And then now with Crystal Pokemon, I'm like, really? So it's kind of an odd one to me that they still haven't utilized it. But I do think, given enough time and given enough regional variations, it'll happen. I really do.
The thing is, they've like retconned a lot of things from the anime, right? Like giant Pokemon. There's like that mysterious Pokemon that ended up being like a Mega Gyarados, right? There's been a lot of retcons. And I feel like Crystal Onyx is a fan favorite. I don't know if they're like just holding off on it.
I think that's what's so interesting about Crystal Onyx is that one. I mean, it's this one. Basically, correct me if I'm wrong. Nothing important happens in that episode. It's a filler episode.
Yeah.
And
it's
yet,
an epic episode.
It is so iconic. Like, everyone knows Crystal Onyx.
That
I've
cool
seen plenty
Charmeleon.
of people who do not care about the anime who knows about Crystal Onyx. There's tons of other, kind of, I guess, non-official Pokemon, if you will, in the anime that appear or in the manga or all sorts of media. But Crystal Onyx is like the one. It's the poster child for it.
Mm-hmm. Like, what are they waiting for? Honestly, they could make it a Paradox. That'd be kind of dope. Although that wouldn't make sense, right? Because then you got the Crystalline, the Diamond from Mega Steelix, and we've seen Megas, the elements of Mega Pokemon. That
could just be Mega Crystal. I don't know.
We have talked about, like, we've talked about before on the podcast how DLC could be an expansion of Area Zero. And, they make a point in Glamora's Dex entry to say Glamora is very similar to Terra Crystals. So perhaps we could get a regional Onyx in DLC or a Paradox that is like, it's taken on this form because it's deep in Area Zero, so it's been like hyper exposed to these Terra Crystals.
But
that'd be so neat.
That would be sick,
so
but
cool.
I feel like that wouldn't make sense in the Kanto region.
Well, that would be the job, is to like, how do I make that video? Like, how do I explain its presence in Kanto? And I would find
just
something.
give us that, and we'll have Toby take care of the details. A month after.
That'd be funny. Can you imagine that?
If there ever,
yeah.
If there ever was a generation that it should exist, it should be this one. Like, they should at least just put it in the game so that we can terrestrialize it and make it so it's crystal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's the time.
Right. I do, and it was left out.
Onyx is.
And I think that's so funny. It was left out, and it was the generation where it should have been in.
I'm gonna throw you one more. There's the Pinkin Pokemon. That's another one that I think is explained by the food, but I feel like Pinkin Pokemon. I could see it being like a Pokeblock, right? Like, you give it to your Pokemon. There's a slight variation in maybe their color. Yeah.
I think the interesting topic of discussion there is not how does it happen, because they answered that, but so are we to assume that Ash's Butterfree's girlfriend, if you will, came from that island?
It has to be.
True.
Because that's not the
is a good
shiny.
question.
The shiny is different.
Right.
I think they're probably in a slightly more committed relationship than boyfriend girlfriend, but I see your point.
That's true. Yeah,
I think
I didn't want to put a label on it.
I don't know what labels Butterfree is. But I agree though. I think if they introduce that, it would be a subsection of Pokemon that can, when exposed to this food, turns pink. No one knows why. It's just like a certain kind of Pokeblock or berry or whatever. And I think the reason for that is like the idea of giving 1,000 Pokemon. By the way, there's the pink version, which also for Pokemon that are already pink just is super underwhelming. But if that happens, then Butterfree is absolutely number one on that list. Like, they need to canonize it that way. But I could certainly imagine there being like half a dozen Pokemon that as well as their shiny form and regular form, they have a temporary pink form. And that's just like sellable.
It doesn't even need to be pink. I guess I just like the idea of like another shiny version. That's always been something that I've thought about. So
a temporary shiny based on whether it's had this particular food in the last like 2 days or whatever.
Or an additional, cool. Something
that
would
be cool.
I think about how like, Gen 3 introduced abilities, and then in Gen 5 they kind of found a way to give older Pokemon the newer abilities, or maybe even a different ability by doing hidden abilities. And I've always thought like shiny Pokemon need that, because like we have the classic ones where people complain about them, like Garchomp and Gengar, where like there's no difference. So we need like another version of shinies. I remember maybe y'all remember what generation it was. I think it was Gen 8. There was a lot of rumors of there being an ultra shiny that would be introduced.
Yeah, I remember that.
Because like that term was trademarked or something, but it was like a TCG thing.
Yeah.
But, and I remember, and like we kind of got it because we got like the squares versus stars, but like that's not enough. I want a palette change.
Okay, let's talk about Shadow Pokemon. Shadow Pokemon is something that was originally introduced in one of your favorite games, Toby. You said it was your top 5 Pokemon game. Coliseum. That honestly, I should have said it at the top of the show. That's honestly kind of a shock to me, because that game is nostalgic for me. I remember playing that game a lot when I was homesick, but playing it as an adult, it's not that fun. So maybe we can talk.
Never played it.
I'd like to get your take on Coliseum, and then we can get into Shadow Pokemon.
I disagree that it's not that fun. I think double battles. I'm genuinely amazed that double battles are not the standard throughout the franchise. Like, I think
me too.
They are far more fun and interesting. I think that the dynamics at play are wild. It really challenges you to think. I remember the first battle that you do against the guy with the Entei in that game, and he's got Golem, and he's got Matang, and he's got Pokemon with Levitate, and Pokemon that are flying, and Earthquake, and it's all relatively simple stuff, like Protect, Earthquake, Levitate, Flying, whatever. But just watching your opponent do that in the game as a kid really teaches you to consider, like, should I be protecting? Should I switch into a flying Pokemon? How do I navigate this? And there are plenty of other examples of that throughout the game. But Shadow Pokemon, I'm really happy to see they've showed a continued interest in it. Shadow Pokemon have actually never disappeared. They have, and I've talked about this in a super video last year where I was just like going in everything Shadow. But you have Dark Pokemon in the TCG. You got Shadow Mewtwo and Pokken. There's the Celebi and the Shadow Balls, the Dark Balls in the 4th movie. There's the Argas that's used in Detective Pikachu that's derived from Mewtwo. There's the Berserk gene that's in Gen 2 that they get again from Mewtwo. In fact, the backstory is that even in the Colosseum and Gale of Darkness games, Team Rocket is really sort of pulling the strings, and that creating Mewtwo is a mechanism to take its genes and to produce something that can cause Pokemon to lose access to their heart but become stronger. We see that in the anime with Professor Namba has his Rage Crowns, which like do that exact same thing. They like confuse the Pokemon, shut off the door to the heart, but make them somehow stronger. We get it in the 20th anniversary movie with Ho-Oh and the Shadow Rainbow Wing that turns all the local Pokemon like really ragey and angsty. Pokemon Go has Team Rocket with Shadow Pokemon. It just does, like, and they just keep on bringing them back year after year. So I fully think that Shadow Pokemon are going to continue, even now with the Black Terror Raid Dens, where the Pokemon are like somehow stronger. They're elevated past the level of, like, it's not just that they're level 100, it's that they're stronger. They're the mightiest version.
That's a really good point.
Is there something about those raid stones making them shadowy or making them corrupted?
Wow.
The lore's deep on Shadow Pokemon, and they are like one of my favorite things in the whole franchise to talk about.
I need to play Colosseum then. I've never played Colosseum.
I think it's great fun, but maybe I'm just nostalgia blind to it, which is totally fair. Yeah,
I do like it.
Generation was that?
I think it's
was
worth
Generation
playing.
3?
Generation 3, yeah. I think it's worth playing.
That's why I came in late Generation 3.
It's just very slow. Like, the gameplay of the game is really slow, like Gen 4. And then also you have this, like, massive limitation of what Pokemon you can use. And then the whole purifying thing is, like, also extremely frustrating. But it is... So, like, I'm really talking about replay, right?
Sure.
That's, But I think, Lumi, definitely, if you lived close to me, you could take my GameCube.
Yeah,
I got a copy.
Oh,
for
it was
you
on the GameCube.
if
Okay,
you're ever in
that's
town.
why I never had a GameCube.
Oh
if
my
I'm
gosh.
ever, 8 hours away from where I live and I'm near Dusty, then
Do you have a Nintendo Wii?
I did have a Wii. Yes.
Okay, you can play it on the Wii if you get another one. They're quite cheap.
Do they?
Yeah.
How would I get it on the Wii? Because I have a Wii.
No,
So
you
Just
can
get
just
it.
play GameCube games on the Wii.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
A Nintendo Wii is just a
Wow.
GameCube with extra bits.
I did not know this. I didn't know that at all.
I
So
swear,
it's like the 3DS to the
it's got
DS.
Game Boy ports. It's got controller ports at the top for the game.
Look,
for the GameCube.
I haven't touched that thing in forever. I have no idea.
What do you guys make of kind of shadow Pokemon? And do we like them? Do we want them back? Do we want them to see more? Or
I like them.
I really wish
think
that they
they're
would
neat.
do more with them. Like Shadow Lugia, that's what I need. I need like something a little bit more different about them than just like red eyes, or because then we're in alpha land even with that. Yeah, that's my feeling on them. I mean, it goes back to the same thing as like the pink Pokemon. They're like just pink Pokemon.
I
just a
like
little
the
more.
moral debate that they pose in the Pokemon world. Like, it's they make them stronger, but at what cost? I like that, and I think that would be a really cool, like, mainline game to kind of focus around that. I would love that.
well, I was gonna say it's kind of like Mega Evolution is like a similar thing to that. In that like the Pokedex entries talk about how much anguish it causes the Pokemon, but we never meet a faction in Pokemon that are like, you should not Mega Evolve your Pokemon because it causes them pain and that kind of thing. Like, it's still very much encouraged that you Mega Evolve your Pokemon, which is really interesting. I see Shadow Pokemon. There's like an alternative version, which is Light Pokemon, which we again see in the TCG. And all of them have abilities that they get benefits from being around other Pokemon, and like they boost basically the power of friendship. And so this translates into the games with the like the friendship mechanics that allow you to survive critical hits and to do things that your Pokemon wouldn't normally be able to do, to dig deep and find an inner strength of friendship. And I guess the ultimate version of this would be like the Ash Greninja, which we've obviously only seen. If Shadow Pokemon, we've only seen like 2 pure Shadow Pokemon in Lugia and Mewtwo, then we've only seen 1 pure like hero Pokemon or light Pokemon.
That's cool.
And so I guess it's like a really rare phenomenon to find the deep power. But in theory, I guess any Pokemon could be either. And I suppose Shadow Pokemon are easier to cultivate from the point of view of a business group like Team Rocket than, say, light Pokemon are, because that requires work and friendship and going on long journeys, and they don't have time for that. They got to make money. So here's a Rage Crown, I guess is the thinking. I don't know.
I really like that crossover. They honestly, Shadow Pokemon Megas, they do line up very nicely. You have these few like you have these like few like one-off cases. I do see. I guess if they were to ever bring Shadow into the game, back into the main series, maybe that's when they would also bring back Megas, and they kind of like reinterpret what what you're saying, like what Megas actually are.
Yeah, I saw someone on the comment section of my Mega video like said maybe there is no Mega timeline or non-Mega timeline, and just some regions ban Mega Evolution use because they think it's cruel. And I like that idea. I think that's kind of neat.
It's interesting because there are like Shadow Megas which appear, I mean, in Pokemon, but also they appear in the Magina movie.
The Volcanium movie?
The Volcanium movie, that's right, sorry, yeah.
There was also, they like to do Shadow Pokemon like in general in the movies. You have the Shadow Mega Evolutions, you have you mentioned the Shadow Rainbow Wing from Pokemon.
Yeah.
And then wasn't there something along the lines of that in the Hoopa movie? Wasn't like when Hoopa was unbound, he's basically like a Shadow Pokemon?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
In I've seen that one.
In the Pokemon universe, what is our understanding of like auras, right? Could Shadow Pokemon really be like an evil aura? Right?
I think it is. It's a corruption of their aura. Is like I think that's right.
Comparing it to Ash Greninja being a light, like that's probably Ash Greninja. I think it's through aura, because I mean he like Ash communicates with his Lucario in that same little space, if you will, as he does his Greninja.
Oh, let me ask you this. We just talked about this fusion Pokemon. Do you think that ever has a chance to be put into the game as like a main gimmick?
Not as a main gimmick, but I could definitely see a spin-off or a side or a subset of Pokemon. Like in many ways, Paradoxes, I guess, are testing that a little bit. I don't think we would see that commonly. Like, I'm not expecting to see Yu-Gi-Oh! Polymerization. Here's like any two Pokemon you like, turning them into something. I think it would have huge limitations if they did it.
It would be like a Gigantamax.
Do you hate the idea though? I feel like you hate the idea. I see it on your face.
I don't like the idea. I've been very vocal about how I do not like the idea. I think it's cheap. I think it's
I think it could be really creative.
I say that, and then if they did it, like if Gen 10 they're like fusions, I'll be like, okay, but I mean until then I'm gonna say it's cheap.
So we have like Gigantamax. This is the thing I always go back to, right? Like, you imagine a Snorlax, right? You like Snorlax, and then any food Pokemon, and then like the it's like one of those funny, cute fusion ultra forms where the Snorlax is like eating the Pokemon. But they come together though.
Snorlax and Alchemy, and suddenly it's a Snorlax with like two faces on its hand in giant pools of whipped cream.
Yeah, so that's like the funny version. Then there's like the basic version where you have like where something like Calyrex, right? Those rider forms. That's very basic. And then you can go the other way where maybe there's a few one-offs where you have like
Venustoise.
They're gonna fuse Pikachu and Charizard.
Venustoise,
They're gonna fuse Pikachu and Charizard.
Yeah, the Blastoise, Venustoise from the anime. I remember what I was going to say, which is with Mega Evolution and with like it's supposed to be because you've got a bond with your trainer, right? So it's only like a trusted bond. Maybe that's what like negates the pain of Mega Evolution because you've got a trusted bond or something. I don't know. But it's interesting that Mewtwo is, given what I've just sort of been talking about Shadow Pokemon stuff, Mewtwo in the Genesect movie is the only Pokemon that can kind of Mega Evolve itself, as if it's both the trainer and the person, and there are hints that Mewtwo's part human. But then also in that, like, because this version of Mewtwo has a deep inner peace that other versions don't, it's just able to like turn into that. That was less of a point than I thought it was going to be. Yeah.
No, but it's interesting. And Latios in the Hoopa movie, weren't they able to Mega Evolve on their own? I genuinely can't remember.
I don't know. Maybe? Yeah, I guess.
Because I know they Mega Evolved, but I don't remember if they had a stone or not.
It could have to do with the Psychic type, honestly.
Yeah, it could have to do with the Psychic type. That's good.
Could do.
Because they're like always like way more advanced mentally, obviously.
Right, so it's like a Zen thing,
Toby, do you have any theories that have been disproven that you still believe?
Any theories that have been disproven that I still believe?
Because sometimes companies will come out and they'll like give canonical responses to things that kind of like...
I think to illustrate what he's talking about, a good example is how they said that Dynamax was just a projection. But like if you pay attention, that clearly is not the case. At least in the anime, it is not a projection.
These are
I can't think of anything.
Questions.
The wheels are turning, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I mean, certainly predictions I've made have turned out to be wrong, and that's absolutely fine. Yeah. But I don't know about theories that I've made that are just disproven because, there's nothing I can think of. Are there any theories of mine that you've noticed that you're like pretty sure that one doesn't check out anymore?
He has to have
that. I'd be interested to hear.
No, I don't really. I mean, I think you make a lot of good points. There's a lot of great theories that are out there, and even if they are disproven, sometimes it's nice to live in the ignorance and be like, I liked this one better.
This is not a theory you did, but and this might just make you disconnect and like block all of us.
Oh yeah, okay, go on.
No. So I firmly believe that the flipped calendar and Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, Let's Go was a hint towards Galar.
It doesn't even look like it. It doesn't even look like it. It doesn't even make sense. So, for those of you who are listening who doesn't know what Lumi's talking about here, you're talking about the calendar that people said before Sword and Shield got announced that if you flip it, it looks kind of like the UK, and therefore the next region was going to be the UK. And the next region did happen to be the UK, but it's not because of the calendar wasn't a reference. It didn't look like it. It didn't even look like Galar. I disagree. You're right. I'm going to disconnect. This makes me unreasonably angry.
I found his break.
So, were you gonna? I feel like you were gonna say something. Did you have a thought? Maybe.
I'll always believe until proven otherwise. Crystal Onyx is ice type. I love that so much.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't it shown to resist water moves? So wouldn't that make it more like a water type?
Wasn't it? It was weak to fire, right?
Yeah, it's weak to fire and it lives in water. Okay. So we don't actually. I don't think it's shown to.
I thought it resisted because I thought. I mean, it's been ages since I've seen the episode, but I thought like Ash sent out Squirtle to try to fight it, and like it actually resisted the water moves, and that's why he switched to fire.
That sounds familiar.
I'm not sure. I don't remember. Right. It wasn't Ash who battled it. It was the glass maker had his Charmeleon.
Okay. Well, I thought someone used a water move on. I don't know. I'm gonna rewatch this episode.
They probably did. They probably did because it's like traditionally a ground type. Okay, so this is the question I was gonna ask you. Doesn't even matter when. Gen 10, Gen 11, Gen 12, whatever. Right? We're gonna be grandparents. Doesn't matter. When they introduce a new type, what new type do you think Pokemon actually needs to introduce?
When they introduce a new type. Okay.
It will happen eventually.
Yeah, I mean the two common ones that people talk about are like Cosmic and Sound.
I've seen a lot of Light too.
Huh?
I've seen a lot of Light type too.
Light type.
I think that's
been around since like Gen 3.
I don't like it. But like, people saying Solrock would be like people said Sylveon was going to be a new Light type.
Yes. I think Light gets too equally covered by like Psychic and Fairy, and I think Cosmic Pokemon are typically Psychic type, and so like just because you could rebrand them, I don't know necessarily. Like that's quite a lot of Pokemon getting rebranded, and typically like when Fairy was introduced, it was only a handful. Same with Steel and Dark. I don't think any were. So I've always preferred the idea of Sound, just because there are only a few Pokemon that feel like absolute obvious picks, whether that's Exploud and Noivern and like a couple of the others, maybe Meloetta. There are certainly other Pokemon that could fit into that category, but I think those are the ones, and we've already got a couple moves that feel like they would work. So I've always liked Sound. In Yu-Gi-Oh, you've got your attributes, and there's fire, water, wind. Well, that's all, and earth. They're all covered by types already, really. And then there's light and dark, but there's a kind of archetype in Yu-Gi-Oh called Chaos, which is usually a combination of light and dark monsters. And I wonder if we could see something a little bit more like that, where it's not quite a fairy, and it's not quite a ghost, and it's not quite a dark Pokemon, and it's something in between. But Sound is certainly the one that I like the sounds of the most. What about you guys?
That is really interesting.
What would they do with Noivern if Sound?
Chaos.
Sound would be my pick, but with Noivern, it's an issue of it's dragon flying, so there isn't really an obvious. You think they'd change it to Dragon Sound?
Yeah,
because I think with correct me if I'm wrong, but with the Fairy type Pokemon, the only typing they replaced with Fairy was a lot of cases like a Azumarill. It was just added on.
Mm-hmm.
It became Water to Water Fairy. But I think they only replaced the normal typing with Fairy. Like Jigglypuff actually added it, but Clefairy replaced normal with Fairy. But like,
which was weird that they did it. It was weird that they did that for Jigglypuff and not for Clefairy. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
Well,
know,
it kind of makes
why
sense now with Screamtail. With Screamtail, it kind of makes sense now to me. Like I think of it as like Screamtail is Fairy Psychic, and because of domestication, it became normal in a similar way to how Cyclizar is.
Wait, do you think of the Paradox Pokemon as like being kind of factual and biological as part of like the ancestor to all the Pokemon of that species?
He does for now.
I would say this is where I'm at. I think that they very well may have been imagined, but I think they are imagined off of a very, I guess, logical idea. Like, I think that there is an idea of what these Pokemon's ancestors looked like, and that they were imagined from that. So, like, it is still, while Screamtail is not exactly, it's kind of like, the way we depict T-Rexes and stuff. We depict them as these big scaly monsters, but like now we're finding they actually may have had feathers, and we also we predict their colors, but we actually have no evidence
idea
of what color they were. That's kind of how I see it.
Interesting.
I guess
okay.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But I will admit, I am just desperately holding on to the idea of ancestors and descendants just because I want that to be it. You know, I think that's so much more interesting than just, oh, I imagined it and now it's real.
I agree, but I also think there is enough evidence to suggest that they are created. I don't think they were like created by Sada and Churro when they made the time machine 10 years ago. Like, I still think the time machine is a time machine, but I think the way it operates is that it travels within a range of, I don't know how far forward, but far backwards at maximum 3,000 years. But I think, you know, certainly the 2,000 year window that the Empire started. So I think the Paradox Pokemon have been down there for that long, but they're a paradox. They exist because people think about them and know of them and write about them, and are they fact, are they fiction, how does it work? And then as Sada and Churro use the time machine, they sort of exist because they exist, and then they're sent back in time later. I think Kayla did a video on this quite recently, which I agreed with the first half. She talks about this, and I'm like, yep, that's how that works out, and it makes sense to me.
Yeah, I watched your video on it you did with SB, and I mean, I loved that explanation of it too. I still, like I said, I want to hold on to the hope that it's at least based in what the actual descendants could have looked like. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm not, just because I love that idea so much. But, like, I loved how y'all not only explained it to, excuse my southern, I said y'all. Not only did you explain, like, you know, how it could be created, but you explained how it's a paradox and it's a perfect loop with no beginning. I love that. I thought that was so good. I love that so
Time
much.
will tell. We'll see for sure. I mean, that's certainly a theory that could be disproved as DLC comes out and lands, because I actually put a lot of stake in that video as like okay, like this is all true. This is how the DLC is going to go. So depending, you know, like if they announce no DLC, or if they announce DLC, but it's
can you imagine?
Entirely different. Yeah, it's like, that's definitely one that could be disproved.
I mean, we'll find out. I'm sure that we'll find out if it's right or wrong. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta have that. If they don't answer what the heck these things are, that's going to be for me in the franchise. They kind of did,
though, in a way. You know, like, I understand what you're saying, Lumi, like, that it's bittersweet in the end, because people want, like, we want our past and future forms, but also they're Paradox Pokemon, so they're not exactly past and future forms. So we have to, like, somehow figure that out. But they did in Scarlet and Violet, they left it as their past and future forms, basically, that are a little strange.
I love that, like, that lore there with like, I mean, you know, Toby, one of the things you're like really, really well known for is your, you know, tree of evolution. That's those kinds of topics that might be my favorite kind of topic in Pokemon, is like how they evolved, and like, oh, these things actually share a common ancestor in this, and this actually might have evolved from this. I love that so much. That kind of, I don't know what you'd call that genre of theory, but I love that genre of theory.
Me too, actually. That's like part of like some of the early videos that I was watching were people tying together like Zubat and Aerodactyl, and it was like, oh my goodness, this is like blowing my mind how these things actually are very, very similar. And I'd watch other theories and stuff, and when I started making the Tree of Evolution, I was like, I really want to lean on community theories rather than the biology of it, because actually, first of all, they're Pokemon, they're not animals. And second of all, I think those ideas are really fun. So I think on the earliest versions of the tree, I have Aerodactyl like next to Zubat or next to Crobat. And over time, I've kind of given in more to like, okay, like I'll kind of make it more, try and make it a little bit more biologically accurate.
Slurpuff is next to Growlithe, stuff like that.
Yes. Well, then actually not that one.
Are they not?
Because there's now a whole subsection of Pokemon that seem to be made up of edible goods. So I'm like, they kind of like Slurpuff and what's it called from the latest
Fido.
Fido's Evo. Like that they've got to be related. They have to be related. They're confectionery dogs, and so like that's like a whole branch of the evolutionary tree. But the question is, are they dogs or are they if you think of
they're mystical
them as
creatures
being
that
like
look
plant matter or whatever. And there are some Pokemon that just like you could give me 5 answers and they would all be right. Like Electivire is a Pokemon that if you said it was a gorilla or a yeti or a cat, you're right. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's an Electivire. Like Slacking, if you choose gorilla or you choose sloth, you're right. It's a Pokemon. It's both. It doesn't, you know. So you just choose whichever one you want. You know.
Yeah, I think that's why I did like a video on Roaring Moon and Mega Salamence was all spanning from my love of that kind of genre, and then like one of the first things I did when I started my channel last year, and it probably doesn't even this video probably doesn't even have 1,000 views, but it was huge at that time. When you've got like 50 subs, a video with even 100 subs is a huge win. You doubled or 100 views. It's a huge win. You doubled the amount of people. But like the biggest one then was one on how Hisui and Zorua evolved, and like I proposed that there was actually something before Hisui and Zorua that then became Hisui and Zorua, and then later became Zorua. And I wish I had like my notes on it and I could go into it, but I love that genre of theory. Like that's always my favorite theories I've done are on that.
I love that. There's a thing in Alola that Alolan Vulpix had is known by a different name locally to the people of Alola, which is Kyo,
right? Yeah.
And like Alolan Vulpix and Ninetales and Hisui and Zorua and Zoroark aren't totally dissimilar in their origins, and even just on the surface level, that they're kind of mystical foxes of the snow. And so maybe there was some common ancestor between modern day Alolan Vulpix and Hisui and Zorua that is known as Kyo, and we just don't know that much about it.
There we go.
Who knows?
Look, we bridged the theories.
Yeah.
There we go.
Toby, one last question. What do you think about convergent Pokemon?
I like them. I think it's odd to me that there are so few in the generation where they're officially introducing this kind of new concept.
So
but I don't. Yeah, I like them. I think I prefer regional forms, but I'm not sure I could articulate why, because actually they're not that different really, other than in name. They're effectively the same thing. Just what I mean.
I think what you and Lumi are talking about, like the whole like, I think it's easier to wrap your brain around a regional form. It's easier to understand. You move a Pokemon, it changes. Convergent Pokemon are strange. I think what we've been discussing is that they've released so few to really just test the water and just test the reception of them before kind of diving in. I mean, even with the regional forms, they only give us maybe like, I guess they gave us a pretty good amount of families.
They gave us a good bit in Alola.
Yeah, but they were all Kanto,
right.
Before
really so were they.
Well, they were all pretty basic too. Like, I mean, Diglett they gave some hair. Muck they gave like pretty much just a color change. Like I think the Galar ones and certainly the Hisui ones, there was kind of more depth to the changes they made to them. I'm a big fan of the convergence. I hope that they make more. I'm with you, Toby. I don't know why there were only 2. I feel like they should have been more. I love that the names are just a little play off of the original names.
They're similar enough.
Wugtrio. I love that.
Yeah, I think in concept it's pretty genius. I hope they branch out a lot with them. It'd be interesting to see.
Hopefully we get like one is like the poster child for DLC in a similar way to how Galarian Slowpoke was like the poster child for Isle of Armor.
I was actually going to tweet. Okay,
here we go.
What if?
There's a theory brewing.
Because this is the thing, right? And this is where theorizing through leaks actually, I think, has gotten might have gotten us all into trouble, right? Because we don't know that the Suicune and Virizion are Paradox versions. We don't know that. But you
can infer that very easily.
You're right. That's inferred, and that would have been inferred by the people that leaked the game. However, what if they're Convergent Evolution?
Interesting.
What we've had another concept introduced this game. What if they're regional variants somehow? Yeah. We don't know enough to say one way or the other. They probably are Paradox Pokemon. They probably are. But it would be interesting to find out if they were in fact somehow convergent or something.
I'm trying to think of what it says on their their book pages, because I feel like it
says is
definitely
they're imagined.
Does it not heavily suggest that they're more paradox-like, or
I would say
they are drawn by Heath's sketch artist, based on the artist feeling inspired by the Pokemon that they saw down there. And I think the reason that that's going to be important is if those Pokemon turn out to be real, then we have a definitive connection between people's ability to imagine something and the reality of and then becoming real. However, we also know that when Heath went down, Heath ended up with documents that appeared to be written by him that he doesn't remember writing. And so it could also be the case that if people can lose their knowledge, that maybe these Pokemon really were seen down there. So we don't know for sure. We don't know whether they're paradox Pokemon or not. I'm 90% sure they probably are, but yeah, it's just heavily inferred, I guess.
Yes.
Don't know for sure.
Yeah, that is neat. I do like that idea. I do also think it'd be cool if they, I don't know, somehow tied convergence to paradoxes. I don't know. I think it's weird that both have not been explained in full. I mean, in fact, convergence, that's a fan term. They treat Wiglet and Wugtrio no different than they treat Tandemaus. You know, like it's a new Pokemon. They have they make a comment in its Dex entry about being similar to Wiglet, but like where regional forms have their own classifications, these don't.
They made I think Wiglet's Dex entry or Wugtrio's talk about how it was originally thought to be a regional form, which is just simply to illustrate that they look similar. But yeah,
I mean, it's a different Pokemon. It's not a form.
It's not a form. It's
That's why they don't explain it. Right? If it was a form, they would say, this is a form. This is a subcategory. But it's literally just a brand new Pokemon.
You have something?
I was going to say that, I was going to pose this question to Twitter, but just what do you expect for the DLC, if we're getting DLC, to have like...
when?
Like regional forms? Will it have regional forms, do you think, anymore?
Yeah.
You
do? Because I think at
I
least one. Slowpoke did Slowbro and Slowking.
Yeah.
Well, they also had Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos. I mean,
I feel like they'll do one more convergent instead of a regional form. Like, so they give us the convergence and then a few paradoxes. They could do. I'm just saying, like, the question in my mind is, like, are they going to give us all of those things? You know, like the regional forms and the convergence and the paradoxes, all of them.
Yeah. It won't be loads. If they've got lots of cool ideas, they'll want to save them. Like, I mean, I think what was Isla to Armor and Crown Tundra was Slowpoke, Slowbro, Slowking, the 3 birds, Urshifu's 2 forms, Cubfu, 2 Reggies, 2 horses, and a Calyrex. So that's like 15, I think, different things. It's quite a reasonable amount, to be fair. I wonder... Yeah, I think if we're expecting, the Disc Legendary and then these 2 Pokemon in the book, that still does leave us. So if they do a similar amount, that still does leave us a lot of range for like what could get announced, hopefully at the end of this month.
Yeah. I'd wonder if there'd be more new paradoxes instead. Like, what I'd like to see is, one thing that's special about Cubfu, not exclusive to it, but special about it, was a Pokemon that evolves, and it's a legendary that evolves, and that was kind of something really cool about it. I'd love to see a paradox Pokemon
that evolves.
That would be really neat. Like, it's like that we're given, like Cubfu was given to us in Isle of Armor. I would love that.
I'm wondering if they're going to canonize AZ's Floette. I think there is a lot of room right now for that to happen, just based on the kind of the lore and like the discussion around Kalos and like whether we're going, whether we're not, whether we're seeing parts of it, whether we're seeing little bits. I think we probably are going to see like Terminus Cave and an extended southern Kalos area that ties up some of the lore, but I might be wrong. Whether they'll even call it Kalos or whether they'll just call it the North, the north of the region. But I do wonder if there's the potential room for AZ's Floette to get canonized. We sort of saw that with the original Color Magina with Pokemon Home's release, so we know they're not totally like against doing that kind of thing years later.
The thing with Floette's like pretty much the same. AZ's Floette is pretty much the same as just your traditional Floette. I wonder if the flower is really the one in question. Maybe the flower that it holds is related to Herba Mystica.
I think it's different enough. Like it's no more or similar than a Screen Tail is to a Jigglypuff. You know, I think there's enough enough difference there to make it its own thing. There's also
you have
like
to look at more than design. You know, it also has a significant stat boost. It can evolve.
It does, yeah, that's true.
It has that signature move. What is it? Light of Ruin.
That's true about the stat boost. Like they gave it a stat boost, but you can't even use it.
I think the only thing that stops it being a paradox form is if they give it the name Eternal Flower, like, you know, Sandy Shocks or whatever. I think it's like one character too many. I saw in Game Boy Luke's video or someone's video mentioned it. Maybe it was one of yours, Dusty. So that is like the only reason that it might not be. But what would be so interesting, and this is where like I start getting the cogs turning, is if they do canonize it. There is the same flower for AZ's flower appears in Oras in Sutopolis City. There's like a little next to the tree in the center, and so it's like, okay, well, hang on. We've already talked about how like Mega Evolution and this are in the same world. Now we've got Mega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, and we get this little thing. Like, how does that tie together? So I'd be on that so quickly. That is that's my jam. But I can't make that video until AZ's Floette, you know. Gets announced if it does.
Well, I mean, yeah, it might. AZ's Floette, if it is in, DLC, I imagine they would actually reveal that ahead of DLC's release. I mean, because they revealed most of their cards for DLC. The only Pokemon that weren't revealed, correct me if I'm wrong, were just Calyrex and Spectrier.
Calyrex
like ahead of time.
Yo.
Or not Calyrex, I meant Glastrier and Spectrier.
They could call it Eternal Herba. And I think that makes it one letter shorter and ties it in better. Nice. Doesn't it? I'm like sitting here like trying to...
Eternal yeah.
If they called it...
the character limit?
Well, I think it's one too many with flower. So, FL... I'm dyslexic.
Oh, it could be Eternal Fleur, like the French word for flower.
Oh, yeah. That would be good.
They easily, like... I mean, that's such a small retcon to make that, like, it wouldn't be hard. And I think... Based on my beliefs on how the Great Creator came about and like the Kalos connections,
it's like a religion.
It really would make sense. Yeah, but then beliefs. there's that one Mrs. Rifle 1 million years ago crater. Grumble. But yeah.
Well, Toby, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. I don't know if you guys have any other questions for Toby, but.
I mean, not a question, but it's surreal to have you here. It's an honor to have you on this.
Dude,
honestly,
thank you.
It's great to meet you and great to talk with you, and very, very grateful that you came on.
No, Absolutely, it's great to talk to you guys. I've been following all of your works for the longest time. I mean, it's all with Twitter. Like, literally, I don't know how many times I went onto Twitter last year, literally just to refresh to see if you had posted something, because I'm interested in your takes, like genuinely. And yeah, like I said, Lumious, like I so really liked your video on the Mega Evolution. I was like, oh man, that's like a classic theory. I got really excited about it. And Dusty, you're also here, so that's fine.
Appreciate it. Thank you. That's why these guys are here. These guys are here. Yeah. Thank you so much, Toby. Toby, you have any you want to plug yourself?
Oh, I'm birdkeepertoby on everything, and if you like Pokemon theories, I got them.
Welcome back to Hidden Power. Today we are discussing every single DLC theory that we can possibly think of. We got a new trailer last week, and today we are joined by birdkeepertoby. What's up, man?
Hey, what's going on? I'm buzzed. I've got so much energy about 100%, this. I'm super excited about it.
We have not even, the Hidden Power crew has not even discussed collectively since the trailer last week, so I'm super pumped about this. I think actually off air we were discussing that there might even be, later in the episode, a nice little juicy discussion about a possible Johto DLC. While editing, I can confirm we talked about Generation 10 and the future of Pokemon for an entire hour. My name's DustyGogoat. I'm with LumiosePost. What's up?
Hello.
And SoulSilverArt is still in Europe, faceless today with his mask.
Mask on. What's up?
Let's start with this. Toby, what are your initial thoughts on the trailer that we got last week?
My initial thoughts were actually that I was like horrendously underwhelmed. I was like, normally when we hit DLC trailer day, I'm like, and this is a positive spin in the end, but we hit DLC trailer day and I'm like, okay, it's time to get ready to get a video out today as quickly as possible. And I just watched the trailer and I was like, there's nothing here for me. Like, I kind of already knew everything. I mean, there's a couple of curiosities in the whatever. And then it was actually, I've been flirting off air with LumiosePost. We've been working. We jumped in a call and I was like, look, I got these little curiosities. And Lumi, you were just like, well, yeah, I mean, there might be a theory there if you look into that. And I sort of went, well, actually, and we spent several hours at a call, and we got some videos coming up on my channel. We're gonna do just theories about, and we're gonna, I think, sort of hint at and talk about a lot of that stuff on the podcast today. But how are you guys feeling about it? How are you guys feeling about the trailers?
Same thing. I was really underwhelmed. There are a lot of nuggets that I feel like I'm in a state of like, let's wait and see.
What about you, Soul? I'm curious about your thoughts, Soul. I mean,
yeah, Soul's been in Europe. We don't know what he's thinking.
I was kind of more like in the boat with Toby there. Like when I first watched it, I was hyped because it was a new trailer. But after, I felt like, okay, they didn't show us anything at all.
Right.
Like they did, but they didn't. And I don't know. After having some time with it, though, like I wrote down so many things, and I was like, wow, there's actually good little gems in there. I think.
All right, I can't wait to hear.
I agree. So I think I was actually the reverse of that. Because we knew there was a Nintendo Direct that day. So it was like, Pokemon news is not a given in a Nintendo Direct. But I was like, if there's Pokemon news, because it's in a Nintendo Direct, it's probably going to be really small. So my hopes going into it, Soul, I think I even told you this privately. I might have told you and Dusty this privately, but like privately being off camera. But I had mentioned that my only hope was I just wanted to see more of the area. I loved that in the Isle of Armor and Crown Tundra reveal trailer, you just like even the poster for these regions was like a huge aerial shot of the land. And it wasn't like that for Kitakami and for Blueberry Academy. So I got to see more of it. So I was more than happy with just that. But, I can understand all of y'all's thoughts of like, you're obviously wanting the juicier stuff, right? Like we didn't even get. I kind of thought that they would reveal at least the typings of the Loyal 3 is what they're calling them now.
They did give us some hints on that, though,
they
right?
kind of
so we can play around with
poison.
Those,
right?
Let's hop right into that. So what we were given with Monkey Dory, Okidogi, and Pheasantipity. I'm getting pretty good about saying those names. What we've learned from them is that their abilities are toxic chain, right? So right there, everyone is assuming now that these are going to be part poison type Pokemon. I disagree. I don't know if you guys have opposing thoughts, but I really think that that toxic chain is associated. What is it?
You would disagree.
I think toxic chain. I think that poison attribute is really tied to their purple. The purple chain that's on them. It's actually called chain. Yeah. So it's tied to that like purple appendage or whatever you want to call it that they have on them. And I think what is gonna happen is that they're gonna have another form where they're freed, very similar to like Type Null and Silvally. And then I think they're gonna have I think whether they have a different ability. They might have, in this form, they might have the poison type, but I think they're going to have some sort of like unlocked, unbound form.
So in their free form, though, would they be looking like Power Rangers with those masks that you've
possibly
seen?
Actually,
like more like heroes than what they look like right now?
Ooh, that sort of would have been hinted at with Palafin, right? Like that's the same kind of thing.
Very much so.
But I mean, even correct me if I'm wrong because I don't remember like off the top of my head. But with the if we're to assume that these alternate forms would be kind of what we're seeing the mask stylized after, Monkey Dory's mask still has the chain on it.
Does it?
I'm 90% sure. Now, obviously, I can't tell you for Pheasantipity and Okidogi because the chain's on different parts of their bodies. But that actually does. My theory right now with them is that their typings are Psychic, Ghost, and Fairy. And the reason I say this is because of where the chains are. With Pheasantipity, the chain is around its heart, so I'm thinking Fairy. With Monkey Dory, it's around its head, so I'm thinking Psychic. And then with Okidogi, it's on its neck, so I'm thinking Ghost, because obviously it's a little dark, but it's like it's being hung.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting.
That feels a bit too out there for me.
Yes,
but I do like the idea that they're maybe not poison type, just in that So what is it that Toxic Chain does?
It gives it where any move that does damage has a chance to badly poison. So like it showed Pheasantipity's Air Slash can badly
So why do we want to give Pokemon that are poison type that probably already have an arsenal of poisoning moves this kind of ability? It would make much more sense to give that ability to Pokemon that don't have those access to those kind of moves to, again, just keep the game really, really interesting. I still think like flying for Pheasantipity, and then I don't know about the other two, makes sense.
Fighting in dark.
Still think dark is a hot contender, but what do I know? I'm the guy who said that the Reggie Drago was going to be a dark type. So
you should have been right though. That was like a valid theory.
I thought so, but hey ho, yeah. But no, I like the idea that they're not poison type. I actually think I almost want to rule out poison type because of that.
Yeah.
But not sure about the other three. Maybe.
I might have to shoot you guys down a little bit right now, though, because there is a little bit of lore attached to it.
Okay.
Hit us.
So I've done extensive, I basically read the story of Momotaro in, all the different versions, and the same with the other one for Terapagos. So in the story, in one of the versions, at least, when they go to fight the Oni, the ogres, so Momotaro and his 3 loyal friends, those guys who we have here, they use poison to beat the ogres. They poison them. So
but that explains the existence of the ability. I don't think that necessarily has to mean the types.
But I'm kind of with Soul on this. I think they'll have a secondary type, and that's where I'm coming up with Fairy, Psychic, Ghost. But I think I am with Soul in yes, it would be nice if they didn't give if they gave Poison Chain to a non-poison Pokemon. But at the end of the day, this is Pokemon. Sometimes they take the obvious route, you know?
Yeah,
sometimes the poison type gets Poison Chain.
So with these Pokemon, what are we assuming they're going to be flying poison? Fighting poison, dark poison, or would they be more have we just thrown it out that they're going to be fire, grass, water?
It's funny you say that. It does seem like that was the consensus when they were revealed. Yeah. And then for some reason, once people find out they have Poison Chain, they're like, well, they can't be grass, water, fire.
I never thought they were going to be grass, fire, water. I always thought that they would at least be part dark type. However, that might be because we've just had the Quartet of Ruin, and we just had Zarude, and maybe this is a lot. So maybe not.
Ogerpon might be dark grass.
Yeah, Ogerpon might be as well. So I really don't want to I honestly don't know the types. I think Pheasantipity is probably part flying at least, but I think poison is the one type that I'm they are not poison. That's the ability that they use to take on the Oni, it suggests in the story.
I hope so, and I think it's very possible still. I think that people are getting really caught up on it, them being poison type. But we can't know really. It could be either or. I think it's a 50-50.
Well, what Toby just said
keeps this I don't know, because to me, maybe it's just because, I like the competitive aspect of Pokemon, so I'm excited to learn typings and stuff. But I am always all right, look, it's not a new type, so just tell us the type. It's not like they're going to be the light type, and they have the light type. They're not going to do that. So just tell us the type.
Did you see that silly
They're fueling us.
rumor? The one
Which one?
I don't know, the most recent one that was posted on Twitter or whatever, but it was
Dusty, I think you posted it.
Maybe. Monkey Dory was an ice poison type, and I'm that's new, right? That's fun.
That would be cool.
At the same time, it's just so fake. It's so fake, it's not. It's a 4chan rumor.
Oh, I have it right here.
Ghost Poison, that's only done by Gengar, right?
No, Ghost Poison, yes.
Yeah, Ghost Poison, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I mean, so I'd like that.
I do like the idea.
New types.
Yeah, new types would be great. I do like the idea of a poison trio. That sounds actually kind of cool. But I'm thinking about what Toby just said right there. Right, we use poison to defeat the legendary or to defeat the threat Ogerpon. To me, right, Ogerpon has to be fairy grass type in that sense. That's a 4-time weakness to poison.
That's one of the things I'm definitely going to point out in the coming days.
That could well be.
I do think that it's probably a grass fairy type, yes.
Yeah.
Can we, so I wanted to ask you about this because I'm writing this script, or I've just finished writing the script for this video with Lumi that will come out in the next couple of weeks, about giants and ogres and oni, because like clearly when you look at it, it's like, oh, that's an oni, and the island it's on is inspired by, I think people will most commonly know it from the game Akami, where there's the Oni Island, which is the giant face, but obviously that's part of the story.
It all comes from the same story,
all comes from the same stuff, but then the naming that we're getting is obviously ogre pond, and it's using the word the ogre there, and it's set on this island, whereas there is this giant mountain head. So we got this idea of ogres and giants, which is something that giants has been a thing for the last couple generations. We've seen a lot of ties into that, but I don't think of Oni and giants as being the same. And so I don't know. I was just wondering if you had any kind of insights on that.
Not really. I think the only reason that they changed the name, like they're not going to go with Oni, is because Oni is like literally a demon, and they don't want to go like the demonic route for a kid's Pokemon.
Sure, I mean, but have they not already in Japanese? Because I did think it was interesting when Toby was saying that. I looked it up, and Ogerpon's Japanese name is still Ogerpon, which is interesting.
But just because obviously visually when you look at it, it is not a big Pokemon by the looks of it. The island is big, the face is big, it's giant, it's ogreish, and I think though at the same time there is also there's the imagery that's on there's like the signpost, and in that it does look substantially bigger than the other 3 Pokemon. So I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. I look at it and I'm like, well, it's Ogre Pond to kind of suggest cute and sweet and less threatening, and yet there's all these ties to gigantism. So I'm wondering about that.
There's so much lore that they can pull from, and there's so much that they're mixing together. So like the thing is with giants, they're usually described as yokai. So, and a yokai is again a demon kind of thing. So so a Oni and a yokai, they're similar. I'm not a Japanese expert by any means, but for the things that I've seen, I can see them mixing all this stuff together. And then the whole thing with him being bigger than the rest, that one image is definitely telling of that. I mean, it could just be an artistic thing, but now that you pointed it out, it does kind of sound like, I was just thinking about it when you were talking, that it could become bigger and be like a Titan, actually, because we have had Titan Pokemon.
I think we've discussed that before. I like that idea a lot.
Right. The thing is that they had them in the base game, so why wouldn't they have like at least one, and Ogerpon could be the one Titan.
And it also makes, I mean, we've also done plenty of theories on Terrapagos being giant, right?
My brain just did
why would that not be a Titan?
Also, if it's the hidden treasures of Area Zero, and it's a grass type, is it possible that Titans are made from the Herba Mystica? Is it possible that the Herba Mystica is somehow part of this Pokemon in its grass element or something like that?
That's like what's growing out of its toes?
Yeah, no, that was one of the first things when I saw Ogerpon and like it being related to the Area Zero in general. Like that's where the Herba Mystica comes from. So somehow, like I don't know if it's the origin of Herba Mystica or if it like got some and it became like Herba Mystica, but I think that it has a tie to it. So actually, that's all really good about it becoming a Titan or becoming bigger. That's very highly likely in my mind now.
Maybe just because maybe the grass type is there because it's an ogre, and ogres are similar to onions.
Yeah, that's true. They have a lot of layers.
Layered.
Very layery.
He is layered, man. What's his face look like?
That's true. That's true. I hope it's not too cute. The face behind it, like I hope it doesn't make me go, "Oh, I hate this thing now."
Yeah.
I think it will be, because the point of it is I think it's the part of the name Pon from the minimal Google research I've done. From the minimal research I've done, suggests that it's like Pon is to suggest like cute and sweet.
Yeah,
and so
it's like
this
a
is
suffix in Japanese.
This is like cute giant, cute ogre, and like that's obviously a juxtaposition in and of itself.
It can be cute.
It can be cute. So we're going to talk more about this, Lumi. I don't want to say too much, but we are definitely going to talk more about specifically the mountain head itself and gigantism in Pokemon. So we've got that video coming out in the near future on my channel, which I'm very excited about. But yeah, I just think it's a really interesting choice to have this focus on giants, and then it's a small giant. Well, how does that work,
He grows. I don't know. I like that it would be cute. I think it should be, because the mask is more fearsome, and they also talk about it being a fearsome mask. So like, whatever's behind it. And then there's the whole, there's another tale of Shuten Doji, I think is what it's called. And it's like a boy who became like the worst Oni, but he was just like a regular boy. I think that like that's where
is that what the Kadabra story is based off of?
I don't know.
That's like the first thing that my head went to, because Kadabra, isn't that the one where the boy woke up as a Kadabra one day?
Yeah, that is a good point.
Maybe these are like normal tales for Japanese people. Like they grew up with this stuff. Like for me, this is the first time I've heard of it in 30s. So it's just
I grew up with Johnny Appleseed. That ain't fair. That's so much cooler,
Peter Cottontail, boring.
Yeah. They're all right. Anyway, yeah. So I think he could be like a little boy that became this ogre in some way, or Oni, I guess.
Yeah, and the story is that he is like falsely the villain of the story, where he's actually like maybe like good intentioned.
And now we're gonna catch him in a Pokeball and
imprison him in
Pokemon
Pokemon
Home for 5 years.
He's transformed by the mask. And I think it's either the mask or the power of Herba Mystica that's maybe within the mask or somehow inhabits this Pokemon that's the first hidden treasure of Area Zero that's got out there into the world, likely as a result of the very like exchange program festival thing that you're doing. I'm guessing is how that mask got out to Kitakami in the first place.
Yeah, and you can even see, from the very first trailer when we saw Ogerpon, you do see crystals, right? Area Zero type crystals in the mask. So there's, I think. Are we still believing that there's going to be some sort of like Terra Max type of transformation where the Pokemon takes on a new formation? Because what they could do is just, have these legendaries do that, but then it still takes the form of like a Titan. So it changes form, but it also gets big.
I never thought about them getting big too, but yeah, I definitely think they'll be like, like the Gigantamax to Dynamax. Like where it's for a special forms for exclusive Pokemon. I think that'll be here because
there was a rumor about that.
One of the biggest things to me is that there is a I can't remember if I mentioned this on the episode we recorded with Soul last week or if it was the week before when it was just you and me, Dusty. But if you look at the TCG, they've announced a set in Japan that's going to come out in October, and that set, if we were to assume because of Regulation D only running through September, that Teal Mask is going to drop before October, then which everybody seems to be on board with. I mean, Joe Merrick even said that he buys into that. And he's like a skeptic on those things. So when Joe says it, I take it as the truth. But anyways, there's a set dropping in October, which would imply that it is like the tie-in set to the Teal Mask. And they announced that in it will be Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur EX cards. But they did not show what those cards are. And so, my belief is those are totally going to be special forms. Because one is the Kanto starters,
Yeah, and that matches with the other
the Kanto
rumor
starters.
on 4chan.
But,
what's the other rumor?
So there was a rumor. There was a rumor posted on our post on 4chan, like in 2021, predicting that Generation 9 would take place in Atlantis, and it would have to do with the Hands of Time and time travel. So those are already 2 ticks, I think. And then the other thing that it said, well, basically, the Atlantis is like Mediterranean, but it also is confirmed because I'm pretty sure the code name for the Blueberry Academy is Atlantis.
No, Area Zero, but yes.
Yes, sorry, yeah. And so that matches up. And then the third one was that the Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur were going to get new forms. Ancient forms, which could be Paradox.
It actually did not say that. It said Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander were getting new evolutions.
Lumi is so on top of it. He's like, I will not let this be real.
I will not let this potentially rumor, speculative information get any more speculative.
No. Look, because see, this is what Dusty likes to do, and this is why
I don't like to do anything.
This is why people get on you on Twitter, Dusty. He wants to pick all those things. He told you all those things that are true in this little 4chan leak. He left out the 50% of it. That is total bullcrap.
Yeah, but that information being posted in 2021, right? I'm too far from. I'm too removed from actually reading the post the last time I read it. But from what I recall, Everything. It's like you can't just guess that stuff. It's too consistent.
Can I give you my Atlantis conspiracy theory that me and Lumi? This is the moment that me and Lumi, we were doing our script. This is for our other video that's coming out on my channel. The what about the Indigo Disc? And we had this moment of like, wait, did you just have the same realization? Oh my god, we did. And Soul specifically, I want to, because I've not seen you post about this on Twitter yet. So Atlantis is like this kind of code name for, what did you say, for Area Zero?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And obviously, when you look to the Indigo Disc, big paradisical, if that's the word, city out in the ocean, this biome out in the ocean, the terrarium, where these Pokemon are living, and it's like a complete paradise. It's very Atlantis-esque, and you've got this technology. In order to control the environment like this, you've got this technology that seems to be very godly, and it all ties into the story of Atlantis. Now, we've just met Cyrano, who is the leader of the Blueberry Academy, and everyone's noticed that, like, on his scarf, you've got the Honedge symbol. And a lot of people have gone like, oh, maybe that means he's got Honedge on his team. Some people are like, oh, maybe it's like he's got a regional form of Honedge. You know, but then Clara and the Dustox, that didn't
those
happen.
are speculative.
Ignore all of that. That's not why he's wearing the scarf. He's wearing the scarf because Honedge, Aegislash, and Doublade all have Pokedex entries talking about, specifically Aegislash, how they belong to kings. Like, they recognize the kingness of a character. And he is the king. He is the leader of the Blueberry Academy, or in other words, he is the king of Atlantis. And this is how we know he has Terapagos, because the king of Atlantis was Atlas, who is the guy he's the god who holds the world on his shoulder. And what is Terapagos? It's the world turtle that holds the world on its back. So that's the link. Soul, did you know that?
Yeah.
Toby's just trying to impress Soul Silver.
I did know that. I probably didn't tag you in it, but so before, oh my gosh, I'm sorry to go into all this.
Try again.
Before the DLC was announced, I went into all of the Atlas and Atlantis stuff. So nobody was paying attention at that point in time. So it is what it is. But yes, I totally agree. Like, I was like, it's Atlas. I can't believe it. It's like the world turtle, and it holds the world on its back. And I thought it was gonna just like blow everyone's minds, but I don't know. I mean, I
think that's confirmed now. I think he is Atlas. He is the Pokemon. That's where he's taking a lot of inspiration from. Is if he's the king or the leader of the Blueberry Academy, and he might literally be a king or of a kingly lineage. Like, Pokemon's dabbled with kings before. Aegislash literally has a Pokedex entry talking about a fallen king of Galar that it belonged to.
Yeah, he could be the ancestor of like the ancient Paldean king as well.
He could be with where it was brought to ruin. What that says to me, though, is that this guy, Cyrano, is due some kind of fall, because the story of Atlantis, of course, is that ultimately it disappears and it falls and the technology is lost. So my guess is that he has Terapagos, and that obviously lines up with his character design, but I think he has it and has been using it, the hidden treasure of Area Zero, to create the Terrarium, if that's the right way to say that.
Yeah, I really wonder... Say it again.
I said they made that hard to pronounce, because it's just they took off one R. So is it the
it can't just be terrarium, or
I think it's terrarium now, because I'm thinking like terrestrial.
Yeah.
It was really funny because me and Luby, we were in this call, we were doing this script, and we were like, oh man, so hang on, if he's a king, like a king, Atlantis, who was the king of Atlantis? Like, we don't know. And we just like look it up and we're like, Atlas. And we just like locked eyes in the call, like, isn't he the god that holds the world on his shoulder? Yeah, the turtle has the world on its back. And it was great. I think that's very clearly intentional, and that's what the Honedge is about.
Especially, allude to that. Right. Like, I think that was the big puzzle piece too, was Honedge and its connection with King's Falling. And then, not only is Atlas this guy who held up the world, but Atlas is the king of Atlantis, a fallen empire. I mean, there's so many, like, connections. And man, another cool thing about that, Toby, was I felt like that was like a Loxton moment for us. Like, how Loxton will be able to find like the small speck on a Pokemon. He'll be like, now let me tell you how this speck connects to this story, where, and like, I mean, he's just insane with that. So that's why I was so proud that like we had that moment because it was like
cool.
It was like, this is definitely it. Like, there's too much here. They put so much thought here.
Poseidon and Atlantis and Atlas. This is all Greek mythology, right? That's what that is kind of zoned in.
The names might be Roman though. Some of them, like I know Poseidon isn't, but I don't because wait, it was Plato that wrote about Atlantis. Was he Greek or Roman?
He was Greek.
Not sure. I think he's Greek.
He was Greek. Okay.
And so, and that's just interesting because obviously we've seen a lot of Norse mythology in Pokemon. We've seen a lot of different mythologies. We've seen a lot of Shinto mythology. Have we seen a lot of Greek mythology prior? Obviously, we've got the spear pillar, but then again, that more ties into the Shinto side.
I would say no.
You know what? I was thinking when we were talking about Ogerpon earlier, I was thinking them taking this approach of making it cutesy and also making it grass type. To me, the first thing I thought, I'm not as smart as you two, so I did not pick up on Herba Mystica. But where my brain went was, so they're not trying to make it like a mischievous spirit like a demon. They're trying to go for a cuter mischievous spirit like a nymph, which is, Greek in origin. Where it's like a woodland spirit.
Yeah.
There is something. Hang on, I gotta look it up. Give me a second. I gotta Google this.
Yeah. So the thing that I keep thinking, I'm like, these all sound like really great connections, but I'm curious like how the actual story is gonna run out, because now that we've been sitting with Scarlet and Violet for quite enough time, I'm starting to like almost crave and be nostalgic for linear Pokemon games, and I wonder what the DLC is really gonna be like. I keep thinking like, we have not seen Area Zero once. The climax of the games of each of these DLCs are going to be in Area Zero or have something to do with that. But is the rest of the DLC really just going to be like a fetch quest? Is there going to be like I don't know if you guys have given this any thought.
If you see the part of the trailer that has Terapagos, it seems to be in Area Zero, because if you look behind Terapagos, you can see the Area Zero crystals. I mean, that's speculative, but I also think that's why they did like close up on Terapagos. Sure. Whereas Ogerpon, they had it zoomed out and showed him like on that stage and everything. It's because he's in Area Zero, but they don't want to just go ahead and reveal, hey, you're going to be able to see more of it. Because even more than Terapagos, there's so many mysteries in Area Zero, like all the different plates and carvings and stuff you can find down there. Yeah. There's the fact that we still don't know the Pokemon that attacked Arven's Mabosif. So,
that's interesting. Could it have been Ogerpon?
I mean, I wouldn't think so because it's in Kitakami. I'm thinking it's, and this is not original to me, this was actually a YouTube commenter on one of my videos. I don't even remember which one that said this. But they said that they think it was one of the paradoxes of the beast or the sword or the swords.
Could be cool. I could see that.
Yeah.
And I like that a lot.
I got a real kick out of, I'm looking at these screenshots from the latest DLC trailer where the camera is like underneath all of these Pokemon. We're like in the swamp, in the marsh with Wooper, Jotonian Wooper, mind you. There's Yanma. I think it's like, I'm like, are they trying to make this like more cinematic than it is? Are they trying to make this look like Legends Arceus? I don't think the gameplay is going to feel like this. It was cool. It was really cool to get to take a look at actual gameplay for some of these locations, because I wasn't confident we were actually.
Well, and you got a little bit more with the Snorlax footage.
I know, that was funny. Yeah.
Go ahead, Soul.
No, I'm still back on Atlas. I mean, Dusty just keeps going 100 miles per hour. But I don't know what you were going to say, Lumi. But to answer your question, I'm of like almost of two minds with the like, what is the DLC actually going to be like? Okay. Because for me, the amount of lore and stuff and mysteries, let's say, is like incredibly more than what it's been before in my mind. I don't know. It just seems like there's just so much going on, and that is what actually scares me. There's so much going on that they could do, and that could be just absolutely amazing. And then that's the I'm just like, is there too much? And it's just going to be really simple. So I'm like, I don't know which one it'll be, but
no, I get that. Like Sword and Shield's DLCs to me felt, they were their own contained stories, which I did really like. But these do, in a lot of ways, feel like direct sequels to Sword and Shield.
Yeah.
Or not Sword and Shield, Scarlet and Violet.
there's still the mysteries of like Scarlet and Violet, like
right. That's what I'm saying, and like they're gonna be answered in DLC. I mean, even like because we're probably going to get the whole thing about paradoxes, like why Heath was able to see paradoxes. I imagine we'll get that addressed because Arvin brings it up, in like the epilogue, if you will, of Scarlet and Violet. Then like I said, I think we'll find out what happened to Arvin's mob boss, like what Pokemon attacked it. There's still, potentially we might see more of the paradoxes, like we might see the other 2 paradoxes for Entei and Raikou.
I think we definitely will. I don't think we're done with Sada and Chiro. I think really? I think even if it's a case that we're going to see Chiro in Scarlet and Sada in Violet, like I think, because we know they exist in the world and we just don't quite know what happened to that alternate parent. I don't think it's anywhere out of the realm of possibility that they might exist somewhere, whether that's at the Blueberry Academy, whether that's deep within Area Zero. There is, I believe, parts of Area Zero we haven't seen. There's, like, in the book, there's this kind of... Is it an artist's interpretation? Is it not? Like, this idea of the giant crystal chasm they found. I think the room as well, with the sort of circles and triangles where you catch Iron Valiant and Roaring Moon, I think that room is, like... I think that area is... I mean, what it makes me think of is like alien, what are they called? Crop circles. The idea that this area is like a portal to another part of Area Zero, or maybe it opens up somehow. I think that's very possible.
There's a cave on the other side of the research station that, like, you walk in, there's nothing. Because when I was trying to find, because they kind of tuck away Roaring Moon and Iron Valiant's cave. So when I was trying to find a Roaring Moon to complete my decks, I found like this one cave because I heard it was near the 3rd research station, and I went in and it was just this room, and there was nothing in there.
I spent so much time in that room because I thought that's where Iron Valiant showed up.
Yeah,
I think I did too.
Right.
Yeah,
I think I did too. I think I spent quite some time in there, but then I remembered like the picture of it had like a waterfall in the back, so I was like, this can't be the right room.
So, I definitely would like to see Sada and Turo more, but Arvin does kind of have I feel like he has closure in his story right now. So, like, what would the purpose of bringing them back be? I guess I would say to get more answers.
Fill in those blanks. Yeah, there's a lot of those blanks that, like, in terms of, like, so, but then definitively, like, how did the Paradox Pokemon get here? And what's the deal with the robots? And, like, how does the alternative parent feel about the fact that the other parent is a robot and has died or whatever? And and actually for Arvin, a potential happier ending. Like, I think where it's like, oh my gosh, my other parent's still here. I didn't even know. Like, I think that could be a really nice thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, and not only that, but I vaguely remember some dialogue. I only played through Scarlet and Violet the one time. Like, I haven't gone back and replayed. But because I just used the same save file. But I vaguely remember, like, because at the end, they are like, Nimona, you're the class president, organize the Academy Ace tournament. And they're like, Penny, you're going to work for the league now because you were able to hack their system and all this. I vaguely remember, like, Arvin kind of saying something along the lines of, well, everybody's got some use, but except me. So, there is, like, a character arc there for him finding, like, his purpose.
His purpose, yeah. I like that a lot.
I definitely see them being in the DLC as well. People think, like, they're just not going to be in it, or just...
They have to be. I mean...
No, they will.
They are, different main characters for different players.
Aren't Nimona's parents, like, in the data mine or something?
That is not confirmed. There are people that we know that are in the data mine, but it's not confirmed to be her parents. It's
because it was someone named Billy and someone named Onair, because together they're billionaire.
Oh yeah.
I enjoyed that.
For all we know, that could have just been cut content. Like, we don't know.
Well, I hate that if it is. I want Billy and Onair are going to be the best characters in all Pokemon. They're the new Larry.
I think also we gotta look at, like, so when it comes to, like, the last DLCs we had, which were obviously the Crown Tundra and Isle of Armor, what did they provide other than story? Which is, like, so for the Isle of Armor there was that battle thing in that you could go to the dojo and you could test out competitive teams, that kind of thing. Now that to me reads as something that we're getting with the Blueberry Academy. Like that's the bit above the surface, and that's something I could see Penny's story tying into as a way of like coordinating battles for across
also
the two academies.
Nimona also.
Oh, Nimona as well, right? Totally.
Like battle centric.
And then you've got in the in the Crown Tundra, as obviously there's legendary Pokemon hunting, and there's also the max raid dens or lair. Like in this, we've got this terrarium. Are there going to be legendary Pokemon scattered about? What, or is that the purpose of it? They tend to like you to be able to catch every legendary Pokemon within a generation. Now I don't know if that trend will stay true here, simply because of the way that Pokemon Home now once again integrates where you could transfer in and out, and that they might just be like, you know what, that big boss rush thing that's at the end of the Crown Tundra, we don't need it for this one.
Oh, that's interesting.
But maybe based on the precedent of like the last 4 or 5 generations, they might feel the need to cram legendaries in there, and if so, I assume that'll be there. And then Kitakame seems like a way to get Hisuian forms. Like I just think that's like they're all going to be there, like that kind of thing.
At least the evolutions. Like I at least will be able to evolve a Stantler there. I
think so. I think that's the kind of thing we'll see. Because like clearly then they're using the other parts of the terrarium to have like, here's your Alolan forms, here's your Galarian forms, that kind of thing.
That's cool. I love that, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys think we're getting new Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
I thought we would see some in the trailer, but we're getting new Pokemon, right?
I think we're definitely going to get some new Pokemon. There's not they never release games without some sort of new Pokemon, which I guess we already do have some legendary Pokemon which count for that, but I feel like regional forms, evolutions, whatever you want to call it.
I don't think regional forms.
Just
because
we get convergence?
I don't think.
For regional forms, the reason I don't think so is because for one, obviously they cut back on regional forms a little bit this generation, and I do think it was just for this generation because I think the idea was they're having like the paradoxes in a way, like in terms of design concept, are similar to regional forms in the sense that they're not drawing up a new design, they're taking an original design and building off that. So I think that's why there weren't as many regional forms, but I don't think there will be going forward because not going forward, but in this DLC, because they wouldn't be Paldean forms, so they'd have to make a whole new section of regional Pokemon, right? It'd have to be, here's Kitakami and Geodude.
Why would they not do that?
Blueberry and Mamoswine, which just sounds dumb for the record.
There's no difference between that and the Hisuian form, so I think I don't think that's a reason why they would not do that. I would love some Kitakami and Pokemon.
I strongly agree with Lumi on this one because that
you guys are ridiculous.
That's rare.
Logically, it doesn't make sense. Even like
how does it logically not make sense?
What he just explained, but also practically, it doesn't make sense. All of that, like they have to make up something that is an extra thing to the whole.
Again, you have to remember this is DLC, not a brand new game. But
I was gonna say that too. With what you were saying, Dusty Dusty was like they always add new Pokemon in a new game.
Yeah,
this is not a new game. This is an add-on.
All right, so
the plus side is we know. We don't know for a fact, but I think everyone in this little chat room believes that we will at least get paradoxes of Entei, Raikou, Jirachi.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm kind of over. I think that's a cool idea, but I after we discussed it on a couple episodes ago, I'm kind of like over the idea because I'd almost rather something else.
Really?
I was over
dude, give me a Dragon Entei. I don't care.
What are you talking about?
No, it makes sense. It makes sense, and it's probably going to happen, but I think, what do I want? Probably some different paradox.
If you're not in a world where you're like, I need to see a Dragon Entei and a Dragon Raikou from the ancient past, I don't know what you want.
I might just be numb to the idea. I might be numb to all the fan art.
Will they be different kinds of dinosaurs? Like, will they also be like raptor-like, like Walking Wake, or like, will we get a pterodactyl?
They just
Entei and a Stegosaurus.
They could do that. They just need to have some sort of attribute from whatever was in the original, like the drawn depiction of the Pokemon, of the fused Pokemon. No, I did see some art this morning. Someone made a future Entei.
I saw that.
And it looked that was the best one I've ever seen.
For a future one too, that's impressive. I'm not a fan of the futures.
I was saying this to you off call, Lumi. I think we're gonna get Terrakion and Entei alongside the Kitakame DLC, and I think we're gonna get Cobalion and Raikou alongside the Blueberry Academy DLC, and that is just simply because the Blueberry Academy is, again, this idea of future and past. Kitakame is the past, Blueberry Academy is the future. You've kind of got that technology side would work with a lightning creature and a cyborg Cobalion.
So they're going to divvy it up a little bit. They're going to divvy it up where we have both future and past paradox of the legendary Beast trio, and then also both.
I don't think so. I just think we'll get like the future Terrakion and the past Entei in Kitakame, because I just think there'll be a slightly better fit for that environment, and then I think we'll get the future Cobalion and the past Raikou in Blueberry Academy.
Toby, you had explained it to me, but I forgot. So explain again why you think those pairs specifically.
Oh yeah, that's because the legendary beast and the legendary Swords of Justice have like they have similarities in that their heights are the same. So Virizion and Suicune are a pair. Virizion and Suicune have the same height. Terrakion and Entei have the same height. And Raikou and Cobalion have the same height. Super weird connection for them to have. And then also when you look at the kind of
trivia.
How did you find that out? It's super bizarre. I've just known it for a while. I don't know.
The man just knows it. He didn't look it up when he was on call with me. He literally just went, actually, I think it'll be like this.
I
was like, what? And he goes, yeah, because they have the same height. And he just knew it off the top of his head.
Toby, that might actually be something that Soul has not tweeted out yet. So
hang on, I want to double check this. But there's the similarity of the fact that Raikou, Entei, and Suicune come about as a result of a great fire in which, Pokemon are saved to, but some are not. And then Keldeo also has lore tying into that kind of same idea of I think a forest fire and Pokemon getting saved. There's some similar. Here we go. Yeah. Cobalion. Oh, sorry. I apologize. I lied to you all.
Oh no.
Cobalion and Entei are the same height. Virizion and Suicune, and Terrakion and Raikou. So actually, I believe is that Raikou and Terrakion will exist in the same space, and the Cobalion and Entei. But it's a weird connection between the
I like it
trios.
Because Entei and Cobalion to me always felt like the trio leaders.
The leaders. Yep.
Now I know there are people. So I think
Suicune's
like reason,
No, Entei's like the proud commander. One. Yeah.
Right.
Suicune's the leader.
No, Suicune's the most popular, but not the leader.
I totally understand.
Like in law.
If they had a fan club, it'd be Entei.
See, for me, I think the only reason I think that is because as a kid, I got into Pokemon because of the anime. That's where I started. And to me, the Entei movie, it just was this force, and I didn't feel like Suicune was that in the anime. It was still very powerful, of course, but I didn't feel like it was quite the level Entei was. But then the funny thing is, Entei's imagined, but it's stuck in my head.
Wait, first up. I actually watched the third movie today, which is super wild. I swear I don't live my life watching the movies on repeat, but I just watched the third movie today. So first up, Suicune is the first one of the three to appear in the animated series.
That's true.
As part of Ash sees it, and it's this mystical moment. He's entered Johto. What was that Pokemon? In Crystal, Suicune's got obviously there's additional text talking about how the unknown share a special connection to Suicune, and there's this idea that Ho-Oh doesn't have the ability to actually revive other Pokemon. It was channeling the power of the unknown to create these Pokemon, because we know that the unknown can do that with Arceus, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina. They do it in the Sinjoh. The Ho-Oh was sort of merely willing it as a result of the sadness of the people of Ekritique. But Suicune is officially, I think, stated to sort of be the first of the three that was created. The creation, obviously, of these creatures, and even when the Unknown create Entei in the third movie, seems to be through crystal structures, and obviously Suicune has a giant crystal on its head. In Pokemon Crystal, Suicune, they talk about when you catch it, Isuine is hey, I'm butchering that name, is hey, this Pokemon makes the rainbow Pokemon appear, and then you have to go off and catch Entei and Raikou to get that to happen. So I think there's like mountains of evidence for Suicune is like the leader.
I agree.
Then Entei, it's just like, okay, but he talks a lot and I want him to be my dad. Like,
I agree.
And I have daddy
agree with
issues.
you, but it's like, it's one of those things where like, as a kid, you'll see something a certain way and it becomes a staple. Like for some reason to this day, like even though, I mean, even aside from all that, the fact that Suicune got its own game, it's a mascot of the game, but Entei and Raikou are not, is enough proof to say Suicune is the leader. But for some reason, my brain's just like, nope, Entei's the leader.
Entei's got this like,
one.
It's like a
Suicune
proud
doesn't look
Pokemon.
like the leader. That's all it is.
Well, and I think it was also like hammered in a little bit for me that they paired. You would think they'd pair again, Toby. The heights thing is brilliant and definitely what they're doing. But like, I would have still thought that Suicune and Cobalion would have been paired together for their paradoxes. Because
I love.
I've just read the dumbest bit of trivia on this. Sorry to kind of.
I want to hear it. No, I want to hear it.
This is so the same source, Novelpedia, that gave me the so we got to take everything with a pinch of salt, but I believe him on the height. That says the Cobalion, Entei, Raikou, Suicune, that they share height. 2 bits of trivia up. It says the initials of the 3 beasts are the same as the initials for the 3 Hoenn games: Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald.
That's
not trivia.
That's not trivia.
Oh my gosh! You know what I just realized?
What?
The 3 beasts and the 3 Hoenn games all have vowels in their names.
I thought you were serious.
I knew it wasn't serious.
It played it well. I can make a video about that. Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald,
Let's
Raikou.
scrap
They're all-
videos,
wait,
Toby.
they're all
I'm just gonna
legendaries.
scrap it here and let's focus on this.
Yeah, our videos suck. This is the one we gotta do.
I do like I do
like
like the link between like how we're talking about like Ho-Oh using unknown to revive these Pokemon. I don't know what it is, but like that feels very similar to whatever we're imagining the source of these Paradox Pokemon are, right? Reviving things from the past, or maybe like reinterpreting,
reimagining and using crystals to do so is obviously a big core element of that.
Yeah.
Now, there is something about Ho I wanted to talk about in relation to kind of our Johto discussion, but I didn't know if we were ready to move on to that yet, or whether you guys wanted to keep DLCing for a bit.
You know what? Let's do a little Johto, and then we'll go back to DLC. We haven't talked about the new Pokemon that are the returning Pokemon. We haven't talked about all the characters yet. We got locations. Let's dive into Johto, and then we'll
little
return.
intermission with Johto.
If you're enjoying this episode, consider supporting Hidden Power on Patreon or YouTube channel memberships. We have 3 tiers, and the lowest tier starts at just $5 a month. Supporters get access to our secret Discord server and help control the direction of the podcast. This is the same Discord where we're recording the podcast right now. We interact here daily.
This Discord server is actually where we form the ideas for each episode.
If you ask a question, we're going to answer it on the show. Supporters also get priority responses in the comments.
Our love and friendship.
You get that. You get a little bit of that too. Yeah.
Our favoritism. We like you the best.
And if you want something a little bit more tangible, we have merch. What do you guys think about the merch?
The merch is great.
We've got Team Lumi in a beautiful blue, Team Dusty
The best one.
in a forest green, and we got Team Soul in a blood red. Buy a t-shirt, show your allegiance, and if
Team Lumi.
to Team Dusty, and if you want something a little bit more subdued, this is another logo that we made originally for the show. We didn't actually end up using this as a logo, but I thought it made a great merch design.
It's literally a beta design. You guys love our beta videos.
I love this so much.
Retro Hidden Power.
And look, when you turn around, this is literally my favorite shirt. It's literally my favorite shirt. Thank you everyone for watching and subscribing, and now back to the video.
I'm just gonna steal your platform to do a little plug. I just did this video about what a Legends Johto game would look like, and everyone seems to be, well, I mean, they're watching it. I don't know if they like it, but we were talking about it, and we were talking about this idea of a past Johto game in which Johto and Kanto are the same. They're the same region, and it's set in this time. It's the Tojo region, whatever. And I was talking about how, and I've just finished Crystal. I was watching the 3rd movie. You can tell I'm having a bit of throwback sesh. And we were talking about in Pokemon Crystal, Gold and Silver, when you free the radio tower director, he talks about how the radio tower was built over a creaky old tower that used to be there, and they found the Rainbow Wing, Silver Wing, or Clear Bell. And I love this idea of Lugia and Ho-Oh had differing roosting spots in the past, and I just realized that if that's the tower in the west, and that could be Lugia's old tower, next to the sea. Then in the east, the tower that would have been Ho-Oh's roosting spot, if Kanto and Johto used to be the same region, would have been the Pokemon Tower, which is filled with deceased Pokemon, and it is the Phoenix, the creature that comes back from the dead. And that's where I think the link is. I think that would have been in years gone past.
That's
in
an
the
extra
ancient
layer.
age, that could totally be Ho-Oh's old roosting spot. So there you go. That was my thought on that I had at the beginning of the show. I was like, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
And they end up turning that into a radio tower too.
They do end up turning it into a radio tower.
What
it's
is
really
with
interesting.
radios and Ho-Oh? That's the real question.
Well, also the radio.
I'll tell you what it is. It's the ruin of Alf. It's the radio. If you tune your radio into the right frequency, you hear the sounds of the unknown.
Yeah. Also,
Oh, I forgot about that
the
feature.
Pokemon
that is such a cool feature. I love that.
In the Pokemon universe, like radio frequencies or radio waves have like more power than what they are in the real world.
Right.
Where these radio powers can actually like cause evolution, cause Pokemon distress. I wonder, what else they could cause.
The radio tower. The radio tower director in the game, the thing he's concerned about when Team Rocket shows up isn't actually the return of Giovanni. He's like, if they use a special kind of signal, they could mess with Pokemon nationwide. Please, you must save the Pokemon. That's what he begs you to do. It has nothing to do with Rocket.
Isn't that how
returning Giovanni? And that's how they got the right Gyarados.
In Shadows of Almia, the Rangers game, isn't that how they control Pokemon too, with like radio waves from their machines?
Awesome.
I know they use machines and like make them go nuts. But I can't remember if it's radio waves. But then also like in the real world, one thing that's believed like by like paranormal investigators is that they'll use radio waves, and they believe like spirits can manipulate it. So, building a radio like on two ancient places that, likely a lot of things have died in. There's a connection there.
I find it interesting that at the heart of all this, and this goes back to big Pokemon conspiracy stuff, is the Sylph Company, who build the Sylph Scope to be able to see ghosts, specifically within the Pokemon Tower. And it's interesting because the Pokemon Tower, there is nowhere else in the Pokemon world you need a Sylph Scope to see ghost-type Pokemon. It's just there. It's an isolated thing. And I've done videos about this in the past, but the energy in that place is so weird that a Hex Maniac can put down like a healing circle, which again,
that is
not a thing anywhere else in Pokemon.
Is there not one of those? I feel like there's one of those on Mount Pyre in Hoenn. I feel like
possibly
there might be.
You might be right. I apologize.
Dusty does usually know,
but I mean, it's a very similar
tied to that ghostly energy, that kind of thing. And I really think that like Sylph wanted to build the Sylph Scope. As we know, 2 years later, they have bought out the radio tower, because I believe the radio tower, it's like somewhere in the lore. I might be chatting nonsense here. I think somewhere in the lore it suggested that the radio towers are part of sort of Sylph's kind of empire, but I might be wrong about that. So no, it's not. Sylph owned the Pokegears, and the Pokegears work with the radio system. That's how. It's a Sylph product.
So there's definitely collaboration.
So there's a collaboration there somewhere, and I believe that Sylph wanted the tower because of the weirdness about it there. And it's interesting because in Gen 2, you're never allowed above the bottom floor. They don't let you. Why? What are they keeping up there? What do they know?
I feel like I'm watching a documentary right now on Pokemon lore and Sylph.
Yeah, it's like we're like outing the company.
Yeah. A Sylph is also a kind of it's like an elemental spirit that we've not actually seen. I think a Pokemon inspired by a Sylph yet, but when that day comes, I'm telling you, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Whatever that Pokemon is.
A Sylph is a thing.
It's like a elemental kind of spirit of the air, I believe. Like I was actually Googling that earlier when you were talking about what's his name? Ogerpon being like a nymph, like a kind of fairy spirit. But I don't think that's the one. Like I think one day there will be that Sylph Pokemon, and when that comes, it's important. It'll
be in Legends Tojo.
Maybe Legends
it will. Tojo, yeah.
Or maybe Mew is it? I don't know.
I love the idea of Mew being it, right? Celebi gets a lot of
Mew.
I mean, it could be maybe there's like some sort of origin between both of them. Maybe it's not Ho-Oh and Lugia, and maybe the actual split up. I'm thinking, right, if they do introduce another game like Legends, it can be called something different. I feel like, why would they not at this point make 2 different versions, right? That's how you make the most. Toby, you even talked about it in your video. But I feel like maybe we got a Celebi and Mew thing going, or maybe I loved in Legends how they actually made you make decisions.
Oh, he had a realization.
What? Let's see. Let's hear it.
It's less of a realization and more of a, wouldn't it be cool if they did, like, so kind of like your Diamond and Pearl, split up. Legends Mew and Legends Celebi, they are the same game. It just changes which side of the map you start from.
Yeah. Oh, that's it, dude. That is it.
Thing.
Oh my god, that is.
There's like a civil war or something. You're on.
It really is. It's just a different take on doing 2 different versions. Is that you get to start on, and that sets us up really nicely for a future Legends Unova game.
There's fan games. There's fan games that like let you start from Kanto and then go to Johto, and I'm obsessed. My like longest running like wish for a video game, and I thought we were gonna get it in Let's Go, is that it's like a future. It's a sequel to Red, Blue, and Yellow or whatever. And where you start in Kanto and then travel to Johto. So like the perspectives of all these characters, they're all progressing maybe 10 years in the future, but everything is new and you get to see everything. Oh, but
I want to be clear.
What you just said, it solves it.
I think that would be dope. I don't think they'll do it.
This is just wish list.
This is total wish list.
This is wish list. I love that idea.
Toby, you seem to be like super knowledgeable just in general, but on Johto especially. So I'm going to ask you this because we've touched on this before. Does Celebi have, outside of the anime, so like looking at the games, is there any connection between Celebi and the Beasts?
No, I don't actually think so.
Okay.
The best I could think of is that in Colosseum, I believe you use a time flute to
that is interesting to purify.
But even that, like,
is that canon?
That doesn't mean an awful lot because I don't think Raikou, Suicune, and Entei have any specific ties to the time flute in that game.
The reason,
I don't know.
But the reason I was asking is because I was like, I'm trying to think like because Keldeo is basically a 4th member of the Sword, so I was kind of wondering like maybe would they do something where not only do we get these 3 paradoxes, but then we also maybe get a Keldeo and a Celebi paradox. But it's really just copium because I want a Celebi paradox. Really, really
the only thing that like makes me doubt in a Legends Johto game, and I am so certain in it, I really am, but like the only thing that makes me doubt that we're gonna get it is that it really feels like it's the perfect opportunity to give Raikou, Entei, Suicune new forms,
and they're doing that right now.
Doing it right now with paradox forms that are clearly not intended to be part of what. If they do a Legends Johto game, it would be super weird to me if like Walking Wake was part of the lore. So I don't know. Is like, would they do that? 2 things in a row?
Couldn't that just be a hint?
But to counter that point, I would say it's more likely, looking at Legends Arceus, they gave the forms to Dialga and Palkia, that it'd be Lugia and Ho-Oh getting forms.
Yeah, I agree.
Sure,
And then none
true.
of the other Pokemon got anything special in Legends on the other side.
Lugia and Ho-Oh are owed forms. We've talked about this. I talked about it in the video. Mewtwo has forms. Mew doesn't really count as mythical.
It has a Z move, though.
Yeah, it does. Groudon and Kyogre have
Mew has Mewtwo.
Technically. Groudon and Kyogre have the Primal Reversions, the Dialga and Palkia Origin forms. Zekrom and Reshiram have the Kyurem fusions. Solgaleo and Lunala also have Necrozma fusions. And then there's also, with X and Y, with Xerneas and Yveltal, they've got like... Xerneas has the inactive mode, and they both can transform into a tree and a cocoon, but we don't really... So they're kind of looser.
Yeah.
And then Zashi and Zamazenta have 2 forms, and so too do the Pokemon Crud and Rhydon. They've got
we'll get those Generation 6 legendary forms in maybe a Kalos DLC or something.
Yeah, get out of here with this Johto talk. We need some Kalos love.
Actually,
I would genuinely like Johto. Johto would be. I'm a big Kalos guy, and I think that it was definitely. It got the short end of the stick. It is Game Freak's ugly stepchild. Because it didn't get anything else. It was just X and Y, no X2, Y2, no Z, nothing. But I would genuinely be just as excited about something Johto as I would Kalos. Like, Johto's just, it's so cool. There's so much they can do with it, and oh man, I want a Legends Johto so bad. And also, they need to give, they need to give so many more Johto Pokemon evolutions. They're doing a good job of that so far, but we need more of that.
We can talk about this a little bit with the DLC trailer that we just got.
Yeah. So what?
I'll put it to you, Toby, especially because you think. So you're convinced that there will be a Legends Johto game eventually. Yeah. And I mean eventually, probably.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I don't know, I had this thought, and it was just that if they really do give, let's say, Gligar and Apom
here we go.
evolutions, because that was the whole like thing going around.
Yeah, so let me set it up. So
go for it.
There's a bunch of returning Pokemon. I guess I don't need to bore you guys with the list. I'll tell you the list. We got new Pokemon coming in the what is it? The mask? The Teal mask. We got the Vulpix line, Munchlax line, Sentret line, Hoothoot line, Apom line. We're gonna circle back to that. Yanma line, Gligar line. We're also gonna circle back to that. Poochyena, the Seedot line, Corphish line, Chingling line, Feebas line, and the Grubbin line that evolves into Vikavolt. So that's just the Teal mask. But those two Pokemon specifically, Apom and Gligar, not their evolutions, have been singled out by the marketing department, and it's very familiar to some of the other things that they've done, and it's got fans. I've already seen plenty of videos and art depicting that Apom and Gligar might potentially get new evolutions, new forms, whether they're regional forms, Kitakamian forms. So that's what Soul wants to talk about.
Not happening.
I love the idea.
It could not happen as well as it could happen. It's really hard to. It is a good idea. It is weird that they are singled out as.
And why not their evolutions?
Well, it's not. It's not only that. It's just like, why just those two as version exclusives? And it's not like we had too many in the base game, I guess, either. But there was more than that. So anyway, the question really is that they have been giving Johto Pokemon so much spotlight over, even in Legends Arceus, right? So they've done it in Legends Arceus and now especially in Scarlet and Violet. The thought I had was just like, is this like their Johto like spotlight?
Oh, that's depressing.
So with Kitakami remaking the game, they're like, you know what? This will do as a Johto substitute. We're not going to remake the whole of Johto.
So this is the thing. They've done that in the past. It's never so blatant to be like, oh, this is what you're getting and you're not getting a remake. But they have done that in the past where we're like kind of like in the midsection of a generation, or the midsection. It's been 5-6 years since Pokemon have gotten a spotlight. Let's say Leavanny, right? And they'll be like, these Pokemon, like, let's make them available again.
I know you're itching, Toby, but the only other thing is just like, obviously it's the next thing in the pattern, the line like of games. Like, we should be getting a Johto like remake or something. You know what I mean? But there was more than that too. There was Yanma and Wooper. There was Sentret. You know, like they showed all of these Johto Pokemon specifically. I know that's because
Japanese. Yeah, that's a good point.
It's a very Japanese region, Kitakami, but anyway.
I try to not put too much stock in which Pokemon are or aren't in the Pokedex, which Pokemon are and aren't getting spotlights at the moment. A large part of that is because, like, I feel like I've done that before since the days of Sun and Moon, and it's never what people think. Like, I'm sure in like Sun and Moon, people were like, "See, there's not many Sinnoh Pokemon." And just sort of like, finagled, and it's like, that didn't happen until way later. I've definitely seen card sets that like Celestial Storm came out, and Ultra Prism came out, and they like have big focuses on like Hoenn and Sinnoh, and people are like, oh, now's the time, now's the thing. And I try not to think too much about that. However, I don't think there's not merit to it, in that like it could be the case that they go, do you know what? Because all of this is happening, it's so weird. So many of the decisions being made were made years ago, right?
Yeah.
And are being implemented now. There is a world in which people loved Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. They were like, oh man, this is the best thing, right? For example. And
I mean, it did sell very well.
It did sell well. But in that world, it was critically acclaimed. People loved it, and it was like a no-brainer for Pokemon that we absolutely are going to remake Heart Gold, Soul Silver with Ilka, or something like that. And in that timeline, maybe. And that could be the case. In that timeline, where everyone hated Legends Arceus and people loved BDSP, maybe it was the case that, well, they want to arrange it in a way where Ilka is ready to make Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and as for like new Johto content, that can be in the Scarlet Violet DLC. However, what I've noticed is that Pokemon are really good at angling themselves so that any number of sequels do make a good amount of sense. Like when they did Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, for example, and they've got Archer in the game, you're thinking like, they're setting up for a Let's Go Johto. Interesting. Now, obviously that didn't happen, but had Pokemon Go continued to be like a massive success and like maybe Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee were like the best-selling Pokemon games ever in that timeline, they want to be ready to say, see, we already sowed the seeds for this thing. And so I think what they've been doing over the last couple of generations is just sowing a lot of seeds behind, Ilka, Gen 5 games, Ilka, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Legends Unova,
and that's actually
Johto,
beautiful.
Let's Go Johto, just to set themselves up.
That's actually beautiful because what that actually means is that they're building games as if they're like real worlds. They're not just like creating like, okay, we're just going to do this just because. They're actually being very careful and thoughtful with all these additional placements. We call them hints, but they're really just, they're fleshing stuff out. They're making it feel lived in.
So something I talked a lot about, and I did a video on, and I sort of mentioned it in the Johto video that like speculators get ridiculed for like, not everything is a hint, but like
they do,
kinda actually. There is so much of these games that are hints, like the Isle of Armor and the Crown Tundra are. It's unreasonable to me that people do not believe that those are direct nods at like it's testing the waters for what's coming next. So, for example, the Isle of Armor, you've got this, a little bit of the kind of Japanese-inspired cultures in the towers. You've got it evolves via Honey Kubfu, this strong and agile style, rapid strike, single strike thing. So, like. That hint is there. It's very much in place. And then the next DLC is the Crown Tundra, the land that time forgot, where it focuses on crowns. You've got Regidrago and Lecky, which is the past and future. You've got giants, in terms of like Regigigas. There's something about giants in there. That
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm wondering like how much of this is like selective. Like, were you discussing this stuff back then, or does it just make sense now? I'm not arguing.
A lot of it makes sense in retrospect.
Yeah.
But now we know that that's the kind of thing that they do. Even if out of the 10 things I could list per DLC, even if 5 of them were only actually ever intended to kind of set the scene and the other 5 are just weird coincidences Toby's making up, that still means that when we look to Kitakami and when we look to the Indigo Disc, for every element of the theme, whether that's the theming, whether that's the legendary Pokemon, should be thought about with some level of like, they might be setting the scene for the next thing that's coming up. And again, half of those will be wildly off, and maybe there's a number of them where it's like, no, they really are like Kitakami, Japan inspired. Hang on, Legends Arceus, there was something about people coming up from Sinjo. We're seeing a lot of Johto, but maybe it is, maybe it's not. It's the kind of thing we couldn't possibly know until the game's actually out.
Yeah. That is true.
You couldn't know for sure without actually talking to a developer, but that's obviously not going
to back
happen.
That too. To back that, I mean, all the hints are better in retrospect. Like you pick them up.
Of course.
Like I remember how when people played through Galar, like about a month after Sword and Shield came out, someone pointed out that a couple on Pony Island and Sun and Moon talks about, hey, there's no power spot here. And then a month after Scarlet and Violet, like it's revealed, people realize that there's a wallpaper with grapes and oranges.
Yeah.
And then they realize that there's this girl who speaks Spanish and is from another region, I mean,
I'll never forget in Generation 4, the Pokemon Centers, the Pokeball in the middle of on the floor in the middle of the Pokemon Center was gold and silver. And people were like, we're getting a remake. And that was also in conjunction with a couple more things, including the first time I saw Jasmine on the beaches on the way to the Elite Four. That was the coolest thing in the world. Mm-hmm. So they do this very deliberately.
It was
how much of it is deliberate. The strange
That's a
souvenir.
really
That's
good
a good
talking
one.
point, though. to like, to weasel our way back into DLC. I want returning characters in DLC. To me, some of the coolest moments for Pokemon games, especially for people like us who are hardcore games, is that moment. Even smaller characters that aren't like really fan favorites.
She was
but like
aged
I remember walking up to that beach on I think it's Ula Ula Island, and Grimsley turns around. Yeah. It's just like, that's the dude from Unova,
because it makes the world feel like it's all connected. I agree totally.
Because we
like Chorus being a huge part in the Necrozma fusions, like him having actual role influence in that
Chorus
story.
and Alola was the weirdest thing to me, and I think awesome. Toby, I think you're making a good point that they're probably. It's like they put in all these hints or references, and they feel good as is, but they can also serve as hints. I think that's a good point.
Smart, like. It's just smart game design. It's just the smart, I think, thing to do. And to be fair to the critics of people who speculate about Pokemon on the internet, what I'm sort of saying is, well, it's either evidence that they are going to do something, or it's evidence that they're not going to do something. And I realize how stupid that is.
Yeah.
But when I look to the amount of things that people talk about on the internet, I can't help but feel like at least some of them have to have been discussions that happened behind the scenes. Like, for example, even down to like the silly wallpaper of the orange and
grapes,
what was it? The orange and
oranges and grapes.
Oranges and grapes,
Uva
right?
And Naranja.
Right, and that's in Scarlet and Violet. And you look at that. That is a wallpaper. It may be the case that absolutely no one had that discussion about, by the way, the next game's oranges and grapes. Can we fit that in somewhere? It could really go either way, but when you're there and you've got like 40 connections, and Pokemon for a fact does this with stuff like the Strange Souvenir, with stuff like Jasmine returning, it's hard to deny, I think, that some of these things are intentional. And when some of these things are intentional, you got to think, okay, well, what's the Pokemon company thinking? And I think over the last few generations, they've just been trying to keep their avenues open. Are we doing Let's Go? Are we doing Legends? Are we doing Ilka? Are we putting Ilka to that? Are we just skipping on to the next generation? Are we doing more DLC? They want to give themselves options so that depending on how the market responds to the latest product they put out, they can go, okay, well, that's fine. Here's plan C, and that one involves this kind of game, and like they can get that rolling.
Yeah, Legends is so good, and I love it so much. But I actually am starting to get excited for something completely different. And I guess I just kind of hope it is, like, I do like what Legends is. I like that it's open world. I like that it doesn't focus so much on the combat, which maybe Lumi doesn't like.
I don't like that there's no player versus player. That was my big complaint about it.
Sure.
Because, like, I mean, I can't use Hisui and Samurai and Wi-Fi, like, literally one of my favorite Pokemon of all time now, until a year later.
You smoked me with Samurai earlier this week.
Yes, it did.
So we also have a bunch of characters that were revealed. We talked about, what's his name?
Cyrano.
Cyrano. That's cool. What does that mean?
Does that mean this guy's name in my brain?
It's a French name.
I keep forgetting it.
So we got Cyrano on the Pokemon website. It says he's the director of the Academy, the king of the Academy.
Director and founder, I think.
Is that what it says?
He says, it doesn't say founder, but he does say, this is welcome to my Blueberry Academy.
Sure, okay.
So it kind of is implied.
I think it does say it.
Do you think it does? I didn't see it, but maybe it might even.
It might say on the website. Hang on. I mean, Bulbapedia says he's the founder, so I believe that. Hang on, let me double check.
I wrote that. It also says that he's a longtime acquaintance of Director Clavel. Which makes sense.
I will say at the beginning when you asked about how we felt about the trailer, when I was underwhelmed and then they hit us with like, oh, there's a bunch of stuff on the website. I was like, oh, cool. There's so much more on the website. And not so much more, but there's little tidbits on the website.
So you haven't done too much talking. Maybe I can have you go off on Carmen and her little brother. I know you're a big fan of Kieran.
No, not Kieran.
He's a big fan of Carmine.
Yeah, okay. Carmine. I mean, Kieran's all right. He's cool. He's a little bro.
Little bro.
No, I mean, there's nothing. I don't have much to say about them. I just really like her design. That's about it.
Okay, so
I mean, I do think
super interesting. Thanks, Soul, for this.
Yeah,
I know.
I really
So
you
good,
tweet about them so much. I thought you were gonna have something to say.
I really like her design.
All right.
The Poochyena thing is interesting. That
Okay,
was one
yes.
of the bigger things. So
Hoenn remakes.
He did.
Yeah.
It does say on the site that he founded it.
He found it. I just found it. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just saying that. I mean, it's another like, all we do is talk about, which Pokemon is getting a new form. Like, could it be this? Could it be that? I think that Poochyena, if we're not doing regional forms, I don't know. Maybe a new evolution.
Poochyena's got a chance.
Maybe like a new evolution though. So here's the thing: is that the main reason that I come back to this is because the rivals in the Sword and Shield DLC got Galarian Slowpoke and Slowbros and all that.
I think we are getting
Pokemon, right?
Kitakami and Pokemon. I cannot wait until they reveal whatever it might be. We're going to get new regional forms. They might not be Kitakami, but it's going to be new regional forms or evolutions in this new region. I'm telling you it's happening.
Soul to counter that Poochyena point, though, and I want it to happen because I love Mariana so much.
No, I don't. I like Poochyena,
I do
but
think
not Mightyena.
I think there's a good chance that they get the other two of the Loyal Three, and then that would be their ace.
Okay.
So they are using a new Pokemon as their ace.
If they bring in new regional forms, they will be Paldean forms, like in the same way that like Slowbro and Slowking were, and obviously to be fair, they were part of Galar.
Right.
But it will just be the case, like the lore will be, they were brought over from Paldea many years ago, and they're no longer existing on the mainland. Like if they're going to do it that way, I thought it was interesting that they they showed off they showed off a number of Pokemon, but Corphish was one of them, and Corphish is famously a Pokemon not native to Hoenn. So, like, maybe
that's awesome.
a thing there. I don't know.
Have you made that theory?
I have not made that video. No.
So
did it have
recap that for viewers.
Oh, what? So just that, like, Corphish is a Pokemon that, according to its Pokedex entries, didn't natively come from Hoenn, and we don't have. There's not great suggestions about where it's from. There is a theory about how Crawdaunt has the star on its head and the big sort of open jaw shape, which underwater looks like a Sharpedo, suggesting that it's evolved to look like Sharpedo to be fearsome to kind of predators and prey alike.
I love that.
And Sharpedo's got Pokedex entries talking about its relationship to Garchomp, where that fits in with Kitakami. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This actually brings up another point that ties into basically everything we've been talking about, which is where do we actually think Kitakami is? Because a lot of people,
South of
Sinnoh.
So a lot of people think that, right? A lot of people think that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
The Hisuian Growlithe
if you're saying,
are condemning, man.
I know, but if you're saying that they would be Paldean forms, right? To me, that's just because it's actually close to Paldea.
No. The thinking is that they've been brought over from. Okay. Like, at the end of the day, Ogerpon will be part of the Paldean Pokedex, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing, right? And I think that's to do with that's just. You can word it however you like or whatever, but like I think that's it. I mean, I think like even with like Galarian, Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno, their Pokedex entries in the Pokemon website like very clearly says that they don't visit, like they only visit the Galar region, but they're Galarian forms.
Yeah.
I think it's the same deal.
This is a big issue with a lot of Pokemon.
Yeah.
I'm probably just like one of the only ones that still thinks it's still there. I think practically it's still there, like game development wise, because of like the empty space that's like right above Paldea. I think that is where we will go specifically, but that doesn't mean that that's attached to Paldea.
I think there is too much. So in the way of we talk about it in our video, me and Lumi, but like you've got the Hisuian Growlithe statues that lead up to the thing. You've got the fact that the north side of the mountain of the island is a mountain range, which would line up with Mount Cornet. You've got this idea that the writing that's on the sign matches a lot of the Hisuian language. You've got the masks, and then you've got the your very own baneful mask from Hisui that kind of ties into this like mask sharing culture. To me, and then just it being very Japanese, and the fact that actually there is Jotonian or Sinonian, whatever you want to call it, Wooper, Sentret, those Pokemon, suggests to me that it's not near Paldea. The whole point is that it is removed from Paldea and we're going somewhere else. I think you had maybe even posted on Twitter, or someone did, or maybe it was Eduardo, I'm not sure, about the fact that the 2 outfits that they wear in the Kitakami Festival, or the 3 outfits, are green, green, blue, and pink, although it looks a little bit more white, actually, in the trailer this time round. But in the art, it's got this more pinky hue, matching the Diamond Pearl clans, and then Kogita in the middle is green. But that's a whole other thing. Again, videos on my channel. It's all right.
No, I like that idea. I feel like a lot of people felt burned with the Sinnoh games. For one reason or another, right? Like Legends wasn't like a full game, and then it was rushed. It was really only promoted for like 6 to 8 months, and then BDSP is obviously what it is. I kind of like this like return to like a Sinnoh region, right? Like almost like a nice little nice little end cap. It's like, all right, let's go back. Let's just pay homage. It kind of connects it all together, and then it also, I feel like that makes sense with Home being backwards compatible now. Where you can kind of experience all of this together, and the games will interact. Remember during the first trailer of Scarlet and Violet, and there was a Hisuian Zoroark. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they were thinking
that is another thing. Them giving a Hisuian Zoroark for the DLC. Bonus, and then also, I mean, to get into some data mines a little bit. The data mine seems to suggest that Weird Ear, Ursaluna, and Cleavor for sure, but I think also even Basilegion over Quill and Sneasler. It's like they're one of the scrap deck entries we see, which so far looks to be that's the list of DLC Pokedex entries, because everything on it is
again ties in thematically nicely with this idea of past and future, which is all encompassing with Scarlet and Violet, in that if the Blueberry Academy is clearly future tech and it is the future, then this is the past tech. This is the ancient stuff, and so it's a natural place to tie in Hisui, and you've just got like this. You've just got like a lot of elements coming together to kind of create an overhaul sort of cohesive story.
I gotta say, I love that it is like Tohoku based that we're going to, because like this blows the door open. Because I remember last year when Scarlet and Violet's releasing, when we're talking about DLC, we're like the Balearic Islands, Azores, the Canary Islands.
I wish,
but now like if we get I don't know, an Australian region in Gen 10, sure, maybe it's Tasmanian DLC. But maybe it's freaking Kalos. We don't know. Like, you might go anywhere.
Yeah.
I love that.
I do like that. It doesn't limit them so much. They can still kind of... That is really cool. Guys, I'm kind of obsessed with the terrarium. We barely talked about it. Where there are all these different biomes. The first thing that I thought about... I should have brought this up earlier when we were talking about Johto. But the first thing I thought about was the shifting Safari Zone west of the Johto region in the remakes. It's so like I feel like this would make sense if you were like playing a 2D game, but seeing how it looks where it's like very like there's the zero transition from climate to climate. And I'm imagining them just like I don't know, we've also seen this in the anime before during like they used to do that in Generation 1 and 2 where like they would change the battlefield on just like they press a button and the battle area would like change. I think this is so cool.
I'm watching Lumi smile because I won't get too much into it.
Did you guys talk about this?
This is coming up in the video. The Safari. Man. Actually, I nearly poo-pooed your idea. Because you were sort of like, doesn't Cyrano look kind of like the Safari Zone guy?
No, maybe. What's his name?
Baoba.
And you said it, and I was like, yeah, I don't really know that means it. And then as we got further into the video, I was like, oh, this totally ties in actually, because the idea of safari zones and catered paradises, conservation areas for
and then it being artificial too, like it being where it's artificial biomes. You have the marsh and then you just go up a little and it's like a grassland with Tauros.
And maybe if there's like, I don't know, if there's like 8 different biomes you can choose from, I kind of like the idea, just like how the safari zone worked in Johto, where you select which ones you want and then you go out into the area, but just like like I can imagine playing this where there's maybe some other things, some other variables you could add on that change the rates of what Pokemon appear, the rarity of those Pokemon. Maybe there's legendaries involved. I feel like this would be an excellent, like, you know, like final addition to a game that kind of gives Scarlet and Violet, like, you know, a lot of longevity. Most of what I spent my time doing in Sword and Shield over the last couple of years was the Dynamax Adventures. So this is giving me that vibe.
Yeah, I one thing that I noticed about the Terrarium, or rather, I guess the Blueberry Academy trailer, Indigo Disc. Keep wanting to call it Blueberry Academy, but that's not the name of the DLC.
I like that though.
You have in the trailer they show Pokemon terrestrializing there, and the interesting thing that I've seen people point out is they don't show it anywhere in the Teal Mask trailer, and maybe that's a coincidence, but it does make me wonder if maybe you can't terrestrialize, at least at first, in Kitakami.
Lore-wise, that makes sense. Like, we shouldn't be able to.
Right, because if the Terrarium has, like, because clearly it's the hidden treasure of Area Zero, you know, people are pointing out the blocks and stuff. If it has a connection to Terrapagos and Area Zero, then it makes sense that Terrastal would be possible there. But, like, you know, why would it be possible in Kitakami?
Yeah. I think if the mask has that power within it, then we could see other masks, perhaps for the 3 hero Pokemon that allow it, but or something similar to it. But
yeah, kind of like how we have. Yeah, kind of like how the I forget what they're called, the red orb and the blue orb in the Hoenn region. Right. They basically it's basically Mega Evolution, even though it's not. They just turned it into Primal Reversion. I could see that. I like that. So, do we have any more info? I'm going to go back to this. We learned about Lacey and Cyrano. Do you guys have any more information about, or did they post anything about the other? I think there's like 2 other rivals. Let me pull up this picture. There's 3 other people. There's a guy with a cool mohawk. There's this girl who looks pretty epic, and then Chef.
That's why I've seen people say that, like, they think they're rivals to our rivals, like Arvin and the Chef guy. That makes sense. And then I think Penny, they think the girl with the glasses and like the screws in her hair or whatever. And then I mean, Nimona, you know, she just, anyone who wants to battle her, she's gonna be happy with. So
I
hadn't seen that, actually. That's a great observation. Yeah.
I wish I could say, I don't know why. I'm gonna credit someone and it's gonna not be correct, but I don't know why. But I think it was Kayla who said it, Kayla's Capsule. But I could be wrong, and I may just be giving Kayla credit that she doesn't deserve. So
I feel like I would have saw if it was her.
But either way, she does great work. So shout out to her.
And then who is? I didn't even look it up. Who's Lacey's? Who's Lacey supposed to be for our? Is that a rival to us? She's a student there. I think it was like it said she was like a second year. Yes. Okay. Here it is. Second year student.
She's got the little hair clips that have little diamonds, and they kind of look Terrapagos-y. I suspect she knows where Terrapagos is, and she will help us in taking down the evil Cyrano. I'm just deciding.
Especially if Cyrano, like, he seems to trust her, because like when you get there, he's like, it looks like he's introducing you to her, and he's kind of leaving you in her care. So she might be like his, you know, you see in Pokemon games a lot, like, you know, a character that they're kind of with the villain, but they over time kind of get to this place where it's like, oh, actually, this is wrong, you know?
I think she's going to be very like, and again, not to like hit the parallel too much on the head here. It's a very like Lily and Luzamine relationship. That is not to say that they are literally related, but I think he is like, you know, she is the leader of the Aether Paradise, another artificial island where there's a conservation area for Pokemon. I've seen that before. And then, you know, she's kind of on your side and secretly wants to help Terrapagos, and maybe doesn't quite realize that Cyrano has other plans. Right. I think that's kind of the zone it'll go. And if you're like, they already did that, they won't do that again. they've literally spent the last 5 generations telling us the story of like a dragon from space whose body becomes meteorite fragments that transform Pokemon. Like it's the same. It's always the same story.
Yeah.
Well, and like I guess I'm
Yeah.
kind of. It's similar. I'm kind of thinking like Alon in the anime, where like he was working with Lysander, but like at the end he was like, "Oh wait, no, what you're doing is actually super messed up," and then he turns, you know.
Yeah, it could be that. Could be the case. I want to say that I was happy about this very much so because I thought that those 4 characters were just going to be like, you know, teachers or someone you battle.
Right.
Yeah, and that's it. But it seems that they will have their own stories in the whole thing. Like she's very different probably from the rest of them. Like the rest, she's the one that introduces you to the like terrarium, whatever. You know, like she has a purpose and her own plot line basically, which is exciting to me instead of just being like.
Well, and it shows you encounter the chef guy in the terrarium, so that also kind of implies a story down there.
The thing with the 4 of them is that there's 4 like areas in the terrarium, so I'm like they're probably kind of like the final bosses or the gym leaders of those. Oh, that's 4 individual
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you have like Titans in the first one, then like gyms in the second one.
But
in a way,
it is also very much battle focused from what we have read and heard. So I don't know if it's just them, but maybe that's just like the first thing that you end up doing, and then eventually it's.
So they could be tied to. This could be like the parallel to Team Star, where in the teal mask.
I forgot all about Team Star.
Yeah, but like right, like the way Teal Mask has could potentially have like Titan forms. I could see this being like you have 4 people to defeat, and they're all over the map. Team
They
Star
also do seem to be type focused. Like the chef looks fire, Lacey looks fairy, girl with the screws obviously steel, and then the other guy looks like he could be dark because he kind of seems like a little bit mean, and he's got the mischief on his jacket.
And where Team Star were like made up of like the people who are bullied. I feel like these people look like the bullies. These people look like the cool kids.
Well, it says the bullies left. Maybe these are the bullies.
They're like super advanced students. So it's supposed to be like a very challenging thing. Like the reason they invite you to the Blueberry Academy is like you did all the things. Like it's after the events of Scarlet and Violet. Like you did all that stuff, and now
it's after Teal Mask.
It's all alumni.
Yeah. You gained alumni. You gained like the attention of Cyrano. So like he's like, oh wow, this guy's like, big deal. So
yeah, it says he comes to find you after hearing rumors of your adventures to invite you to the Blueberry Academy.
Those rumors of your adventures, I suspect, are your dabblings in Area Zero. I think.
Yeah, because since it's rumors, that's why I'm thinking too. Like. Because, they're not supposed to say you went down to Area Zero. But since he's close to Clavel, like, he's probably heard, like, he has a student that actually went down there.
I think he's going to be, like... I think this guy's going to show up and he's going to be, like, trying to suss out, like... So what do you know?
Yeah.
About Area Zero? Oh, that's cool. That's interesting. Good to know.
Eliminate
him. I think that would be, like...
He's going to be, like, fake nice.
Yeah.
I love the... Like, what was it? It feels like a year ago, but I loved the idea of like maybe going back into the time machine. Because honestly, the whole Blueberry Academy seems like it's got to be like fueled by whatever the same Area Zero magic is.
Yeah, I want to be clear. Like when I'm talking about like Sereno's definitely he's evil. I think what I'm doing is I'm just relaying a lot of these stories about like Atlantis and like this idea of like a great civilization that falls. Possibly because of and I'm not 100% familiar with the Atlantis story, but the hubris of the people who have this kind of like, they have access to this godly technology that they shouldn't really have access to.
That's a story that's been retold over like many stories.
It's a mythos.
Or it's happened in real life.
Yeah, it's a mythos that happens all the time. It's one of the favorite stories of humanity. And here we've got this guy. And whenever we talk about like, this artificially created paradise. A paradise can only be a paradise for the person who like kind of has crafted it. And so I love this idea of like he's got his perfect world and no one should be allowed to mess it up. And certainly messing with what's at the core of Area Zero, time travel, the same power that's because those blocks look like they're carved from the stones of Area Zero.
Or at least like an artificial version of it, yeah.
You might get too close to the secret of his power, and it all kind of ties in together, whereas to me the story just seems kind of obvious, you know?
So this is kind of interesting. So, you know, the debate with Atlantis is if it was like a real place or not, you know, because Plato wrote about it. It wasn't like a mythical thing. He just kind of said, hey, there's this place that exists.
Yeah.
Well, so the official word is that it fell due to an earthquake. However, the belief, you know, if you get into Roman mythology and all, what people believed happened was that Atlantis tried to take over ancient Athens. And because of that, the gods were like, no, Athens is ours. Don't do that. And so the gods, they basically had a falling out with the gods. So the gods caused an earthquake to cause it to sink. Sure. So again, you have a relationship with Serrano and potentially Terapagos, and there's a falling out, which causes Blueberry Academy to fall.
The idea that the king of Atlantis is Atlas, someone who carries the world on their shoulders, with the phrase, you know, you got the weight of the world on your shoulders. This idea that he has a great responsibility to this specific place, this area. And we said in the video, and I really don't want to give too much of the video away, but we said, like, you know, Area Zero is a number, right? The implication being that Area 1 exists out there somewhere, possibly, and that is what this terrarium is. He has taken the raw materials from Area Zero. He's taken the hidden treasure. He's taken Terapagos, and with it has created his paradise. But now the secrets of that and the weight of that, the responsibility is on him as leader, as founder. And that's just don't get in the way, I think, is going to be his attitude.
That really is like a threat to humanity, to think that he could just harness this and then try to recreate reality, paradise in his image or whatever it might be.
I wonder if
we've seen that. Yeah. Like I think Lysander is like that, and I think Ghetsis is a little bit like
Team
that.
Magma, that's
Team Magma,
Cyrus.
Like, yeah. And again, it's just like this is a tale as old as time. I think I think it's a pretty safe bet to say that that's probably the story, and that's why I'm so like, yes,
maybe that's why he even invites you over. Is it's kind of a double meaning. He wants to find out what you want to know, but he also wants to keep you out of Area Zero.
Keep you out of Area Zero.
I invite you into the middle of the ocean. You're not going to Area Zero much.
Yeah.
There's something here that you guys are dancing around, and maybe it's because you say it in the video. Maybe.
Well, say it. Say it.
No,
I haven't seen the video yet.
It's not out yet. What is it?
I don't want to spoil it or anything. No,
say it.
Because what if we didn't say it? Then we want to add it.
We're talking about the Paradise a lot here, and the Paradise Protection Protocol is a thing. Like,
yes.
What if he is the bad guy? Because so many people have, for the longest time I was like, it's Terapagos. He's the elder thing that's been like trying to stop us from destroying his
We do talk about this in the video. Yeah.
I figure, but it's probably this guy. Maybe he's the one that programmed those AI to stop,
I think so.
To stop you from destroying his paradise.
Pokemon don't want Pokemon to be seen as evil.
Yeah.
And so the idea that it's not actually, I sort of alluded to like, I think Terapagos is like behind everything before we knew about the existence of Cyrano. Now we know about Cyrano and we've got all this other external information and these links to real world mythology. I'm thinking, no, of course, he's taken the hidden treasure of Area Zero and he is using it. I think the Paradise Protection Protocol, the paradise that they're protecting is not Area Zero. He's protecting his paradise. And again, that word paradise and the idea of like the technology of the Pokeballs locking due to a jamming signal is something we've already seen in Alola, where again, you've got that artificial island where there's an ecology down there for Pokemon. There's a jamming signal. You're not allowed to use your Pokeballs in the Aether Paradise, and it's called a paradise. I think that technology came from here. I think it's the same thing.
Wow. I'm going to wait until you send your video out, but I will be posting something along the lines of this as well. No, because I think that's what it is. I really do at this point. That just connected for me big time.
Something that's neat too is it's only in the English version of the games. They do not say it in any other version of the games, but in the English version of the game, Annabelle refers to the Ether Foundation as the Alolan branch of the Ether Foundation, implying there are other branches of it.
Oh, you're going even further. You're like extending. That's wild. I'm just thinking like it's probably like the treasure is what he has and that's how he created the terrarium and everything, the Blueberry Academy, and that's probably what he doesn't want destroyed. I don't know. I'm just still thinking about it a lot.
It is also there's the idea then that and we don't bring this up in the video. Actually, we should have, and maybe we will. But it's the fact that the terrarium has the eyes. The Terra crowns, and again crowns, king. Okay, wonderful. So the eyes are viewing all of the battles that are happening around Paldea. And his school is dedicated to battling. Like that also is like, that's not without some kind of, I think, purpose. I think they're trying to create a certain kind of powerful Pokemon trainer.
I like that.
By studying the battles of the Paldean world.
That's a very Pokemon threat.
And even with like, I think we say it in the video. There's I'm just like ruining our own video now.
But I didn't even know you guys were making a video.
Scattered throughout the episode. We're good.
It kind of happens a lot, but it's just that you're not going in as depth, so you're good. You're
right.
Good.
Yeah. There's so like in the UK we have the crown, but we also have the crown jewels, and these are our symbols of royalty. And now here we again, he's stolen literally the crown jewels because the Trastling creates crowns with jewels.
That's cool.
And like he uses the jewels, and it's like there's so like Pokemon have thought about this. Like there's that whole thing of like, I know people were like, oh man, Loxton's crazy. He's talking about like all this alchemy stuff. No. This is what they do. These things they tie in multiple mythologies.
The reset's coming next gen.
Next gen, big reset. We also talked about. I've done videos talking about how like Terrapagos, Necrozma, Zygarde, and Eternatus. I think Terrapagos is part Dragon type. I just think that's the case. And I think this idea of these dragons from space that have like multiple that have their bodies used for the transformation of Pokemon, and there's the 4 parts of the Arceus as it is in the real world, which are light, life, reflective, and poison, and that poison is Eternatus, or chemical is Eternatus, that's it. Light is Necrozma, life is Zygarde, and so therefore reflective is this. I do think we're culminating to something, and it just so happens the next gen is Gen 10.
Yeah,
I think we're culminating to something really big in the next couple of years.
Yeah, so I was gonna segue us into the types, because Soul, I'm looking at your Twitter right now. You got a picture of Xerneas with its neutral mode turning into active mode, and you're relating that to what we saw, or how we saw Terrapagos in the trailer, where it didn't have all the colors lit up. I don't know. I have not seen this before. I think this is so cool.
This in the trailer, I was going to say screenshot, but in the screenshot from the trailer, it's just like they're not formed. It's typings on its shell, basically. Yeah. So I think that either they're like pulsing, or they're just like it can form them at will. You know what I mean? So it's interesting to say the least. I think I agree with Toby. I think it will be dragon type. Maybe just pure dragon.
That's what I was gonna say. It could just be pure dragon, where we see normal type as a neutral type, or the lack of a type, but it is a type in itself. We have base form Arceus as normal type. I think Terrapagos would be base type dragon,
or the ability
and then
to
could just change whatever.
Yeah, the ability to oscillate type, like the idea that maybe it just randomly has a different type every turn unless it's holding a specific item.
Oh, that's cool.
Which we've seen with the Arceus system and the Arceus plates and all of that.
Yeah.
So I think
a dual
totally
type
possible.
a dual type's always fun, but I feel like that does kind of muddy the concept, right? It's like if it can change type, like have the type be just one type that can change to another one type.
Yeah, I do agree though about the Arceus thing, that like it is definitely the reflective one, and we've done all of them, and so Gen 10. We will see something different and new.
Something big, something new. I know that, I think it was Eduardo on Twitter, maybe we spoke about it briefly, has mentioned that in their model of how Pokemon tie into real mythology, there's actually going to be like 8 creatures that are like this, but I don't know enough about that. It's to do with it's the Jewish symbol, I think, the circles that create the tree of life. Is it?
Right.
I'm not super familiar with it. I need to do more reading on it.
He goes in depth with all of that stuff. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how much of it is exactly true. I mean, he believes it too. Yeah. You know, he believes it, but I don't know. I think yes, they've thought about it. Yes, they're implementing some parts of it. But I don't know if they'll go all the way. I do think that this Arceus part of it they pulled from for sure because of Arceus itself. I think Gen 10 we're in for some big new things.
Something big. I think the story of like the story of the dragon, the legendary dragon from space whose body is used for transfer. I think that is like, I'm sort of hoping after Gen 10 at the latest is like done and they tell some new stories, because like I feel like I've just seen that a lot, and like I think this would be the 4th and final chapter in that, and that's to say, even that is to say that the generation before was about the original dragon, which is the Kyurem thing, which will get revisited again probably as part of the Gen 10 celebration. Yeah. We'll see. But by Gen 11, if they do a Gen 11, by that point, new stories. Come on.
You know,
I really wonder.
I could see them pushing the Johto remake into Gen 10 just so we get Kanto in Gen 10. You know what I mean? Because Kanto would be in a Johto remake.
Yeah, but then
what
would show up in the next? We still have 2 years?
Okay, well, if you want me to be legit, what needs to show up is a break.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Sorry, I can't hear you because I'm currently falling through Mesa Goza City.
We do no. Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen.
I don't think Pokemon will do nothing. I think this is the issue. Is like regardless of what we think would, and I agree that like, I mean, I just got done playing like Tears of the Kingdom. Like that stuff's phenomenal. I get it, but like at the same time, Pokemon, companies work by their yearly turnover and their yearly profits, and I think there is a degree to which Pokemon, if they want to continue producing good games, they also need to work out how to produce sellable in-between stuff, and that's what DLC might well be, and I think that's also what Ilka had the potential to be, potentially. It's just like
I feel like
the company
still
handles this.
And I feel like Ilka's still in the mix. Their game sold very well. Like, I don't understand, and they're still doing home. People are blaming Ilka, but I mean, people were blaming Ilka and saying that was the problem with BDSP. But now we've seen Scarlet and Violet, and it has had so many more, if not even more.
Okay, but it was also more ambitious. Like,
it is more
ambitious. You have to wait out two. One is a from above, linear game.
Yeah,
the other
down.
one is a movable camera.
You're not creating anything new. Yeah, that's a good point.
But I will say what I would love. They won't do it. What'll happen next year will be either an experimental game or like or maybe even just an Ilka remake. I don't know. But honestly, what I'd be fine with is just more Scarlet and Violet DLC.
That would be cool.
I would be like, absolutely. Like, give me just 5 new Pokemon and then maybe 100 returning Pokemon, and I'd be like, this is great. Thank you.
Yeah, so like, what if after we get these 2 new batches of DLC, then they go, oh, well, guess what? We still haven't shown you what is in the top right part of the map. And it, like, what if that's something? Are you guys saying that's Kitakami? Like, what? We don't have an answer for
I don't think it's Kitakami.
Like, what is that? Is that
only Soul does?
It's South Kalos.
Oh, Soul knows. Great, Soul knows.
No,
great.
I said does, not knows.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know about all that. I do think that
Soul knows something.
I think that Ilka is done, but I don't think that the concept is done. Like what Toby was saying, like that they'll have another company take care of other games. Let's say
other projects.
Other projects, exactly. Or not even a company, but
new Pokemon Snap DLC.
No,
I know it's not mainline,
Snap.
but that is Dusty. You haven't played it. You can't say that.
New Snap is great, mate. You got to play it.
I'm sure it's fun. I'm sure it's fun.
Neither of these two have played it, Toby. Neither of them.
I just
That's nuts
beat
to me.
the 4th temple in Tears of Kingdom last night. I'm like, great. I'm gonna go make some more food. I think I'm gonna go build the house, and then I'm gonna go take on whatever's in
But like,
Hyrule.
New Pokemon Snap is genuinely the best, in my opinion, that Pokemon have ever looked. They look insane. It's beautiful.
They look
Apart
that
from maybe
way.
Smash Bros. Smash Bros.
But
look good.
but it is a very linear game. Yes, there are different paths you can take, and that's why it looks so good. Something that I started thinking about was
not as linear as you. It's not as linear as the first one. Like
There's a lot of joy out of it.
Like it is linear in the sense that there's one path, but the Pokemon
It's not like you can go look behind them.
Things. Yeah, but the Pokemon, they will be. It's not like in the first one, you're going to start out on that one, and a Doduo is going to run out in front of you.
And it's
not like that in this. In this one, sometimes you'll start out and there'll be a Pikachu fighting a Crabrawler. Sometimes there will be a Crabrawler on the other end of the beach, and the Pikachu's just walking around.
I feel like
it is different.
Yeah, I'll definitely play it at some point. I feel like a big issue is that Game Freak doesn't want to relinquish their 30-30 or 33-33-33 split on Pokemon, right?
I get which is why I think those games where it's like, you know, I think BDSP is, again, just a clever way of testing the water. Do people want, like, would they buy the same game again? Like, would they? And the answer is, yeah, probably.
100%.
I was kind of a little shocked back, and this is getting a little bit deraily, but I was quite shocked back in the day when, well, I guess earlier this year, when the Virtual Console GBA got announced, and I was just, not Virtual Console, but the Switch Online GBA and GBC, and sitting there going, these are the best-selling games of that console. How is that not a thing? And I know people would argue, you about the rights, and like, how do you handle that between all these companies? And I'm just Pokemon. Like, they would handle it. Like, there's a lot of money on the table.
If they
it's
want
not like I'm trying to do it, and they're like, who are you?
So it might well be the case that
they don't want it to be free. Like, they don't want, I mean, you know, obviously it's not free, but, you know, they don't, like, we could tack an extra price tag.
I think it was too, I think it was too close to the reveal or to the release of Scarlet and Violet, and it would just, like, interrupt the hype and the need and the want for a new game, which is DLC later this year. So now I'm starting to think this isn't going to happen until 2024 mid-year, like in the summer or something.
There's gonna be a time, like, I mean, you say sort of about, like, you know, Gen 10, like the idea of, like, before Gen 10 comes out, Gen 1 coming out as a again, like a hype builder. I think what when we zoom out away from the DLC, we realize that 2024 and 2025 are build up to that 30th anniversary and probably Gen 10. This is Pokemon's last huge anniversary until like the 50th at this point.
Yeah.
There is so much importance on that date and on whatever that game is. And I think that whatever gets revealed at Pokemon Day next year, whether it's nothing or whether it's a whole string of things, all of it is within the context of that date. I think it's all about how do we now gear people up ready, get them excited, make Pokemon a huge kind of cultural moment, like beyond what just an ordinary game release.
It was another Post Malone concert.
I think they're just kind of like, they've got every option to play with. They can do Ilka remakes, they can do Legends, they could do Let's Go if they wanted, they can do re-releases of old games, they can do more DLC, they could do more DLC for Legends Arceus. Like, what's their oyster?
I don't know. It's like, what would be deserving of that though? Because I feel like in a lot of ways, it's like, I love Johto, but how important is that really for the series, right? I love Unova.
Very important. It's
important
Pokemania. It's part of the Pokemania age.
It's also like we think the OG is Kanto, but if you think about it, the OG is really Kanto and Johto, because that was
that's
plan,
basically what you just said. Yeah. It's like, that is Pokemania, both of them.
Yeah.
Well, and also Johto. I mean, and Johto quite literally has Kanto in it, so that alone is reason enough for Game Freak to go, boom, we got to put Kanto in.
Yeah, it's interesting. Because it's like it's like one moment. It's like, okay, this is the year we're gonna do it, and but what I mean, it's like, what I want though is like a shakeup of the franchise, which I don't have any confidence in that anymore. I'm like, I don't think
if that's gonna happen, I think that will be after Gen 10. It might be Gen 10, but like
something as big as like an open world game. We already have that. An MMO game, right? Where it's like kind of what Lumie was saying, where it's like you go somewhere and it's like, what if this is something I was thinking about earlier. Pokemon Home being backwards compatible now completely blurs the lines of what a generation really is.
Yeah.
Like a generation now is like a console, like a Switch, any game that's on a Switch is that current generation. So what if Generation 10 they introduce a game where every 2 years, let's say, they add on like a new region, something exploratory like that, right?
The next, that's the other context that's happening is we are coming to the end of probably the Switch's, main lifespan.
Yeah.
They will be developing with that in mind as to what's coming out next. I really think that, and also you got to think about this company going, okay, what is the 50-year plan? We've gone for 20, 25, 30 years. We've been a very successful company doing the same thing over and over and over again. Will that kind of routine continue to be successful for another 30 years?
Yeah.
Or will actually by generation 15, 16, are people going to be so disenfranchised if we keep doing the same thing? I think they've really rinsed this formula for a lot. And it might be the case that actually there's still a lot of longevity in that, but they might go, do you know what? We need to use that 30th anniversary, that Generation 10, that new like Nintendo console as an opportunity to set up what the future of Pokemon's going to be for the next like 20 years. Like they're going to be thinking in that scale, I hope.
I think so. I agree.
Yeah.
I think they have to if they want to continue to survive. I think that's just how it is.
They had a
what
real
are we
boom
thinking
in
for Gen 10
2016
region?
for where it's going to be.
Yeah, like where is it going to be?
It's not going to be China. It's going to be New England. It's going to be Boston, New Hampshire. It's going to be I think that's what it's going to be. That would be sick.
All right.
I would.
It attaches.
Full-time Bakugan player then.
So I was kind of kidding, but that would be kind of sick if they made a region that would like actually connected to Unova, because that's Unova's going to be the Gen 5 remake. That'd actually be kind of sick.
Bro.
In New England, I was kidding,
Australia.
but New England does actually connect to New York. So.
Do Australia.
Australia is sick. Australia feels like it's a continent, it's a country, it's its own culture. It's like legendary when it comes to like all the different or like notorious for all the different like animals and unique creatures that are there. It's like hostile. It's also like, you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like it's just like Australia.
I think we're going to know by, so let's say Gen 10, let's say, for example, Gen 10, 2026, 2027, 2028. I think by 2029, 2030, we will know more or less what Pokemon's going to look like for the next 20 years. Like, I think we will know, like, so this is their plan. It is either to continue just doing more of the same, or is they're shifting into this new direction. And I really think that will be it for the long haul. And kind of if I'm still sitting there in whatever our equivalent of Gen 11 is, and I'm going, I'm not really enjoying it.
Yeah.
That's just going to be Pokemon for the future,
yeah.
I think.
There
my hope is
be
a big
some,
change.
There definitely might just be some growing pains right now. I feel like this last 5 years, all of these 3D games have just been like lacking in terms of like how they're actually delivered. Like I feel like if you go back, all of the older games are still they cut corners all the same in all the 2D games, but it's just you can't see the cut corners. I think
this idea of past and future would be a wonderful way to get us ready and transition us into a world where we have, we see a lot of those games like the Octopath Travelers and all of that stuff, where we could see a world where it's 3D world, 2D sprites, and you get that charm and that character, and you don't need to be creating big complex 3D models that have crazy battle animations. You do it all within this pixel art form. They know that while Pokemon audiences, there are young Pokemon audiences, of course there are, that's a huge part of the demographic. There is this kind of nostalgic older fan base that is a big part of that. I think they could appease us both. But we'll see. I think, if there's a generation to experiment with that, again,
I hope
Gens 10 to 11 is like the time to do it.
I agree.
So in 2016, I think it was 2016, when Pokemon Go launched and it actually blew up, that was a huge revival for Pokemon. That was when Pokemon was actually put back into the #1 grossing, media franchise of whatever, right? So that's we're coming on 10 years of that status and that hype. That was like, okay, so like I feel like what they've done since then is try all these different formulas, and things have failed. Right, things have failed, but they've also, I feel like with the main,
they've hit some winners as well.
They have had some winners, And I feel like they also. So we were looking at the numbers, right? The financial numbers of like how well these games have sold and how much money was made, and I wonder if they don't necessarily are looking for, if they're not necessarily looking for like the best of the best. I wonder if they're actually willing to try things and be comfortable with just like mediocrity when it comes to like an interesting spin-off, right? Just to try it out, right? Because they're obviously not losing money, but like what I'm thinking about is the 2D games. Like those sound so amazing to me, but Lumi says it as a younger person that he doesn't like that. And I'm sure there's plenty of people who don't like that.
I'm not that young.
No, I know, but right, that's true. You don't like those, right?
No.
You don't want the 2D games.
Wait. I love the 2D games. I love the 2D games. But I am like, okay, it's 2023. Give me something that's one thing I look for in Pokemon is immersiveness. That's why I know that a lot of older fans don't really care as much about camping, picnicking, those things. But I like those things just because to me it's like that's what's real. Like I'm sorry, but if I had a Pokemon, I would be picnicking. But
that could still be done in a sprite art style. Like,
but the sprite art style now, and I have a counterpoint to my own argument here. The sprite art style is not quite as immersive. However, counterpoint, neither is a 3D game where I'm just clipping through the ground half.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I disagree. I disagree in that, like, when you look at the sprites and like the sprite animations of Gen 2, 3, 4, 5, you're looking at these like really, like, if they have limited amount of frames to convey what's the personality of these creatures, and they often are really depicted as creatures, and that to me is more immersive than the toys that we're looking at in the modern days, where it's just like, yep, that is what every Togekiss looks like, no matter how you frame it, no matter how you angle it. That's just what Togekisses looks like, and it doesn't have, I felt, a lack of like personality. I mean, people talk about like the old Ken Sugimori art style looking like, depictions that you would find in an adventurer's notebook of a creature posed as it would with that attitude, and that, and when you look at it, when you look at a lot of those creatures as they are in the more official art now, they're very like, I don't know how to describe it. It's very much like, this is the official art, this is how it looks, do not break the mold.
It's like a cartoon character.
I don't know how to describe it. I feel like I'm articulating poorly. I've seen a lot of great videos on the subject, though, and I agree.
No, I mean, and I don't judge anyone who, like, I totally understand the logic of, I love the 2D games, let's go back to that. And to be frank, while I don't want to go back to 2D games, I don't want the next game to be open world. I like it linear. I think that I think Sword and Shield was closer to being on the hear me out. Okay, right. I think Sword and Shield was closer to being on the right track than Paldea was, just because now I think Sword and Shield dropped the ball, but I liked the idea, just the basic idea of having a like linear game where it's like, okay, you've done this, now you need to go here, but there is an open world, you know what I mean? Like not world like
so
where you
for
can
me,
go
what
anywhere,
that is,
but an expansive area.
So
their routes sucked. Their routes were way too linear, and that needed to change.
For me, that success was Legends Arceus.
Yes.
Where there were like, you go here, then here, then here, but there's little biomes that you play around with, and then once you level up, you go back to other areas, and there's new things to unlock.
You explore.
I didn't feel like
Legends
there was
is a
any
good
of that
example.
in
I
Scarlet
jumped to
and
Sword
Violet.
and Shield because it's the traditional formula, but that's what I'd say is do Legends Arceus, but in a traditional formula. Like
Legends Arceus with like little communities that live in each area, that kind of thing, and like totally like more areas that are locked off by way of progression that you can go back, like come back to. I think that's really like, that's the future for me, where I'm like, okay, if you're going to continue doing 3D Pokemon, that's what I want to see.
Like when I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom, I go back to areas and people are selling things. I'm like, that's so cool.
Well, yeah, and
there's like old characters that I ran into, and then now they're there. I'm like, that's awesome.
I like when the games make you backtrack as well. Like I liked that, in Sinnoh, you go down through Hardhome, then you go up to Pastoria, or not Pastoria, Veilstone, go down to Pastoria, and then you're back in Hardhome. And sometimes they'll even kind of send you on like fetch quests. Like you'll get to a city and they'll be like, oh, well, I need this thing. And it's only in the city that you were in 2 cities ago. I do like that a lot. And that was something else about, I guess it's open world that caused it to be like this. But I felt like in Paldea, when I visited an area, that area was, once I did the thing there, it's useless.
You're done.
I feel like Pokemon has been trying to streamline a lot of like, I see it mostly like in the back. Like they're trying to like make everything convenient. So back in the day, right, there was a move learner. The only place you could use the move learner was in one specific town. Let's say Falarbor Town or whatever, right? So that was like interesting back then because it's like, oh, there's a reason to go back there. I can like relive it, right, at different points in my journey. But what they've done instead is that you can do that from any point. So now there's like no purpose to ever go back to any town ever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the only places relevant are like Porto Marinara and then or Marinata, whatever it is, and then
Marinara.
The marinara sauce. But and then the I don't even remember the name of it, but the Ghost Gym Town. Because you didn't do bottle caps there.
This is a little bit where the underwhelmedness hit me when I looked at the DLC, and to be quite frank, like I looked at Kisakame and I looked at the Terrarium, and I just went, "Yay, more dead space for me to explore." Yeah. I'm saying that heartbroken, right? I'm a Pokemon fan. Right. I want to be excited for these things. I really, really do. But that's how Scarlet Violet left that kind of taste in my mouth. And like for me, what I love about Legends Arceus, and where I think they hit the nail on the head so well, is that those spaces are really fun to jump between and to go like, oh, I'm gonna go to the ice area. There's that group of Pokemon. There's, this here, and there's unique things to do in each area. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of had the same problem. I kind of had the same problem with Legends Arceus, though. I felt the same way about it. Yeah, because once you were in an area, you kind of were done with the area. Like, there's nothing more to do once you go there. Once you catch the Pokemon from there, and it's even easier to catch Pokemon there. So and there was less Pokemon, even more so. So I have that same feeling with Legends Arceus. But
interesting. Yeah, the thing. No, but in Legends, to me. Catching was the most fun of all. I used to hate catching Pokemon until I didn't even like it in Let's Go, but until Legends Arceus.
I'm a more like classic. Pokemon
that's how I am with. I'm with you on that. So that's why I said like the Legends formula of segmented open worlds, but still like you can't go to point B until you've done what you need to do in point A. But there's so much to explore in point A other than just the thing you need to do. I think that's a great formula. Just instead of Legends Arceus, I want gyms. I want Pokemon battles. I
like how Tears of the Kingdom has like all these micro ecosystems or micro economies. Whether they're like, what are they called? You get the Koroks for inventory, and you got the Wisps for like reclaiming old stuff.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
like that's what Pokemon is missing. I feel like they have money, and they have now the Battle League or points, whatever, but you can substitute either one for anything, and then it's like you go throughout the region and there's all these things to pick up, but it's like there's no purpose for any of them. Like none of it feels important.
Yeah, I've been building up my bankroll of battle points in Pokemon Home for about 5 years.
Yeah.
It's not 5 years because it's not been around that long. But it pretty much has just come out. And I have no idea what to spend these battle points on because I'm just that like
they're just life
orbs.
I've
got effectively endless money in the world of Pokemon, and I just don't know what to do with any of it. That doesn't mean anything.
It is really good if you do a lot of competitive.
If you're into competitive,
I do competitive. I mean, I've got a whole channel where I do battle videos, and I mean, so I utilize it. I'm broke all the time.
So you gotta get some from Toby.
I'm starting to really like the idea. We mentioned it earlier, but like I think it'd be a really interesting solution if the Generation 10 game was, just your classic Pokemon game, but then instead of immediate DLC, maybe they have these other companies in the interim. They have these other companies produce like more experimental games, whether they're BDSP or 2D, whatever. And then maybe like, let's say 2 years later, not 3 years, but 2 years later after the main series Gen 10 game, They give us another game, and it's not Generation 11, but it's like another region that we could go to as post-game for Gen 10, or because it's a DLC, you start your adventure in Generation 10, whatever region that is, and the first gym you choose could be in that new area, in that new region that came 2 years later. So basically now you have this like over the course of maybe like 6 years, so it'll be like 2, 2, 2. Like you have this like ever evolving region. It's the same engine. They can continue to like fix it. Because games can really be, you know, I always go back to Skyrim. Like I played that game so many times in so many different fashions. Every time you play it, there's a new way to play it. And what I miss in Pokemon games is the replayability. Again, going back to everything being convenient. There's no reason to reset my game and like play through it again, right? It's just like, I mean, you can do it obviously, but
in fact, it's de-incentivized because the opening of those games are so, even Legends Arceus, which is my favorite, I think the opening of Pokemon games nowadays are friggin' criminal. Like,
Sun and Moon is like,
it's like 2 hours. Yeah, really. It's awful. But like, how much fun would it be? And this is why I'm like, this would be the coolest thing in the world. If I could start up a Kanto game and then play through it, but then like go to Johto after. All right, maybe that's a bad example. But you know what I'm saying? Like to just like if I were to boot up the Gen 10 game and then go to the other region first, and then you would, to also do this, you would also have to make it where those 9 to 16 gyms are scaling, right? They have to like now not be level 10 Pokemon, level 20 Pokemon, level 30. They got to be scaled up as well. So there's probably a bunch of issues. I have no idea. If you're a game developer, or a game planner or whatever, like let me know if any of this makes sense. But to me, how could it be any different than DLC? That's how I'm looking at it. Because when we're gonna get DLC at the end of the year, and if you do start a new game, you're gonna be able to go to the DLC first, or at least that's what you could do in Scarlet and Sword and Shield.
Once you get to Mesa Goza, you can do Kitakami.
I think with all of these,
not Blueberry.
With all these games like Skyrim, Fallout, Zelda to a degree, like there's always the early Vault, or with Skyrim there's the early attack on Helgen, and then there's like all these things, and it's like trying to keep that bit relatively short, or if it is going to be long, like I think Tears of the Kingdom's intro where you've got to do the Sky
long.
Island, it is quite long. It is no denying. But as soon as first of all, it's a really fun tutorial to engage with. You can combat it a number of different ways and definitely incentivize that replayability. But then also, like, the moment it's over, do what you want. I really think Pokemon does that and has managed to do that, in that, like, once you get to Mesagoza, you can do that. But it's that first portion, in my mind, is just, it's not fun to engage with.
It's not fun.
I just want to get it over and done with so I can get to the game that I was promised.
Not feel like a chore.
Yeah. I feel the same with Legends Arceus, honestly.
It doesn't the first time, obviously. But if you want to play it again.
I don't know, like, even with the first time, just because it's like, walk here, dialogue, walk here, dialogue, walk here, dialogue, and it's just like, let me engage with the world. Let me, make some decisions. Let me choose something to say that this was my run through.
Even when you get to the first area in Legends Arceus, it's still like that for a little bit.
It really is.
Like, it's not until you start unlocking rides that you're able to branch out.
I desperately
before that even.
Yeah, you think?
I feel it still takes a long time though to get to before then.
It's about 2 hours.
Yeah, but you can still capture. So what I'm pushing back on is the intro of Legends Arceus is slow, but it's not like it starts. It's not like it's prolonged until you can get ride Pokemon. I feel like the game's a lot of fun when you don't have ride Pokemon. When I was playing that game, like, it was scary. It felt so scary and like everything felt way more important. Navigating on foot.
Have you replayed Legends Arceus?
A couple months ago. Yeah.
Okay, because I was going to say, because I feel like though that wouldn't be true if, again, like we're discussing, you beat the game and then you boot it back up, restarted. It's not as scary now because I just did it.
Yeah, that could be true.
So that's more of a first time playthrough.
But I think it's like you can still capture Pokemon, right? It's like the older intros. Where you get off.
And to be fair, Scarlet and Violet does that like a little bit, in that once you've got Miraidon, but before Mesagoza, there is an area where where one of the ruinous quartet is, and you get to explore it and that kind of thing, and like that's fine, but I really feel like it's by that point the tutorial should be over and you should be free to like go and do whatever it is you want to do. Like that's the point where
why didn't they just say, hey, you know, Koraidon and Miraidon, like when you get to the city, you could probably ride on that, and then now you can ride on it. Like instead, they made you go through the treasure hunt begins. Oh, now you can ride it. All that. I feel like they should have allowed you to do that, and just, I mean, they could have just had the gyms like be closed because you haven't yet activated the treasure hunt. Yeah, they could. There were easy ways to get around it.
Or just like you go do the gyms, and then at some point you come back and there's like this. Oh, there's a gym chat. Oh my goodness, look how many badges you already have. That's kind of wild. That's like, you know, and you can do it in any order that plenty of people will go straight to Mesagoza and see those cutscenes in the correct order. But like, I think it really should just be up to people to choose whatever story suits them best. And I think that's what's always fit Pokemon.
I agree with all of that. I would have just loved level scaling. I don't want to go into like a big
level scaling was it for me.
But just that, if that was level scaled, then it would make all the difference. Then I would be like, yes, everyone should be able to go do whatever you want.
I actually am anti level scaling.
Really?
Controversially so. Yeah. And that is on the basis that maybe there's still a way of handling it, but if your Pokemon are level 10 and the game goes, okay, you're going to the first gym, your Pokemon are level 10, we want to give you a little bit of challenge, so they're going to make them level 12, right? And that doesn't matter which gym you've done, which gym you come up to, it's going to be a level 12 Pokemon. And now you do that, and you go to your next gym, and your Pokemon are level 20, and they go, I want to give you a little bit of challenge, so this is your second gym. They're like level 22, 23. What that means is that Game Freak is deciding the difficulty of these gyms. And I actually think that's a bad thing, because if they decide,
anyways, aren't they?
No, because ultimately you can decide to go to a later gym and have a harder time on that one first, you know. And I actually think that's better that you have the choice of difficulty than Game Freak, because if Game Freak decide that the correct level of difficulty for each gym is about 3 or 4 levels higher than wherever you are, then you are all, like, every battle is the same. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I get what you mean.
I think the solution is to have a bottom, have like a level minimum. Then, if you were to beat 3 gyms, right, in any order, if they're like the 8th, you beat the 8, 7, 6 gym, right? That's 3 gym badges now you have. I feel like the rest of the badges, when you go on, let's say, then you go to gym number 1, that should be probably scaled up to wherever gym 4 would be, because that'd be the 4th badge. Only for those lower ones, the ones that are like
so maybe the scaling is not based on the level of your Pokemon, it's based on the number of badges, and so you still have the choice of, do I bring in lower level Pokemon just to make it a bit more difficult for myself?
I think that's the thing for me. It's like, yes, I agree with you. I think it's kind of fun to be like, let's do the hard thing first. That's like a fun challenge, right? But then where it gets boring is that if that's gonna,
go back and do the hard stuff eventually.
You got to do all the easy stuff now, which is it's just a chore.
And you're gonna steamroll it.
Yeah.
My issue is I want neither. I don't want the hard thing first and the easy thing later. I want a decent level of challenge throughout the game.
Maybe that's something.
I mean, that's really what we're talking about in the end. Is just how hard it is, like how the challenge.
Yeah.
I think scaling is also like super fun though, because like for years now I remember seeing like I'll see this on Twitter or Reddit or something where people will be like, here's Brock's gym at every gym level, when you have 1 badge, 2 badges, 3 badges, and you get to see like the progression of their team, and then all of a sudden that's another thing where an open world Pokemon game makes a lot of sense, because you actually get to experience the game differently every time you play it, right? There needs to be more of those things where your unique experience is a unique experience, and I feel like that shouldn't even be difficult to do. It's just like that's like 8 you create 8 trainers, and then depending on the qualifier, that's what trainer you fight. It's Brock at gym level 6, and then he's got a Kabuto or something. I don't know.
I'm going back a bit here, but have you guys seen James Turner's new game? Like, have you seen the trailer for it?
Is that the one where it's like hopping, like it's almost like they're toys, they're little or something? I vaguely remember.
Yeah.
I just made 0 sense, but that's fine.
I know what you meant.
Thank you. Toby's on the same page as me. We connected.
You guys just had that moment again.
Realization.
Anyway, this game looks incredible, and I don't know, to me at least. And I was just thinking about it when you guys were talking about the 2D, 3D debate, and it does both.
Oh, that's so cool. I don't have I don't have a layout for this. If you guys want to stop talking for a second, I can show it on screen.
For one second.
You guys actually did. Okay, I don't even know if I have the layout
for
for
one
it.
second.
No, this isn't gonna work. It's not gonna work. Anyway, all right.
Leave it in there. Don't edit that out.
I'm not gonna edit it out. This is so cool.
I went
it's like Paper Mario.
Yeah, it is like kind of like Paper Mario, or like what was the
Plucky Squire?
Yeah, the Plucky Squire.
Okay.
The one that you played,
No, I'm Dirty Dan.
Zach, maybe was the Zelda one that you like.
I played
Link's Awakening.
I played Link's Awakening. I didn't play the most recent one though. I played the original.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, that's kind of the idea that they're going for, but it's all like hand drawn. Either way, he was working at Game Freak, and I'm just like, get this guy back and do this with
yeah. No, I truly very much believe that like taking a more definitive artistic style, like this does not need to be a fight about 3D versus 2D. There are so many ways to incorporate sprite art or 2D drawings into the world of Pokemon. And I think that like even to call these things experimental is kind of weird. Like even in the genre of movies, we've seen that like Spider-Verse was really, it was really experimental. But actually now it was experimental. And because of the success of it, we're now at a point where actually Puss in Boots and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are like,
it's experimental because it hasn't been done before, but
this will
do
work.
it. And I think
there are so many successful artistic games that are coming out, and I just want Pokemon to. I want to yell at them like, "Come on, take a risk, dang it!" And I think BDSP was kind of that, but it just like
BDSP should have been
put it side by side
what
with
Zelda
Link's Awakening. When you put it side by side with Link's Awakening looks so much nicer. It's hugely different. Yeah,
and it's because of the art style.
I don't do it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. And I think we talk about 2D versus 3D because, like, as someone who's not an artist, that's the only thing that my brain can, like, comprehend. Of course, like, you hang out with Phoebe a lot, who's, like, I'm sure you're in that space all the time. This art style by James Turner is sick. This is so cool.
Yeah, it's super nice.
I didn't even think
I'm just like, I'm on a
exist.
rabbit hole looking at all, like,
if you watch the latest trailer, you will be very impressed, I think. I was just like, what? He had this much talent the whole time. I mean, I know he made Poi Poi.
Wow, dang, Soul, that's a sick burn.
No, he did.
James
it's
Turner.
Not a burn. It's that they were, I don't know, like hiding him or something. There's a lot going on.
No, James Turner, his talent was always there since Gen 7. I mean, the man made Poi Poi and Naganadel. That's nothing else matters.
Not only that, honestly, like I've been talking up Gen 8 for a bunch of these episodes, and he was the art director, so I can't be too surprised.
I want to play this game so bad. There's like a little old man, like painting by the lily pads in the pond. That's so cool.
It's a crazy game.
That could be.
There are also just lots of beautiful games in the world right now. Like I know this is old school now. I've been playing Hollow Knight recently and enjoying it.
Oh yes.
Tunic is a game that I am just head over heels for, and like again would love to see the Pokemon world depicted like that. There's so many interesting ways they could do it, and I think
that is cool.
I think when I think back to the world of like, okay, Black and White 2 have just come out, and the 3DS is the thing, and we've seen Pokemon on the big screen a couple times. The idea of 3D at that time, you couldn't have convinced me that wasn't worth trying.
Yeah,
we absolutely needed to see Pokemon become
Battle
this
Revolution. The best advertisement for
100%.
Isn't it hilarious that like that Masuda used to say like Pokemon is only a handheld video game? For my whole life, Pokemon, I never conceived that it could be on the big screen, and now it's like of course it's on the big screen, and I think. They jumped to 3D, and then the boom happened with Pokemon Go, and now they're like, there's no turning back. Right? That's kind of what the mindset is.
I think they've got to take more risks. They've got to do more creative arty stuff.
I will propose to you something with the whole Super Mario Wonder and the recent like Sonic, the new Sonic game as well. They both went back to their original thing, but in this like really beautifully done graphic style. I think that it could be on the horizon for us to get something similar.
We'll see.
This.
I think, like I say, by the time whatever and again, maybe the concept of generations will be out the window, but like by the time we get to 2030 and whatever version of generation, 11 exists, like by that point we'll know pretty well whether like Pokemon is like doubling down and they're like, this is the thing, this is the routine that has worked for us and will continue to work, or whether they're trying out new stuff and actually they've got some big 20-year plan for the like new rebooted world of Pokemon that, and I think Gen 10 is a wonderful hinge point because it's the point where you revisit Gen 5 and you say, wow, look at where we were halfway along. Here's where we are now. Look how this is the best of Sprite World and this is the best of 3D World.
Yeah.
And now's the time to try it together. I don't know, but
yeah, they showcase both of those things. Yeah.
We've come a long way from the DLC discussion.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Is there anything else you guys want to talk about for the DLC? I feel like we touched on a lot of it.
I have one question for Toby about the DLC.
All right, hit me. What you got?
It's really not that big. But what do you think about the 3 loyal Pokemon and now that you've seen them in 3D?
I like Monkey Dory. I like them. I think they look good. I don't know. I don't really have any negative thoughts. What do you think about them?
Wasn't it the last time we spoke you didn't like them? Was that you? I think it was you.
I don't think we've talked to Toby since DLC was announced. We talked to him before DLC was announced, like when we last had him on.
I was under the impression you didn't like them, so that's why I asked.
I don't remember ever not liking them. No, I think
I might have.
Soul loves Monkey Dory. He says it's probably his favorite Pokemon of all time.
I think Monkey Dory is really cool. That's not true. Yeah,
that's speculation.
Yeah, right. From his point of view. Since you asked me though, I do. Yeah. I like Okie Dokie a lot.
Yeah,
the rest,
Okie Dokie's cute.
They're good colors. They got good color schemes.
Yeah, they are interesting. They grew on me a bit now, but when
Phesandipity's the best.
Yeah,
I love Phesandippity.
You're nuts. You don't know what you're talking about. You let him in.
They're really not that exciting.
Do you actually like the wings though, Lumi? Because the
wings are the best part.
Have you seen the 3D model?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Was it you who saw who was
I think it looks great.
I think Phesandippity gained a little weight.
Yeah, he
said that. Yeah. No, but that's the thing. Phesandippity was always bigger. It always had a like kind of puffy chest, like an almost turkey body, because it's a pheasant.
It does look like a turkey. But anyway, that's it.
Yeah, I think we've talked about plenty. Toby, thanks for being on the show today.
Thank you so much for having me. It's always a blast to talk with you guys about this stuff.
I'm excited to watch your video with Lumi. I didn't even
know
that was
right?
happening.
We got 2 videos.
Plural.
Videos. I'm going to do the plug. We got 2 videos coming out across July on my channel. I'm telling you, the thumbnails are and they cover a lot of the topics we've talked about today with little bits of extras all packaged in to tell nice little theory stories. I could not have made them without Lumi because I really just I was feeling so I don't know about the DLCs, and then we just got talking about it and it was like idea after idea after idea. It was really cool. So look out for those. They'll be on my channel, birdkeepertoby.
They're very good.
They'll be in the description. If you're listening, what's up?
I was just going to say, I really think, I was telling him, there's one focused on Indigo Disc, one focused on Teal Mask. They both are amazing, but I feel like the one that spoke to me the most is the Teal Mask one. I feel like is like the next, we killed Gary's Raticate. It is a classic Pokemon theory. It's going to be something people talk about for ages.
That's when we've not revealed the big thing. The big thing about that.
I see what you did there.
You guys are so dorky.
I'm hyped either way. I'm ready.
Yeah. I'm pumped. I can't wait to see it. Link in the description. Leave a review if you're listening on Spotify or iTunes. Subscribe if you have not already. And we'll see you next time. Peace.
Serrano's evil.
Bye.
Welcome back to Hidden Power. Today we are discussing the reality of every single Pokemon region being remade and what that will actually look like. Today's a very special episode. The boys are not with us, but we are live in New York City with Birdkeepertoby.
Hey, how's it going? The real Unova region. We've been exploring and checking out all of the areas that make up the Unova region. And of course talking Unova remakes personally, which I think led us on to this kind of idea of, okay, but eventually, Kanto will get remade again. And eventually
Johto will get
Johto.
And eventually Unova.
Eventually Unova, Paldea, one day.
Kitakami even, right?
Kitakami getting a remake.
And I think what is so exciting about today's discussion is that a lot of people have, I feel like collectively we all have a disappointment with one or more aspects of every single Pokemon game that comes out.
Yeah.
Even though there's so much to be happy and thankful for and to enjoy, there's always missed opportunities in areas where Game Freak had to cut corners, maybe forget about something. There's the infamous, in Kalos in the desert, right? There's that locked room, right?
Yeah. Everything that was missing for Pokemon Z, you've
got
100%.
There's missing games,
and even between remakes, between like Fire Red, Leaf Green to Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, the cutting of the Sevi Islands, or the missed opportunity of having evolutions from like Electivire and Magmortar in Let's Go Pikachu
Kanto,
and Eevee,
right? Yeah.
You know.
So I think what we should do today is, I mean, honestly, it's kind of an ambitious project because there are a lot of regions. I think we should go from Kanto to Kitakami. And just
Kitakami.
I think Kitakami counts.
Because you pitched this to me right before the podcast. You were like, I was like, up till Paldea, and you're like, no. Kitakami is its own area. One day they'll revisit it.
Kitakami is a region of Japan. My own headcanon is that it's like a town of a region that we have yet to see. Maybe the Gen 10 region, but that's not what we're talking about today.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's do it. Let's start, I guess, at the beginning with Kanto.
So what I'm going to pitch to you, right? Listen, when remakes come out, we've seen it. They can be faithful remakes, right? We want to wish that maybe they're 2D HD games, right? Maybe. They could be Legends Arceus. They could be a classic game, right? They could be a shifted timeline. The possibilities are endless. But I really like the idea of getting an actual Kanto game, and I've been obsessed with this for a long time. An actual Kanto game that actually is not just the red and blue story.
Yes.
Right? I want something different. Whether that's Legends, whether that is a Paradox game, whether that's maybe... I like the idea of a Kanto game that takes place during the events of Gold and Silver. So Janine, it would be a replacement for Koga, right? Janine is Koga's daughter and the gym leader, in
the eruption of the Cinnabar volcano.
Go off, King.
All of this stuff. Okay, I'm really into this idea. Personally, I don't think we need a Legends game because the legends and mythos of the Kanto region relative to Sinnoh, Ho, and Unova, they're not really there. Like there is like Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno, we know nothing about them.
Yeah.
I would say if we get a new visit into the Kanto, it would be nice to learn more about the legendary birds because we really don't know much about them at all.
No.
But Mewtwo's a relatively recent creation, and Mew is a mythical, so we don't learn much about it. There's not a lot when it comes to the Legends of Kanto. I like the idea of a future Kanto game. I like whether that's in Gen 2 or whether that's further down the timeline. New characters. I have heard the pitch of the idea of playing as a young Professor Oak, going on his adventure.
That feels like too much of a fan fiction.
I agree. I don't want to play as Professor Oak. I don't think
we've ever seen that, right?
I want Professor Oak to send me on my journey. I don't want to play as Professor Oak. I want to play as me, the player character, You know
what would be cool? Pause. What if it is in the back, like if it takes place 20 years prior, 30 years prior, right? It's not as far back as Legends Arceus, but it's a Kanto game that's a prequel. And Professor Oak is as young and as handsome as Professor Sycamore.
That would be wild.
Dude,
that would be wild. He's just started. He's just opened the lab.
He looks like Gary, right? Anyway, just an idea.
You play the player character, and there'd be lots of speculation as to whether this player character is Red's father, Blue's father.
Yeah, he looks like both. Red a little bit.
No, I think a future game makes sense to me. I think we've seen Kanto in its current form so much.
Yeah,
I want to see that world moved on. I'd say I want to go even further into the future than Gold and Silver personally. And I think the key element would be expand the Pokedex.
Yeah.
The Kanto Pokedex has so many Pokemon that have evolved. I think we've talked about this. There's literally only about a dozen Pokemon that don't have new regional forms or evolutions.
Starmie.
Seeking, Starmie.
Dugong.
Yeah.
Fearow. All the bad ones.
All the bad ones. They don't have... Well,
no.
But
I like some of those.
Psyduck doesn't have anything new, which is super weird.
Yeah. I thought it was going to get a Paradox form, considering it ran around Area 0.
Psyduck? Oh, yeah, it does. Golduck does. Right. So... I think there's a lot of opportunity there to kind of have the expanded, 251-sized Pokedex for the Kanto region. And I think if you're revisiting Kanto, and when would this be? Are we talking about, probably quite a ways down the line now?
You're talking about our personal timeline?
Our personal timeline.
So when was Let's Go? Let's Go was in 2018?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it could be any time now.
What?
It just sounds ridiculous.
No.
When was Fire Red Leaf Green?
2000... I should know this off the top of my head. I don't.
2004?
Yeah.
So,
2003, 2004.
And I feel like the Johto remakes, it is a return to Kanto. It is very much a Kanto game as well.
If you're doing Johto remakes, you will probably also get Kanto areas. So I think you can postpone a full Kanto game until the 2030s.
Yeah.
But I would like to see, given the call, the want from the community to have something more retro, I'd actually like to see a game set in the future of Kanto, but the style is more like a future, like a pixel art style, like a black and white style. And the reason for that is it's taking the nostalgic pixel art of Kanto, but modernifying it to whatever's happening in 2030-ish or whatever.
Yeah.
And, of course, then the Pokédex is updated with all these other forms.
Yeah. Do you think they would add more Pokemon? Because we saw in Let's Go Pikachu, they did add Meltan, Melmetal.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, those Pokemon canonically still don't have, like, a known region.
Yes.
So that's interesting because they feel like imports. But I wonder if, like, you know... Because in the Pokemon universe, right, if I'm looking at evolution, whether it's a stone or a Pokemon just travels to another region, is exposed to whatever that environment is, they can evolve in an instant. They can become a new form in an instant. So, theoretically, 30 years into the future of a Kanto game, there could be one environmental factor that causes some of those Pokemon to take on new forms, right? Or maybe evolve completely differently.
Or you reuse the Sevi Islands, and you have each island provides a different biome or quirk of reality that means that, like, one of the southern islands, or Sevi Islands, is so warm that the Pokemon evolve into their Alolan forms down here. But one of them is so rainy all the time, they turn into their Galarian forms, and that kind of thing.
Or one of them, or maybe, like, what is it, Cinnabar Island erupts. Is that Mount Fuji? No, that's actually in Japan.
Yeah, no, Cinnabar Island is...
the volcano on Cinnabar Island.
Yeah.
So if that erupts, that changes the biome completely. Maybe Starmie gets a new rock form.
Sure.
Right? It's like that. Those are the kind of the things that I think about when I think of a Kanto game, whether it's a sequel or whatever.
So would you want to put even more new forms into this?
Yeah, I honestly am sick. So I understand that Game Freak wants to maintain brand identity when it comes to the original 151, right? But I'm sick of it. Like, add new stuff, right? And they have done that. But whenever they return to Kanto, it feels like they avoid it. They avoid intermingling these things.
I'm
at least that's how
my interest is more in a consolidation of the expanded Kanto world. So like I really want those Espeons and Umbreons and Glaceons and Sylveons like in Kanto, and they've only really done that a little bit with Let's Go by introducing by having the fairy type stay.
It's almost like a soft reboot. It's like they were here all along, but you didn't have access to them. But in Gen 10 you do.
And I think that's kind of what I go for. So okay, well we talked about Johto. And I think if we saw Kanto revisited sooner than its own game, I think you could say it in the post-game of some kind of Johto reboot. Now, I'm a big fan of Johto rebooting.
Are we moving on to Johto completely?
I think that's what I was going for. I was going to try and naturally segue.
Okay, well, let's do that. I might want to dip back into Kanto. I think Kanto and Johto are pretty intertwined, so a lot of... so go off.
Well, I'm a big fan of the Johto. I think it's time. I think for Johto to get revisited, I just think it's the next natural one. I think there's, especially with the dawning of the Legends games, there is no region better suited than Legends Johto. And I do think you could do a game, and I think we've even talked about this on this podcast before, is you could do a game that is like the Kanto and the Johto region both as one, sharing mythology, sharing a legend.
What was your theory that one of the Ho-Oh is in the Goldenrod Tower, and then Lugia would
the Pokemon Tower? It's the other way over. So Ho-Oh would. So you see Ho-Oh in the anime. In the Kanto region. And the Pokemon Tower is, of course, a graveyard, and Ho-Oh's a phoenix. So you could do the Pokemon Tower in the east is where Ho-Oh roosts, and the Goldenrod Tower in the west, on the west coast, is where Lugia, by the ocean, roosts. And for whatever reason, the region of Johto becomes home to them both, and the regions of Kanto and Johto separate. But there is a hope at the end of the game that the Indigo League will one day bring them together and unify them again. That's kind of what I would think about in terms of lore and mythos, but potentially it is too fanfiction-y. I don't know, maybe it's too out there.
My headcanon is that over time they were once one region. I think Lumi said it first, but maybe we were all thinking it. It would be the region of Sinjo. Or no. Tojo.
Tojo.
The region of Tojo. So there's a waterfall, there's a little cave in the Johto games, as you cross over to Kanto, it's called Tojo Falls. So the idea is that maybe this was the bond between these two regions, and then over time, Kanto became very industrialized, or started to become very industrialized,
and lost its way with nature.
Yeah, and
maybe that's why her
driving everything over. Driving everything over to Johto, and then also. Yeah, and then also I think that's why you find all of these poison type Pokemon, right? There's all these like mutations, and I feel like a lot of the Pokemon in Kanto feel like abominations.
And this is why what has allowed an organization like Rocket to seep up, and then also you've got like. In Gen 2, a lot of the Dark-type Pokemon, you find them in Kanto.
Yeah.
And so there's this idea that Kanto has strayed too far from...
That's a good point.
From peace and living with nature, whereas Johto wants to respect that tradition.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what Johto's all about. I could see that, and I also just think from a practical standpoint, Johto is the region most similar to Sinnoh, and so if you're doing game development, and you're working on... Gen 10 now, which hopefully Game Freak are, I assume they are, if they're doing that, they are going to want a stopgap game in between still on the Switch where you just reuse a bunch of the assets from Legends Arceus.
Yeah.
The other nice thing about that is you don't need to create a whole big open world game. You just need to create... Okay, Legends Arceus was a hub zone and then 5 open world sections. Well, Johto can be a hub zone in Ekritique, for example, or in New Bark Town or wherever. And then 10 open world sections, 5 of them in Kanto, 5 of them in Johto. And you don't need to create a whole big open world of these two regions together.
Yeah.
But you still get both regions in the...
I like that.
In the game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. I think, so... I still go back to some of the Pokemon. I go back to the characters. Like, what kind of characters from either Kanto or Johto do you think we could possibly see, like, you know, level up, or maybe like where do they end up, right? What about the Indigo League that connects them both, right? I think also what I would like to see in either a Johto or Kanto remake is the Sevi Islands, which we mentioned.
Yeah.
Right. We have the Safari Zone in Johto. Right?
Yeah.
That was something that was developed by, what's the guy's name?
Oh, Mr.
Rocky or
Bobo. Rocky Balboa?
Yeah, I think I don't know. Yeah. And there's a lot of little areas like that where this is what I come back to. Kanto, we've seen time and time again modeled after what it was in 1996.
Yeah.
I want to see it in a current, in a current engine, right?
Yeah.
I want to see it fleshed out. But there is a problem there that I also think about, whereas that they would have to almost reinvent Kanto.
They would.
Because I think we see it with Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Even though we're playing with a 3D world, it's still top-down, and the routes are very linear. They're very square. Yeah. So that's also an issue. If they were to almost reimagine it, but still keep it faithful, do you have any ideas for, how I guess the routes would be longer, right? I think Legends Arceus did a good job.
Yeah, so I think if I'm just going through the map bit by bit, Pallet Town's going to remain relatively the same always, I think. I think that would just always be the case. Yeah. Viridian City, Giovanni's out, Blue is in. That could create a whole big industrial boom that could change the way Viridian City looks. It's now the gateway to the Pokemon League, and it could completely... It could be like this kind of really big metropolis. Maybe it's now the biggest city. And actually, if that's the case, it might be the case that rather than traveling north from Pallet Town, the first change is that you have to travel south.
That's interesting.
You go to Cinnabar Island. Cinnabar Island obviously erupted, but now maybe many years on has begun to rebuild into a small village. You go, you go east and up into Fuchsia City. I like the idea that the swamps have overtaken Fuchsia City.
Yeah, that's cool.
There's all these big other industrial zones in Kanto that mean that there's just no one lives in Fuchsia City
anymore. And it would look more like it would actually hold poison-type masters.
Like the ninjas. The Safari Zone has overrun the whole of the... And I know
maybe that's why they moved the Safari Zone, right?
Yeah, maybe. Like, at this point, it's wild, and there could be some lore about, Pokemon used to be contained here in, like, the Safari Zone, but nature has won, nature has overtaken. And then you have choices about where to go, whether that's Celadon, Saffron, or Lavender Town. And each of these... Especially Celadon and Saffron feel so similar. I think you would want to change one of them quite dramatically. Okay. I think you would want one of them to... I'm not saying there's been an apocalyptic event, but it would make sense if one of them was, like perhaps Saffron City or Celadon has been updated to be like a super future city with multiple levels and that kind of thing. And so there's all sorts of ways you could reimagine each town. I guess the question that you really asked though was really about traversing routes that are quite linear. Do you have any ideas for that?
I love what Legends Arceus did, right? I love what Scarlet and Violet do. It's just this bit. It is open world. I go back and forth because I don't think it has been perfect execution. I think you almost have to like just blend it and almost get rid of routes, right? Yeah. Which then that introduces a lot of interesting things. I liked in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee how they canonized capturing the starters in the wild, right? It made you realize like these actually are native to Kanto, because a lot of our headcanons were that those Pokemon were maybe imported from other regions, right? Sure. So that has shifted over our time, like our understanding of that. So I like to think that, and this is kind of where I'm getting at it, right? So the linear routes are a result of playing a video game, but if we were to experience these games as how they would look in our world, right? Now you're opening the possibility for potentially new Pokemon, returning Pokemon encounters, but then also maybe new legendary Pokemon, right? Or new things that could add to the mythos. Maybe any sort of questions, right? Yeah. Maybe there is a I guess the ghost of Marowak. I think that was like pretty cemented in Let's Go. Yeah. As an actual ghost, right? We all thought it was maybe the Alolan Marowak. Right. But yeah, I just think there's a lot of potential there, and I just like expand it, give us the full world Kanto.
You could do, if you were doing like zones like Legends Arceus, and you could give me like 5 for
zones
for a Kanto remake. I think you could do the Vermilion Coast, which would be like Vermilion City, and maybe that would go all the way down around to Fuchsia, and you would also have like the cycling road. So all of that would be the Vermilion Coast, and the cycling road is a drawbridge, so it opens up. So,
but like, why can't I swim under there, right? Yeah, that's a whole route that has never been available. It's a whole ocean but like in Hoenn we can explore the ocean, but in Kanto we can't. So it's things like that I think are really
so you get the opportunity to do that.
Yeah,
I think
it's been limited just because of what it was.
They'd probably merge Celadon, Saffron, and maybe even Cerulean or Lavender all into kind of one big metropolis zone that would just be like, this is the urban area. And I think that would be really hard to do in a Legends game, and I guess or in a future Legends-y game or a future open world game.
What I like about Legends is like the gameplay. How it feels like, I'm gonna go catch your Pokemon and then craft something. And it's that gameplay loop that I like. It doesn't need to be in the past. So that's kind of what I mean.
The problem is if you do it in the future, you end up with Messagoza City, right? And like it's just like, can you if you're building out a huge metropolis into we'll just cut.
How you feeling?
Yeah, we're good.
We can move on.
We should probably move on to the next one soon. But if you're building out a huge metropolis, if you're like, okay, well we've got 3 industrial cities in Kanto, let's make them all one zone. My worry is that like now you've got like 100 buildings that no one can go in. And lots of NPCs need to populate that, so they all look pretty static and jarring. And what works for Legends Arceus with the open world is that there's not too many people, and that it is very like nature focused, and you're just
which helps you like forget where you even are. When I play Legends, I'm not like, I'm in, I don't even know, Driftville. Is Driftville in
Legends?
No, it's Driftville.
That's Unova.
Oh, it's Unova.
Yeah.
What's one Sinnoh town?
Canalave.
I'm never like, I'm in Canalave.
Actually, that's dumb because Jubilife Village is Canalave. Sorry.
But I'm never, I guess, Jubilife, but that's what I mean. It's like, I'll be just exploring and I'm like, this is where it used to be?
Yeah, this is where what's going to become that.
Like, they just blur the lines of where anything should be. So, anyways, let's fully move on to Johto.
Okay,
so
cool.
We have all these legendary beasts, right? So let's look at this. What are the issues of Johto? People say level scaling, so that can be remedied very easily.
That's fine.
We don't even need to discuss that.
No, sure.
What are some other issues of Johto? Maybe the region's too small, it relies on Kanto, and that it's full of Kanto Pokemon. People say that.
I don't see that. I mean, it's full of Kanto Pokemon, but I think that's just the nature of when it was produced. So I think it was produced at a time where Pokemon had been a huge global success.
Yes.
And, characters like Pidgeotto and Scyther were already very popular, so they didn't want to risk the gym leaders using Noctowl or Heracross because these guys are new and, like, maybe they're not liked
That's
as
like
much.
post-game. It's like, go explore that.
So I think that's more a result of the time it was produced. If we were looking at Johto, a new Johto experience now, we would see a lot more Johto representation, love. The Pokédex is a little smaller. It's 100 Pokemon, right? I think. So I think you'd be looking at expanding that out with new evolutions of forms. And to be fair, we've seen a lot of that recently with the Dunsparce and Girafarig and Frigoraph. And so I think we're going to...
Maybe the ice. I don't know what that was.
And to be fair, we've seen a lot of that recently with Frigoraph and the Dunsparce. I think, again, you could expand that Johto Pokédex. If you're going back in time to a Legends game, it writes itself. It's about the towers, it's about Entei, it's about Suicune, it's all of that.
Yeah.
If you're going forward in time, though, I think the direction... narratively you could take it is this idea of a team who wants to modernize and the reluctance of the locals to do so. I think that's at the core of Johto's story is tradition. So
we also saw in Crystal version there was actually in Gen 2 a battle tower. So that's something that could be added, right? I know there's been a lot of issues with not actually getting those battle towers. So that's something that could be added to a Johto remake in the future. I think Johto, if we're going to go back to Johto, I think Legends just makes too much sense.
To me, it does.
People say Legends Unova, but I'm like, that could be some... I almost want that to be something else.
I think there could be a Legends Unova, but I just think that Johto is like the prime candidate for Legends as a series. I think people have talked about Let's Go.
Yeah.
I am of the opinion that Let's Go is... I think they created Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee with the option that a Let's Go Johto could fit. And if you look at what's in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee with Archer and that kind of thing, you're like, I could see them doing this for Johto. But I think now, the reason that they made that game to capitalize on the Pokemon Go audience, I just don't think it's necessary anymore.
Yeah.
And I think a Legends Johto would be a better fit. So I just personally don't see that we're going to get a Johto game. Let's go.
What about the GS ball? Are we going to have access to the GS ball in
the
Johto remake?
Yes.
It'll be story driven, right?
Yeah.
We'll be able to... There'll probably be some sort of encounter with Celebi, right?
I think an expansion on the Celebi lore, and actually in particular, and if you've noticed this, I don't know, Mewtwo has new Mega Evolutions.
Yeah.
Groudon and Kyogre have Primals. Dialga and Palkia have Origins. Reshiram and Zekrom have Kyurem forms. Xerneas and Eovelth will have active and inactive modes in the form of a cocoon and a tree. Solgaleo and Lunala have Necrozma fusions. Zacian and Zamazenta have sort of their awakened and unawakened forms. And then the two from the current game, whose names I've completely forgotten, Miraidon and Koraidon, they have a million different forms depending on how you traverse them.
Yeah.
Lugia and Ho-Oh are the only box art duo that do not have a new form. Yeah. So it's time. Yeah, it's just 100%. Time for that,
That'd be really cool. I wonder if, so Lugia, and I don't believe this, but Lugia was introduced. It has a form in the form of Shadow Lugia, which is like a different spin-off game. It was Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, right? It was those GameCube games. I wonder if they would almost bring back Shadow Pokemon. I was really surprised in Pokemon Go when they canonized again, right? They said, no, Shadow Pokemon, that wasn't a fever dream, it's real, it's coming back, right? And I thought that was going to come back in Sword and Shield.
I could see them doing it for a Johto game.
It fits well with Team Rocket.
If they canonized Shadow Lugia into the main series, that would blow my mind. Yeah. But Pokemon have showed a renewed interest over time with Shadow Pokemon. It started in the card game with Dark Pokemon, Rocket Pokemon, and cards that had dark energy symbols attached to them that they shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
We saw it again, of course, in Pokemon Colosseum and Gale of Darkness. We saw it in Pokemon Go. We saw it in the Detective Pikachu movie.
Yeah, that's true.
Mewtwo's genes were taken, extracted, and turned into the Argas that made Pokemon have a shadowy aura and go a little bit crazy. Yeah. We've seen it in the anime. There was an episode with Dr. Nambo where he's trying to capture a Lugia, and he's got this Rage Crown device that you can put on Pokemon to make them berserk, and it all comes from the berserk gene.
This is all a connection between Kanto and Johto.
Yes,
it keeps feeding into each other.
A lot of it is part of that era, and so yeah, I don't think it would be totally weird to see Shadow Pokemon enter the main series.
And also we keep saying remake, but really this is a discussion of like a revisit.
Yeah,
it's a revisit to these regions. And I think at the end of Johto, right? Johto concludes the Team Rocket storyline, so I would like to see maybe Giovanni doesn't need to come back because I think he's reformed, right? Giovanni's like, I was wrong, this is not right, and I feel like the Team Rocket members that are there, they're like not acting in his interest. Right? Yeah, they're there aimless. They're like the terrorists.
This might be a bit fan fictiony, but what if the world of a future Rocket Johto game, if we go that direction, has either Giovanni say I'm late but I am here, or it's Silver, your rival, as the new head of.
But Silver is a good guy now, right?
Well,
no. He just has a good bond with his Pokemon.
Yeah, right? He does. I mean, you could, but like, imagine a world where like he hasn't seen his father Giovanni in years, and now he wants to, he's gone through some new character growth that has led him to a darker place. Okay, it might ruin his character, fine, but a new herald of Team Rocket, the new Team Rocket. In another timeline, his father was very successful and became the leader of Team Rainbow Rocket. So what if this is the Team Rainbow Rocket Silver, the Prince of Rainbow Rocket?
Interesting. And that'd be a great way to incorporate those shadow Pokemon. Maybe clone Pokemon, or maybe it would probably be something completely different, but that functions just like shadow Pokemon.
So I like all of this. I just feel that a future Johto game is far more fan fiction than a past Johto game, which I think just fits the Legends brand, and there's so much there to talk about in that zone.
Yeah, and it informs the great, like the golden era of Pokemon.
Yeah,
right. There's been 2 golden eras. It's that original era, and then maybe like
plays
Gen
a lot of
6.
nostalgia.
It might be actually right now. I think we are in a golden era of Pokemon, at least financially.
Well, financially, certainly for them. Yeah.
Okay, just to wrap on, we're gonna move to Hoenn. What do you think the Elite Four team would be? Like the final Elite Four Indigo Plateau, because it's shared between Kanto and Johto.
Claire is now the champion.
Love it. Yeah.
Claire's the champion because, first of all, it's a rite of passage. She's moved on, but also the Dragon's Den is a big part of Johto's culture.
Yeah.
So I think having a Claire makes sense. I think the Elite Four members like Bruno, who were in the Kanto Elite Four, probably have moved up.
Yeah.
Maybe Janine has taken Koga's place. I don't know.
I could see Bruno being the 4th member, but he's just like, he just trains.
He's like an old guy, but he's super ripped.
Because if it's in the future, he's like as old as Agatha or something.
What about a double battle with Will and Lorelei?
Oh, that's
where it's
cool.
like they both take that slot,
and they reveal to us that they're not the same person.
Yes, they are. They are 2 halves of a.
I like that. That'd be cool. I could see Lance. I feel like we need a red style battle with Lance or whoever the protagonist is. What is it, Lyra?
Oh, Lyra, Chris. Or,
It should be Chris.
Gold,
It should be Chris. They should canonize Chris like they did Green.
Do you know they sort of did with Masters?
Did they really?
You can get Chris in Masters.
Oh, wow.
And she's a separate character to Lyra.
Oh, wow.
Which is great. And then she has like her own wants to become like a Pokemon professor, and like that's the whole thing. So maybe she'd be the professor of the game. I don't know.
That would be cool. All right.
That'd be cool.
That's awesome. All right. So let's move on to Hoenn now, right? We move into the beautiful Hoenn region, another Japanese region, right?
I feel like it was only 5 minutes ago we had the remake.
It feels like that, Toby, but it was like 10 years ago almost. Like 2 days ago this year was the 10-year anniversary of X and Y, which means Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. What is that, a year later?
So Hoenn are not in need of a remake.
No. Yeah,
for sure. But they will one day be revisited.
They will be. 2040.
And I think Oras did a pretty incredible job. I think. So Hoenn comes blessed with the gift of Mega Evolution.
Yeah.
And so I think they would be silly to not use that as a chance to remarket Mega Evolution one day. In the same way that if they ever revisit X and Y, and we'll get to that, I'm sure, if they ever do a remake of X and Y, Mega Evolution will be on the table. I have done a video about a Legends Hoenn game, but I think it's so unlikely to ever happen.
So what are some of the talking points there? Because you introduced this really cool gimmick.
The talking points is, so the region itself is, Hoenn's really unique in that I love Hoenn. It's half on land, half in the water, and then there's this...
It's yin and yang.
I've just said half and half. And then half in the sky. Like, you've got soaring, and you've got the sky, and you've got the spear pillar.
That's great math.
And you've got... the maths adds up. And you've got... this Draconid clan, and there's lots of ancient lore, and so there's this idea of traversing the world and finding out the secrets of the Hoenn region.
Yeah.
I think it's too out there to happen. There's just there's so many regions that deserve a remake before Hoenn.
Yeah.
But if a Hoenn game does come, I do think it'll be open world.
Yeah.
Just because you've got this great sense of traversal between land, sea, and sky.
And looking back, it's like actually miraculous, and I did not appreciate it at the time. Flying on Latios or Latias,
super cool,
incredible,
soaring is
and I
so cool.
need to go back and play that game just for that feature. Like that, we don't even have that in Scarlet and Violet. You can't even fly longer than 30 seconds.
You just glide.
Yeah.
And imagine a world where you're climbing up the side of Mount Chimney on Crydon or Miraidon, and it's really taking its time to traverse. So yes, it is open world, but you're not going to get soaring till the end of the game.
Yeah. And like Mount Doom in Zelda, where like the falling boulders are falling on you. I mean, it's not going to be.
And if you imagine as well, like even there's like the Fortree City area.
Yeah.
You know, you could try and fly from Mount Chimney to Fortree City, but perhaps the forestation is so dense that you're not allowed to land in that zone.
And there were flying battles as well, right? Like while you were flying, random Pokemon would encounter you to stop you.
Hoenn is a world where the weather elements change so much as well that perhaps if you try and fly into a specific zone, perhaps there's a storm over the zone, or there's too harsh sunlight that would burn up your Pokemon. It's something dumb like that. Over the desert, a sandstorm.
Yeah.
This means that you can do open world exploration and still have certain areas barriered off until the correct points in the story, because the nature of the region is like the weather is such a big part of it. So I think it makes a lot of sense to have an open world Hoenn game when we get there.
I don't know. I feel like Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire there was so much lore added to contextualize and make the story feel significant in the broader region, right? And I think those are the things that I really like. I'm due for a playthrough.
A world, and I don't know if Pokemon would ever do this, because Pokemon's never done this in terms of lore.
Sure. I'm
just thinking about mixing up Tears of the Kingdom and Hoenn here.
Yeah.
What about a world where your starting village is you live inside this giant tower, and you're asked by the people, like, look, you should come to the top of the tower. Something's happening down on the surface. And there are, like, sky islands, right?
Yeah.
But the Draconids have built this using their incredible lore technology, whatever. Maybe there's, like, Braille everywhere, and it's something to do with the Reggies, and it allows for this... You know, and they say that long ago, the Hoenn region used to be plagued by great floods and great storms, and so they prayed to Rayquaza, and they were given the sky as like a place to live and reside. But now something is happening on the surface, and so much like in Tears of the Kingdom, you have to descend down to the surface world of Hoenn, sea and sky, and traverse these areas to unlock the secrets of what's going on.
Yeah,
perhaps it's a meteorite has crashed down. Deoxys is causing issues.
That's true, dude. All the meteorites
something like that
can completely change the terrain of the region. I love that so much.
And the thing is, the world of... You can get a little bit more whimsical with the world of Hoenn as well, because in Hoenn you've got Jirachi, and Jirachi is the Wishmaker Pokemon, and I think there is implication that in the lore, Jirachi has been responsible for, like, even possibly the creation of Rayquaza.
Or maybe the Mirage Islands.
And so there's so many ways that you can... incorporate things like Sky Islands. Oh, maybe the Mirage Islands, they are normally in the sky, and they only descend every day, and that explains the Mirage Islands. Like, there are ways you could
and then they sink, right? Like, they land, you can go there, and then it ends up sinking.
And then they sink.
That's really interesting. I think I also... Something that's totally overlooked, it feels like a little sprinkle of salt that they put on in the Hoenn games was diving. That's something that has not... It half returned in Unova,
but
you can't do anything. There's no... dude. And there's 3 Pokemon. I think 3 Pokemon you can catch underground or underwater, right?
Relicanth, Clamperl, and Tentacool, I suppose.
Yeah. No, it's Chinchou.
Chinchou, right. Yeah.
Expand that. It's so cool. It's one of the coolest features. So, I don't know. There could be whole biomes, more underwater.
Much like this 3-tiered system with Zelda, where you've got the underground.
Yeah.
Maybe you've got the undersea, and like that's just an area you're able to... And the question is, like, well, how are you traversing these areas?
Yeah.
I said in my Legends game was with a partner Pokemon that can handle sea, sky, and land, so probably a dragon of some kind. Yeah. Probably some kind of partner dragon, whether that's Latias.
They gave us Latios and Latias.
Or whatever, something that can dive and breathe underwater and help the human trainer breathe underwater, something that can fly in the sky, and, you know, all of that. And at the same time, something that can kind of run on land. Okay, the Latias don't do that, but, you know.
And I'm also looking at the map here, right? And this goes back to my point about the limitations or the, you know, of the utility of creating a video game region. There's a lot of areas in Unova that we kind of just bypass, right? There's a whole section in the middle of the region that's really just water, maybe some islands. I want to say like, I think it's below Fortree, right? It's below whatever that route is below, and then above Pacific Log, right? That's a whole region you could explore, right? Or what, you know? And apparently this is supposed to be based off of that. I think it's the southwestern tip of Japan.
Yes.
What if you go? You know, what if you go a little bit north? Right?
Could be.
Like maybe there's always room for a little bit of extra.
There's also
context
because of the way that Groudon Kyogre work, the Regis work, and meteorites work in this region.
They're expanding ocean and they're expanding land.
In the future, the land can be different, the sea can be different. A meteorite could have. Sutopolis is made because a meteorite landed and created a crater that people lived in. You can do that with any part of Hoenn.
Yeah. That's so cool. So what about if let's say we're going the Legends route, right? Do you think? Because what we saw in Legends was different foreign Pokemon came to Hisui, which we now know as Sinnoh, and they adapted and then evolved differently, right? I think a lot of people are expecting if we go back to one of these regions, we get a Legends game, Legend Unova, whatever. Sorry, Legend Hoenn. It'll be different Pokemon coming to, different Pokemon. Let's play on that. I was gonna say what could the starters turn into, but if this region is so dependent on land and water and sky and all these different biomes and it can change frequently, what Pokemon from Gens 4 through 10, right, or whatever, what Pokemon can come to Hoenn?
Well, typically flying Pokemon are going to be safe because like they can deal with the adverse weather conditions.
Sure.
But I don't know what Pokemon are.
I'm trying to think of maybe
land and sea dwellers, like turtle Pokemon.
Yeah, I could see Torkoal. Actually, you did that.
Torkoal's already in there.
I'm just thinking I'm just remembering your video.
You know, who else is there? Is there like I guess Torterra or maybe like a variant of Heatmore?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Is it turtly enough?
Yeah.
Not Heatmore. Sorry, I mean Turtonator. That's what I mean.
Turtonator. That's cool. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think of the surrounding regions. I guess it would be mostly Kanto and Johto Pokemon that come here. Or maybe the Safari Pokemon get loose, right? You have a Pinsir that becomes fire type in some way.
What, the Safari in Hoenn?
There's a Safari Zone in Hoenn. I feel like I've always understood Safari Zones to be foreign Pokemon that are brought there.
Yeah,
right?
That makes sense.
Right? Maybe there's a meteorite, something causes it, they escape, and then they evolve, they adapt throughout the region. I guess that's probably a different video, but I'm obsessed with the idea.
I did an idea
Pokemon adapting.
With the video that I did talk about like doing a Cramorant and I think it was a Trevenant for a past version. But in terms of Pokemon you'd introduce, I guess it'd have to be flying Pokemon.
Yeah,
primarily.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. All right. So let's move on to Sinnoh. We just got a remake for Sinnoh, so I don't really think there is too much to go off of there.
Yes.
I liked, and we didn't even touch on this really. I mean, we mentioned it a little bit, but it seemed like the Sinnoh of old, Hisui, in Legends Arceus, had new legendary Pokemon, right? It had new Pokemon that existed at a previous time.
Yeah.
So there's tons of possibilities for that. Those really probably would be different.
I think if we did the Hoenn game, we'd want the Regis, all the new Regis. You'd want Regieleki, maybe a few new ones. But
that's a really good point.
With Sinnoh, we got an Amorous.
Yeah.
Totally fresh. We got new forms for the Outer Palkia.
I think the Underground is super cool.
Yes.
Like, people were disappointed with it because there weren't, and it was present in Hoenn as well with the secret bases. That's a lot of fun. But I think the fact that they added this, underground terrain underneath the region is so cool.
Did you like the Grand Underground?
I loved it. I thought it was really great. It also allowed for me to get new Pokemon, right, for my playthrough.
Sure. Yeah.
Pokemon that I typically wouldn't have been able to get unless I traded for. That's a great option for when you play BDSP. That actually makes the experience different from Diamond and Pearl, right?
I agree, but they already solved that problem in Platinum.
They did a little
And the
bit,
Underground,
yeah.
I think, is cooler in Platinum. But that's just me.
All right.
That's just me.
Yeah.
I also think with the Grand Underground,
If we
it was cool. There wasn't a lot of like, because the rooms are relative, they're not random, but like, there's a magma room over here, and then an ice room over here, and then up here there's a magma and an ice room. It doesn't line up with anything. The only room of real interest to me is the center room, which has a giant crystal in it, and it's right under Celestic, and I'm like, I'm interested in that from a lore point of view, but otherwise, the rest of it's quite like. It doesn't give me a lot new to work with. Just why is there a snow biome next to a lava biome underground?
Yeah. That's really interesting. Did you have any theories on that?
No.
Okay.
Big meteorite under the ancient retreat in Hisui, I guess.
Yeah, but so we have like a Namorous there, though, you know? So, like, I guess, it's been done to death. I think a lot of the missed opportunities, if we ever go back to Sinnoh, do you think Sinnoh could show up as like post game or an addition to another region? Maybe if if the next region is Kitakami or whatever.
Sinnoh will probably
be untouched for a while.
Be untouched for the longest now.
Yeah.
And I think if they do it again, if they really want to revisit Sinnoh, because they've revisited Sinnoh twice. This is the thing. They did the Elka and they did the Legends Arceus. I don't see Sinnoh getting another game, almost at any point, unless they did like a game one day that is a fused version of Fire Red, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, all as one big game.
Yeah.
Unless they do something like that, I can't see Sinnoh just getting anything new.
My head's spinning. I'm like, what can I think of? There's nothing.
No, it's just
Sinnoh just got a remake, and it actually
there is a way they could do it.
It just got
there is a way they could do it.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about remakes, and you keep mentioning Kitakami as like one day that'll get remade. But actually, what we're about to talk about with Unova is that it may be the case that there is no Unova remakes, that the Indigo Disc is the Unova revisit.
That is
and
possible.
if that's the case, it might be the thing that one day there's a DLC for a future game, and that's how they do Sinnoh.
Yeah.
So like a little DLC trip to
I like that.
Mount Cornet, or a little DLC trip to, where else would you go? Like, Jubilife City and the area surrounding it. That could be its own.
Or it could be
thing.
something that's off the I'm telling you,
off the coast.
Like we are so focused on what exists, but if you just zoom the map out a little bit, it's a world, right?
You could do the
Sinjo Ruins.
The Sinjo Ruins,
right?
You could do the Nightmare Isle, right?
Yes,
there could be a whole Cresselia Darkrai DLC where each Pokemon gets new forms.
That's true. Cresselia explores the Unova region, but not Darkrai. So Darkrai could be a nice.
And what you could do is you could have this DLC where you know how the islands they're both crescent moon shapes.
Yeah.
But if the ocean recedes a little bit, are those two islands actually part of one larger island that we've not seen?
Because of Groudon.
Well, no, this is in.
I know. I'm just.
Yeah, right. So
all this stuff is happening all at once.
All of the lore at once. So you could totally do that. Like, there's so many ways.
That's a really great idea. I like.
And that could be that might be the way they do Sinnoh is they do DLC at some point for a future game, a Gen 13 or whatever, Gen 14, and they do DLC for Sinnoh.
I think that's brilliant. I love that we're returning to an old region. Right. It's such a nice way to do it without having to commit to a full
game or a full. I do think it's possible we'll get ports and things like that. Like, you know, we got the 3DS ports of Red, Blue, Yellow, Gold, Silver, Crystal. And we could get DS ports.
We could. And with that, though, you're also reviving and giving access to a lot of events or mystery gift events or whatever it might be that haven't been accessible since the game's launch, right? So I think that we don't need to spend too much time on Sinnoh.
No, and I think even with like Unova, for example,
I will like to say we should get a new form of Arceus. Right? That was a missed opportunity, right?
I think so.
Or maybe like almost an illusion of what the full Arceus is actually.
I think the idea though is that if you took away the Arceus, cracked it open and saw what was underneath, it would be incomprehensible. This god creature.
Yeah, it would be missing now.
Yeah,
right.
So I don't know if they would ever do it.
Yeah,
because if they did like true Arceus as a form, I think the implication is that the true Arceus we can't perceive it. It's not. It's a ball of light. It's like at the beginning of Legends Arceus. So I don't really know.
All right.
But what I was going to say was, if you're doing ports and stuff, we've just had the news that the 3DS eShop is going to shut down. Pokemon Bank is going to go. Pokemon Bank is still usable, but they've sort of said, look, transfer your Pokemon as quickly as you can.
Yep.
Maybe it's the case that this will go one day. And if it does, it could be that the Ilka port remakes, whatever you want to call them, are the way that they will introduce generations 1 through 5 back onto modern consoles. It's
I would like
less of a commitment than a Legends game or a Let's Go game.
Yeah.
And so we could see that. We could see that with...
And then that allows them to put all of their resources towards building up the Gen 5 region, right? So let's lay it out here. I'm sure you guys have heard it, but maybe you're watching in 5 years. If we don't get a Gen 5 remake, if that doesn't exist yet, whenever you're watching this, the idea is we're either going to get a Black 3, White 3, which is a third sequel to, that completes the trilogy. We either get some sort of Legends game where we get a story of the original dragon. Then there's also ideas. We're currently sitting in Generation 9. There's a lot of fun theories where, you can call it whatever you want to call it. Paradox Unova. The idea is that basically we get
future Unova.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like a sequel to Scarlet and Violet that takes place in Unova, which is, I would think, what we got in. I think that's what Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire are. They feel like story sequels. Maybe not like character sequels, but lore sequels.
I know what you mean.
You know what I'm saying?
It really does take
with the multiverse. You take Hoopa, right?
Yeah.
Hoopa's super involved with that. I feel like, it would be a continuation of the Paradox, the Area Zero story in Scarlet and Violet, and then expand it.
You could turn the region into the Paradox region and have we see in Black 2 and White 2 and Black and White,
which is an alternate
Black
reality.
City and the White Tree Hollow or whatever it is. Black City and there's a Lucid City that's either future or past.
Yeah.
So it could be that the whole region is in a state of this weird time flux and we're not really sure what it's about, and it awaken the original dragon to save the and this is where the Paradox legendary Swords of Justice sort of like tie into it all. So there's definitely room for them to do something crazy like that.
Yeah.
Equally, it might just be the case that the Indigo Disc is the Unova revisit. Maybe they do a port of Black and White and Black and White 2, or they do an Ilka game of Black and White and Black and White 2.
Which is honestly fine, because before we heard a bunch of hints that maybe this would happen. That seems like I'd be fine with that.
Just to delve into and again, I don't want to date the video too much, but to delve into the realm of speculation here, I think there was one of the big tweets by Ku was something to the effect of, this character, one of the characters in the poster for the Indigo Disc, holds the key to what's coming next.
Yeah.
And
presumably.
This person presumably is Drayton, who is the grandson of Drayden. He's got Archaludon, which is a bridge like in Unova. He's also a Unova. We now know the Indigo Disc is in Unova. So I think a lot of the rhetoric I hear is people saying, that means that Unova games are next.
Yeah.
And that could be the case. Or it could be that Ku was just simply hinting that, the Indigo Disc is in Unova. Yeah. Which we now know. So it might just be that's it. That's all he was hinting towards. We don't really know.
Yeah.
And, you can... With leakers, while there are some that are particularly consistent, they still get it wrong.
Yeah.
So,
this will be fun to watch in 5 years.
Yeah,
to see what the reality of everything is. Something that I have noticed is, and I think about this, I come from New England. We are currently in New York.
Mm-hmm.
This whole region was colonized by Europe.
By me. I didn't do anything.
I was going to say by Galar.
I wasn't here. By the Galar.
Yeah. There's a lot of Galar Pokemon that are appearing with new forms.
And there's a lot of imagery as well.
Yeah, but they're appearing in Unova, right? In the Indigo Disc.
The
Archaludon. Right?
Archaludon, so Driplin, or Diplin, or whatever it's called. Driplin? I don't know.
He dresses very well.
Diplin. So there is also... There's the Abyssal Ruins that holds the Relic Crown, which looks like Zacian's crown.
Yes.
And there are 2 heroes of Unova, and there are 2 heroes of Galar. And I do
you
believe
have all the French imagery with the
related.
I agree. I think.
And even Pokemon like Frillish are said to represent the sort of
the king and queen,
the dead of the kind of royalty, and it all ties in.
There's a lot of dragons.
Right? A lot of dragons.
A lot of knights. I think. So, again. Fakemon can be a different video, but I do like the idea of a lot of these Galar Pokemon being brought over and seeing different versions of it. Also, because Unova was a soft reboot of the series, to say, it became an analog to Kanto and some of the earlier iconic Pokemon. All of those Pokemon got new, almost like reiterations. They're kind of like look-alike Pokemon, right? They're like your regional fake. They're like your convergent species. So that's the theme of Unova, but I feel like there's also a ton of characters. And this is the first region where, because it was no longer in a region that's based on Japan, Gen 5, Gen 6, Gen 7, all these characters started feeling like they had a story, and then we never got back to them, right? Maybe one or two we returned to. But there's so many characters in here as well that I feel like would be incredible to see how they could progress. We saw a little bit of it with Black 2, White 2, but if we were to get some sort of paradox or parallel universe or another sequel, I want these characters to be shuffled up.
See, like,
we see it with Drayden.
Iris calls Drayden grandpa. Now, see, they're not. I don't think they're biologically related. It's a term of endearment.
Yeah.
But now he actually has a grandson.
Yeah.
So, like, there's going to be a rivalry,
right?
or the relationship there.
Yeah.
You've got Olga, whom we've seen little maybe hints of in the Legends games.
Yeah,
so maybe there's something there. Ingo and Emmett need to be revisited because Ingo's just had this story recently in Legends Arceus.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's a number of ways that these characters can be expanded upon that are already set up and are already really interesting.
And I feel like the original dragon is something that we've always wanted. Everyone wants.
Yeah.
What I don't know. I was watching a Lockston video.
Yeah.
And he broke it down that the inspiration was actually a 3-headed dragon.
Yes.
No one depicts it like that online. When I see,
but it would make sense. You've got your head of.
And that's
Kyurem,
so Pokemon.
Reshiram, and Zekrom.
That's so Pokemon. You're like, oh, there's 3 dragons?
And Hydreigon is like a minified version of the legend, which is the legend of the 3-headed dragon of, dragon, fire and electric, or ice, fire and electric, or whatever. Yeah. And I think
it's the triad.
There's this narrative, and I won't go too much into it, but I've got a theory talking about how the 4 big boss Pokemon of the last 4 generations are effectively parts of Arceus.
Yeah.
There's reasons for it, but they're effectively dragons whose bodies come from space, who are responsible for part of the phenomenon of the region, and they have multiple forms. So this is Zygarde, Necrozma, Eternatus, and Terrapagos. And the key thing that each of them have that unifies them is that they're dragon type.
Yeah.
And it said that the original dragon is sort of the original dragon energy. So this Pokemon is also a core part of that lore that started with Gen 4 with Arceus, the original dragon, now the 4 parts of the Arceus.
Yeah.
So they all tie into each other in terms of the kind of cosmology of Pokemon.
Yeah.
Less so than, or more so than, like, Lugia and Hoa, or Groudon and Kyogre.
Yeah.
These guys are all kind of combined together. And so I think seeing that original source of kind of crystallized dragon energy that Reggie Drago mentions in its Pokedex entry in this original dragon makes sense. Like, it's something we need to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
To complete the story.
If we do get a Legends Unova, because everyone's talking about it, what would the 3 Pokemon be? The starter Pokemon.
Oh, the starter Pokemon
that would come with us. I'll tell you mine. I think Litten needs a revision of some sort. Totodile I like a lot. That'd be cool for Alligator. Come on, let's do it. I'm tempted to say Trico, but I like Sceptile. Yeah, I'll just go with that. I'll just go with that.
Well, there's a number of ways you could go about it. You could say that
Fennekin also needs a fix.
You could do the trio from Legends Arceus and then just do like another set of 3 from those regions.
Yeah.
But one of those regions is Unova anyway.
Yeah.
So my one would be to say, okay, well, let's, much like we did Mega Blaziken and X and Y before before Swampert and Sceptile got theirs.
Yeah.
Let's do like, okay, so Samurai is exactly the same as the Legends version.
Yeah.
And then there's just a Legends, Superior, and Emboar. I'd be okay with that because these are designs that personally I'm just less fond of, and so I think it would be cool to see new versions.
I like that a lot. Let's move on to Generation 6.
If you're enjoying this episode, please consider supporting Hidden Power on Patreon or YouTube channel members. Right now, we have 4 tiers, and the lowest membership starts at just $5 a month. Supporters get access to our secret Discord server and help control the direction of the podcast. Supporters also get access to our archive of bonus episodes.
Okay, so our Discord, honestly, is popping. We have other creators in there, too, which is kind of fun. It ain't just the 3 of us. We're discussing leaks when they drop. We talk about news. We'll be talking about how SoulSilverArt has, just garbage takes.
It's so much fun.
It's a place for us to connect.
I'm in there every day. Also, we have revamped our merch store. So proud of every product that is in this store now. We have stickers, t-shirts, mugs, ball caps, right? The dad caps, these ball caps are embroidered. Look at this. It's literally an embroidered.
So clean.
You cannot get anything more high quality than that.
I just got news. Do y'all hear that? Bulbasaur says that he even has his own merch.
I'll talk for him. It's beautiful. Very cool designs. You guys should
Very
check it out.
Japanese style.
Even the front of the shirt has a unique logo.
I'm getting one for sure.
If you're invested in this show, invest in the show. Thank you so much for watching, and now back to the video.
X and Y, X and Y, X and Y, X and Y, X and Y.
So here, I'll start with this, right? Paldea, Scarlet and Violet came out. Yeah, I like to take credit. Because I like to take credit for the Kalos fever. I feel like I started,
all right.
Maybe I didn't inspire the whole internet, but there's video evidence. Oop.
Start over?
Yeah.
All right.
So Scarlet and Violet, right? Everyone and their mom was saying that Kalos remakes were coming, right?
Yes.
I think we're all guilty of that, and it was very obvious because Paldea, borders.
France,
Spain
and you've got
Portugal.
that little great area.
Yeah, so people have speculated quite a bit about this, and I think it's such a fun idea. It didn't happen. It might happen in the future.
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest thing that would be super fun is if we actually get to explore Southern Kalos, right?
I don't
which is Southern France.
What? But how do you want to explore that in the format of Scarlet and Violet DLC, or just as its own thing?
I think if we get whatever the new Kalos game is, make the DLC. That's like our Sinjo Ruins.
I don't feel the need for that. Really much at all, to be honest. Like, because what's in Southern France that's so exciting to you that you're like, we have to see it?
It's a connection to Paldea,
right?
It's a new to me. It's like Kitakami, right? It's a new area. So it's untouched.
Imagine
it adds context.
But then wouldn't that just make you feel bad for not being able to enter Paldea? No. Like you're exploring a cave and there's like a little ledge and you stand out and you can just see the team stars base below you.
That actually would make that's better than what Game Freak gives us.
Sure.
Where they're like, I guess that's actually really in line with in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, where they show us a little diagram and they say, or a little like diorama, and they're like, this is where the battle tower might be in the future. It feels pretty on par with that.
But I didn't like that. Did you like that?
I didn't like that, but I'm saying I think if they showed us like Skyrim, we see a cliff and we can see in the distance all of Paldea. And you can see Area Zero. That'd be cool.
That'd be too much of a tease. So, I don't want to see that in my X and Y game. And I think X and Y doesn't, just because it's next, because it's also next to Galar. Like, it's just across the river from Galar. I don't feel the need for that stuff. For me, all X and Y needs to do to remake itself in some form is to have Pokemon Z be a game, or to have the Zygarde story be the core focus. I think it would bring back Mega Evolution. I think it would be insanely popular as well.
Yeah, it would be.
Whether it be set in the past like a Legends game or just set in current day, I don't know.
X and Y was and Phoebe even said that was the first game that she played.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people either discovered Pokemon with X and Y because of the transition into 3D and the 3DS, or they just came back to the series. I think a lot of people dropped off. They were like, this is getting stale. It's not that interesting. Oh, it's 3D? Let me get into it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're right. It would be extremely popular. The region is actually, so this is interesting because it is the first region that is in 3D, right? I think it's actually, there's a lot of potential and an intrigue of me to actually see that game in 2D, to actually get that 2D HD game, right?
I could see that very much.
Because now we're getting all of the Gen 6 Pokemon.
Because it's 3D in a way that translates from like Black and White 2 upwards.
Yeah.
But like I don't think you could do a open worlds Kalos game. Like I feel like it's too.
I think you could.
Really?
Because it's 3D. We've already seen the world in 3D.
But the routes are very much designed to not be like they're still like
they're
still
linear.
The word grid is I don't know, but they're still it's still very linear, and I also don't feel a need to explore the Colossian like landscape in any particular way that isn't already in X and Y.
Yeah.
Like I think it suits its format, which is why I like your idea of a 2D HD 2D kind of game. I think that would be really, really interesting.
Like if that's going to happen, it either has to be
to
Gen
stylize
5,
it.
maybe Gen 6.
Yeah, and just to stylize it. But I think the return of Mega Evolution is probably the key thing. If you're doing X and Y, New Megas. You've got to do it. It's what makes X and Y as popular as they can be. Is like everyone talks about it now. Like, I miss Megas.
And that would be new Mega forms. I think the missed opportunity was not giving enough Kalos Pokemon Mega Evolutions.
Yes.
Right? They treated Mega Evolutions like Gen 4 treated Evolution. They're like, let's take old Pokemon and revamp them. They didn't care. They didn't look at it like a core feature that should be featured on the new Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
They looked at it as if they were like true evolutions, which is not what it is.
If we get there, we're gonna see Mega Chestnut,
yes,
Mega Drowfox, Mega Greninja. Like, these things will absolutely happen.
Those Pokemon almost looked like they needed an evolution, don't you think? Or a Mega Evolution.
Because next to the Mega Evolutions, they're a little underwhelming. Greninja not so much, but Greninja's just popular.
It's iconic.
It's iconic. But
I want to see Mega Noivern. I want to see Mega... What are some other Kalos Pokemon? Mega Sylveon.
Yeah.
Come on. Yeah,
right? Mega Sylveon, Mega Goodra, Mega Goodra, any of these would be really cool. And then I think just do the Zygarde story. I don't even think it needs to be back
Mega
in time.
Zygarde.
Mega Zygarde, but we've already got perfect Zygarde.
Yeah, that's true.
But that kind of is.
Is that a permanent form?
It's in battle only, I think. Yeah.
So that's like a Mega, yeah. Mega Xerneas. I can see that.
Mega Xerneas and Yveltal, that would kind of, I think that could happen. So yeah, for me, it doesn't need to be a past game. It doesn't need to be open world. It doesn't need to be a Legends. But I do think they would benefit from stylizing it, because I think it was...
It's kind of a chibi game. If you go back and play it, it is a chibi game.
You could work with it and create something Wind Waker-esque or heck, even Ilka-esque with X and Y.
Yeah. I like the idea, even though I didn't love BDSP. I do like the idea of Game Freak giving us faithful remakes of at least. I mean, if they're gonna do Gens 1, 2, 3, 4, great. They did 4. Like maybe Gens. I feel like Hoenn and Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire makes sense. X1 makes sense. Kalos. I'm sorry, Unova. I'm getting these mixed up. Alola makes sense, right? I think those, because they are chibi games.
Yeah,
they really are.
You can take that style and it would really work.
Yeah. What do you think Team Flare is doing? Because I think it's one of the most underwhelming teams. Oh yeah, so what would the time period be for Kalos?
Just modern day.
I think
just modern day.
New characters though, or is it going to be the same?
Some new, some old.
So it's going to be the same story.
A resurgence of Team Flare, but like they would have to be. I think
because Team Flare at the end they fire off the weapon. And there's a whole disaster.
Yeah.
Right. So is it past that story?
It's past that story, and I think there's a resurrection story. There's a belief that Lysander was ultimately blasted with the life force of Pokemon. Yeah. So there may be some science fiction-y way to resurrect him and have him lead Team Flare to glory. And so I think that's what the story would be.
Yeah.
And this is an abomination, so Zygarde would be part of that story in trying to stop it. AZ would be part of that story, talking about how immortality is not the best thing in the world.
Yeah. That's true. AZ needs to come back to tell those lessons.
I think what I'm interested in is a sequel. If I really think about it, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of our Black 2 and White 2, but for X and Y. It's Pokemon XZ and YZ, or Pokemon Z, or whatever.
And the Z looks like a 2. I think there's
art of that, for sure.
So XZ, YZ.
I think that's the thing that makes the most sense to me. What about you? Do you have any kind of...
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I feel like the region was undercooked. Like, we went there. It was, I think, the only region that didn't get a third version, right? That's correct. Other than the games that had DLCs.
Other games that have DLCs. It's the only game that didn't have something...
original region, right?
Yeah, it literally was just
so
XY.
So it needs either a definitive version, which they would do in the style of a remake, but it'd be... I think a sequel makes sense.
Yeah.
I think a sequel makes sense.
Same.
And they should explore... I think Zygarde needs to be a fixed point.
A big feature, of course. Zygarde
that needs to be the big bad.
Have its love.
Or... the evil team member.
I think it's the Pokemon that they're trying to use, right? The evil team are trying to use to do whatever it is they need to do.
Sky Battles need to never come back.
What's wrong with Sky Battles?
They ruined the models, right? For 10 years we had Swallow like T-posing.
Yeah, but they wouldn't that wouldn't do that anymore.
I know. No, they wouldn't at all. Sky Battles actually was pretty cool. Not in Kalos, but in Hoenn.
Okay.
I like that a lot. What's Professor Sycamore doing?
Still looking hot.
Yeah.
No matter how old he is.
Good for him. Honestly, good. Yeah, he's like...
Yeah.
If it's a sequel, he's a little bit older. Maybe he has a kid. I can see him with a kid. He's a good
Sure.
Right? Lumio City is actually going to be, like, beautiful, probably. Because if it's a new engine, right? If it's 3D, then it's going to be like one of the Paldea cities, right? Where you can...
Oh, don't say that. That's literally you're selling me the opposite direction of being beautiful on that.
Can someone cut that out?
The Paldea cities, yikes.
I'm just looking at all these locations. Chamber of Emptiness, Tower of Mastery, Sand Saloon Forest, Victory Road, Parfum Palace. The palace was really cool.
I really think the idea of like again over stylizing it, whether that's the 2D HD or whether that's chibi style, I don't mind. I just don't think you want to go open world with it. Yeah, and that would be my feeling.
Remember the Kalos power plant? We never actually got
and accessing stuff like that.
Yeah. Really, there's a lot of access points like that.
What about
Alola,
Sun and Moon? We had Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, which were effectively DLCs before DLCs were a thing on Pokemon games.
Looking back, Alola kind of feels like how Kitakami feels. How we mentioned maybe Sinnoh Return could feel in DLC. Alola is Hawaii, which is it's interesting to think that we have 3 like U.S. states that are Pokemon regions. Right? Unova, Alola, and Ore, which is based on Arizona, which is Pokemon Coliseum.
Yeah.
Which isn't Game Freak, but, you know.
Could you imagine that as a DLC area one day?
Weird, right?
How cool would that be, though?
Yeah, and there's a plane in Unova, right? You could literally
fly to Ore. Okay, so Alola.
Yeah, but Alola's based on Hawaii.
So we're not going to see Alola remakes for a really long time.
No.
I think it's the first thing to, much like X and Y, but even more so.
Yeah.
We're not going to see Alola remakes for a really long time. If we do,
cool.
I think I think Legends wouldn't necessarily suit it.
Yeah.
I think the focus is on these Ultra Beasts.
Yep.
And the Alien
Aether Foundation.
Yeah.
Rainbow Rocket, right? Alola felt like the first game to to really alter my understanding of the lore and the world and the science of Pokemon since Gen 4. Right, Gen 4 introduced the gods in the different dimensions and you write all that.
And then Alola is like, here's the multiverse.
Yeah, here's the multiverse
in quite a big way.
Yeah. So I would love a deeper exploration. See, some of these later regions, they are fresh in our minds. So I feel like the Ultra Beasts are so cool to me. They really are. I would love a deeper exploration.
I like the idea of the Ultra Beasts as overworld bosses in a way where you're not just Pokemon battling them, but you need to really engage with their strategies like the noble Pokemon.
So at the end of Sun and Moon, I'm sorry.
No, that was it.
So at the end of Sun and Moon, we see the I guess it's like a reconciliation or a recreation of the league, because I believe there used to be a league. A Pokemon League in Alola, but then it kind of disbanded, or it wasn't official.
No, so they've always had their trial captain champions.
Yes.
So you can take on the trial captain trials, and then you can become a champion.
Yeah.
But there's not been an official Pokemon League that's recognized by the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And so that's what you're creating in Sun and Moon and Ultra Moon. I don't necessarily want to. Maybe I do want a Legends game, because my thing with Unova,
I know, right? But it's likely to be something else, right? But you like the idea of a Legends call.
My thing with Unova is I can't stand the way that you play the game. So I think the region is beautiful. I think the Pokédex is great.
The story's really
nice. The story's wonderful. The way it's delivered is in the form of this text box, and every
which is
route
reminiscent of Gen 3. Right? It's
no, it's totally horrible and unique. Oh my god, I find Sun and Moon to this day unplayable. I used to play them. I played them when they came out. I played them once after.
Yeah.
I cannot stand to play them because and there's no other Pokemon game.
I haven't attempted in 5 years.
You try it again, and I'm telling you, literally every route you stand on, you walk into a route, a character introduces you to the route, introduces you to them, why they're there, tells you what's going on. You walk to the end of the route in a straight line. maybe there's a little bit of curvature, and a character does the same thing on the other end.
Yeah.
It is excruciatingly painful, and it's a shame because I think the region is beautiful.
Yeah.
I think the Pokemon are cool. I think Ultra Beasts are a wonderful idea, but the format in which all of these amazing things are given to you, it's like being given a banquet of all your favorite foods and being told you need to eat them through a straw.
Oh, all of them.
That's everything. You got your burgers, and you got your
you drop the crumb.
your roasted, all these things, but you've got to sit there with a straw, painstakingly just trying to, and it's really, that's how I see the Sun and Moon.
Straw.
Yeah, and it's going to fall apart. This is how I see Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Yeah. Rainbow Rocket are awesome. Yeah. Ultra Beasts are cool. Beware, all of the Pokemon in the region are so cool. The characters are great. The story is wonderful. Why is it being delivered in this horrible way?
Yeah.
So I really feel that the game needs to change its delivery mechanism, which is why I don't think an Ilka remake, or I don't think, contrary to what my problems were with X and Y, I actually don't think that format can work. If you're just porting the game and changing the visuals, even if you're stylizing it, I think you're still doing a disservice to the region.
Okay.
So, I'm actually quite passionate about this one.
I don't like this.
I'm really about this. So I think actually maybe you do want a Legends game. You want to repackage all of those amazing meals and deliver them to people in a way that they're actually going to be able to ingest them, enjoy them. Because I genuinely find those games unplayable, and it's so sad because I have so much love for all of the individual elements. But the one element, the delivery system, takes it to like a 2 out of 10 for me. Yeah. Which is such a shame.
So all I'm thinking about right now is at the end of Scarlet and Violet, you go into Area Zero, and as you're traversing the region in live time, right? You're also getting descriptions of or characters are speaking,
wonderful,
right?
Yeah.
That is how they should probably do it.
Yep.
Acerola should pop up and say, "Hey, follow me," and then as you follow her,
yep,
all the dialogue just rips by.
I really like that,
and that puts some importance on it too. It almost makes you want to pay attention to it more because it's fleeting, right?
Yeah,
you might miss something.
Yeah,
so you want to pay attention to it.
I really,
you're still active.
I like that so much more because these cutscenes where you go in, character goes,
Hey,
Alola.
Character. No, I say
Alola, welcome.
Alola.
Listen, I've been thinking about my confidence lately, and I think it would be better if I did a battle or whatever. You can now just have that in the background. I think you're absolutely... I didn't even think about that, but you've hit the nail on the head. So to me, with Scarlet and Violet, I've got problems with Scarlet and Violet. Area Zero is my exception. I think Area Zero is wonderful.
Yeah.
And I think that way of delivering dialogue, you're right. Like, I paid attention because it was... it felt like I would, like with the other dialogue, just spam A to get through it. But this, not only could I not do that, but second of all, it wasn't halting my progress. So I could still explore Area Zero and read this dialogue, and I think
which is very similar. I think like
generally would benefit from that.
The weight of Area Zero, I think, matches very well with exploring the Alola region, finding interdimensional creatures basking in like a field, right? Just causing terror. Like those Ultra Beasts are like horrifying creatures. Those are the monsters under your bed.
People always say the story is better in Sun and Moon, but obviously you've got really lots of really cool new unique stuff in Legend. In Ultra and Ultra Moon. What are you naming this game? Ultra Sun and Moon?
No,
like
it would probably it's not gonna be Pokemon Stars. I don't know. I think if you make a new game, it could be maybe Aether, maybe Ultra. I guess it would be Ultra. Ultra does make sense.
I like the idea. Maybe. Okay.
Ultra Aether?
No. So
Aether Moon?
Pokemon Ultra Universe or something like that.
Yeah.
Where you start at the Aether Foundation it's a totally new story in Alola. You start in this kind of hub artificial, and you're tasked with visiting the 4 islands of Alola. So you do that, and each one progresses, and each island gets bigger and expands.
And I'm sorry. So is this a sequel?
This is sure. It's a sequel. Yeah. And you're tasked on doing Aether Foundation research, and you go to each island and you do so, and as you do so, you learn more and more about the Ultra Beasts.
Yeah.
And then this wonderful thing happens as you think you're getting to the end of the game.
Yeah.
You got to halfway through the game, and on the altar of Sun and Moon, the Ultra Wormholes open up. Aether sets up a new base there, and now your job is to go through the Ultra Wormhole and go to the various Ultra spaces where the Ultra Beasts live, and they're fleshed out.
Yeah. I like the idea of also like. I mean, I don't know if they would actually do this, right? Maybe this is too much, and maybe it would take away some of the specialness. I like the idea if you go to Kartana's world, and there's other Pokemon there.
I agree.
Other Ultra Beast, right?
Oh, that'd be cool.
Like, not just... It's not going to be a Pidgey, because it's an Ultra
whatever. But there are Pokemon through the Ultra.
Oh, there is.
And here's what I'm thinking. So you go to.
Which was cool.
So we see with Guzzlord's World, for example.
Yeah.
It's an Alolan island. Is Howoli City.
Howoli.
Yeah, but it's been destroyed.
We need Zach on this episode.
If as you go through the wormholes, so you've already explored the Alolan Islands. Now you're going to explore parallel versions, and it turns out that each of the Ultra World spaces that we've already visited are in fact other versions of Alola.
Yeah, you're right.
And so maybe
the Pichu,
the Pheromosa and Buzzwole Ultra spaces are actually just part of the same Ultra version of Alola. Pokemon. And so so now you're like retraversing the map, but with new environmental things happening, new Ultra Beasts, new encounters.
I could see there being a lot of lookalike Pokemon.
Yeah, right. You could have lots of convergent evolutions. Would be a really great way to use those.
Yeah.
Or convergent forms, I guess. So I think that is what my inclination would be. An exploratory game where you explore the 4 islands of Alola.
Yeah.
And once you've achieved that, you can then explore those islands again, but with totally new twists and these strange creatures that will hinder your process. And they're more like overworld bosses, so they're even harder to encounter. And of course, new Ultra Beasts in new Ultra spaces.
Yeah. I think a big theme of Alola is really, I guess like invasive species. Mm-hmm. Is that a good way to say it?
Yeah.
That Alola introduced regional forms. That was a brand new thing. I still remember where I was when I first realized there was a new Vulpix or whatever it was. We have the Ultra Beasts, right? We have the Aether Foundation is like this artificial thing inside of this like natural, abundant land. So I think it continues. So like plot wise, maybe a further continuation of that story.
Yes.
Right. So what other things could possibly? Yeah, there's like the Alolan Muck. Right, or was it the Alolan Muck? I know there's like an area like compacting trash.
Yeah. And they brought in Grimer to help deal with it.
So more things like that would be really nice. I like that a lot. I guess I don't really know because the story could go anywhere, right? It's not Lucamine's story anymore.
Yeah,
it's not Lily's story. Maybe Lily comes back, right? And she has to deal with
maybe.
I mean, I don't know if Pokemon would do this, but maybe Lily comes back and realizes she has to now deal with raising her own child.
Maybe.
Right? And then she has to realize and reflect that...
I could see her as the professor. I could see her being the new professor at the Aether Foundation.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll ever do, like imagine she's the protagonist. They're not going to do that.
I don't think they'll ever do that because they want you to...
not feel like you're bound by whatever...
Yeah, it's what we were saying earlier about Oak. It's like, I think that they want you to be the player and these other characters to be developed developed characters.
So something I was also thinking, we didn't really mention that. I'm going to go back just for a quick second.
Yeah.
In Kalos, that introduced fairy types, right?
Oh, yeah.
That was a big deal.
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking, what would be the right region... It probably wouldn't be a remake, truthfully.
Probably not.
To introduce another type, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it is the Kanto remake. They introduce like the corruption type, the artificial type.
You could do them for any of them, right? You could do that for Alola with cosmic types, you know,
right.
and
like
true. Actually they redefine all of these Ultra Beasts. You could do it for any number of them, honestly.
Just thinking about it, yeah, so what is there anything else you want to talk about for
I'm
Alola?
good for Alola. I'm set on Alola. Yeah. I think
it's great looking at all these different locations. And was it who did a theory saying who was the original champion of the region? Was that
was me. It was literally the other week. Yeah.
It was the
golf lady, Kahili.
Yeah.
And it turns out it's not even really a theory. It turns out the game quite explicitly says it.
Okay.
But there's a post that went around online that confused people, I think, where the hiker from X and Y talks about, you should check out the champion of our region. But hang on, don't we make the Pokemon League in Pokemon Sun and Moon?
Yeah.
How can there be a champion? The answer's in the game. They just say, well, yeah, there were island champions. But because of that, there was like a level of confusion about that. And so that's what the theory is, but it's more just an explanation.
So again, I just think of like the shifting of all the different characters. That'd be great. Festival Plaza would be interesting to go back to. I'm just looking at all these locations. It's crazy. And then we haven't even talked about Team Rocket. I don't really know what else we can.
I don't think you could do.
Tell me this: how does Team Rainbow Rocket end? Because I don't even know if I.
Giovanni gets beaten, and everyone gets sent back to their original timelines. And Giovanni vows to conquer some other universe.
Yeah,
he may be talking about Pokemon Masters. We're not really sure.
All right, so I would say, interesting. So he's coming back. Okay, that's really interesting.
He could come back with new Rainbow Rocket and have new villains. But really, he'd only be including Chairman Rose as like the only other villain, because I don't think there's not really an evil team in Pokemon.
There's not.
It's Sword and Shield Stars. But that's like Penny's
Team Skull. It's Team Skull, right?
But Team Skull are in Alola.
That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Oh, right, but Team Skull aren't part of Rainbow Rocket.
No.
It's Aether Foundation instead.
So there's some loose ends that are going to have to tie up, right? So, Toby, you want to lead this? The next region is Generation 8 in Galar.
Galar's a weird one as well, because you got the Isle of Armor and the Crown Tundra.
Yeah, which is cool.
So, if you remake Galar or revisit Galar, do they get revisited? And I think with Galar as well, you've also got the Wild Area, which is the first kind of big open world zone.
Yeah.
And so does that suggest that the only way to do a Galar in the future is to do more open world? Like, can you?
I think you have to.
Yeah.
Well, what's Galar gonna be? I mean, Galar remakes are coming in 2040. We know that, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it has to be just full open world.
When would it be? 2040? Like, what are we in now?
I don't know.
2023.
It came out in what? 2019.
2019.
So, 2039. That.
You reckon? Sure.
I'm like half kidding, but kind of.
The Galar region. The thing is...
And it's true. We could go back to Galar. So I meant to say this for Kalos again, right? Kalos is exciting the same way that the Japanese regions are exciting, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying I need a bunch of new European regions. There's so many parts in the world that I think is worthy of exploring in a Pokemon region. People say India, right? They say Egypt. They say Australia, right? Anywhere. Literally anywhere would be so interesting to explore.
Cool to see, yeah.
However, when we're talking about the Pokemon world, I do appreciate when there's, let's say, Kanto is neighbored by Johto and Hoenn, and you go to the north and it's Sinnoh.
Yeah.
I like that. So I think the appeal for a Kalos game is you go down low and you got Paldea. Maybe you go to the east and there's what's to the east of France? I have no idea.
Why are we grown men who do not know that geography?
Don't know.
That's terrible.
I have an excuse. I live in New Hampshire. I live in Boston.
I live in Old Hampshire.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many surrounding iconic countries that kind of excites me. But back to Galar, right? I think there's all. So Galar is based on England. So what?
Well, the UK as a whole, mostly England and Scotland. So there is some Wales in there, I think.
Yeah.
But,
is there any area? Is there any part of that area of the world that is not represented?
I guess Ireland, Northern Ireland, but I don't know enough about Ireland, Northern Ireland, and because they're a separate island, they really would be. It would be its own thing, I think. Galar. So Galar's an interesting one. If you turn the map upside down, the geography matches that of the If you take base Galar, turn the map upside down, you've got the layout of of England, Scotland, and Wales generically. However, the locations that they're inspired by are all over the place. So, for example, Stonehenge is Turfield, and that is south of Windon, which is London. But that's also true in the real world. Stonehenge is south of London. So the locations are jumbled up, but the geography swapped around. And then they added the Isle of Armor. No, the Crown Tundra, sorry. And the Crown Tundra is the Scottish Highlands, I suppose, but the geography isn't like the same. It's just this kind of big block, I think. That's my understanding anyway. So it's kind of there's no like hard and fast rule about it. I wonder imagine if they did a DLC in the future of the Crown Tundra. Again, like Crown Tundra 2 is like a future DLC pack.
That's
for something
true. They
else.
could call it that. That's true.
They could do that.
It's just a DLC, but what if that's like the fleshed out?
Because if we're asking about like, okay, they're not going to remake it in Ilka style. They're not going to be able, and they're not. I don't think they can ever just. Can they ever just port Sword and Shield? I don't think so.
I think they could. I mean, in the future, we're playing like a Nintendo console that's as good as like it's as powerful as the PS5.
But who's gonna want to Who's gonna want to play it?
I'm gonna want to play it.
Really?
At some point, it's not gonna be. It's gonna be. I mean, I don't know. I still
because gens 1 through 5, because they're in pixel style, people want to revisit them.
It's a convenience thing. But there's also going to be new fans that show up in the franchise 10 years from now. Who have never owned this stuff.
Here's the thing. I think with Pokemon Red and Blue up to Pokemon Black and White 2, because they're in pixel art style, they're in a very clear style, people will always want to revisit them.
Yeah.
X and Y upwards,
I see what you're saying.
The games are just the latest that technology can do.
It's like Twilight Princess
trying to emulate that 3D. And so
versus Wind Waker, right? Wind Waker 100%. Is distinct.
And don't get me wrong, they managed to do a good job with the Twilight Princess HD re-release, but there comes a point where...
that's what we would get then. We would get an HD re-release. It wouldn't...
So it would be an HD...
Which is a glorified port. Right?
Yeah, I guess if they could make the textures good, but then that's all I would really expect. I really wouldn't.
Then it's
that's the whole thing. I don't think we're ever going to get a sequel. I don't think we're ever going to get like a stylized version. I do just think it would be an HD port in the future.
I think my biggest questions: Macros Cosmos, so boring.
Yeah, right? Super boring. No,
I think who the heck is Leon? Not interesting.
I think by the time we get to 2040 and we're seriously talking about Galar remakes, and this might also extend to Paldea, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think we are just talking about HD ports for whatever the latest system is, and fully realizing the ideas that they couldn't quite execute now in the future. That's
okay. Well, we have more regions to go over, and that's depressing.
Yeah. But I think that's it.
No, but I think the conversation... You're right, because if we're framing this conversation as what remakes would we want, these remakes, I think you're probably right. You know, you get to a Paldea remake and it just performs well.
Yep. There may be some small quality of life improvements.
Yeah, but then there's room for these additional games in these, because it's the spirit of the video is really like a return to a region, right?
Right.
What would the return to a region look like? So then I don't know if it's not going to be DLC. That is interesting, Toby. Yeah, that's a good point, because then it's like, maybe that is the future. Maybe they're trying this out. Maybe Game Freak is aware of what you just said, and they've thought of that. And Kitakami being in Japan, or the Teal Mask,
being in Unova.
Whatever, being in Unova.
The Indigo Disc,
The Indigo Disc being in Unova is really that, where it really is like a recognition that we can't keep investing in filling out the Pokedex and all the models in every single game. We can't keep doing this. Let's make everything backwards compatible. They're trying to future-proof these games.
I think after Generation 5, they are in a really sticky... Because when you're taking those first 5 generations and realizing them in 3D, that in itself is interesting. But when you're taking something that's already
people
3D...
understand it.
You know, and X and Y, the first 3D Pokemon game, was only a decade ago. Like, you know, we go, oh my god, wow,
and I think
10 years ago. It's still it was only 10 years.
And I think pre-Switch, there was no need for an X and Y remake.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. But now that we're on the Switch, we're on the precipice of a Switch 2, right? It started, you look back at those graphics and you're like, this could be improved. This could be
for sure.
So I think if we go 20 years in the future, right, we're going to be old farts. But
do you think by that point, but there's got to be a limit to that, like...
I think there probably is, right?
And certainly for Pokemon, like, I don't need my Pokemon graphics to look like The Last of Us Part 2, you know? I don't need it to look like these...
That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a re-exploration of a region, right, that was barreled through because they had to hit a certain timeline.
Well, if they do revisit Galar, I don't think I know really what they would do. Yeah. All I can say is I hope that they would expand the routes between, because they spent so many times with the wild area... you spend so much time in the wild area, and I really think it would be nice to spend more time in the routes that have different biomes and look nice. And I think it would be cool to transform those. That would be the one hope I'd have, is transform the routes.
Yeah, I think, and then Dynamax is interesting. So, do we extinguish Eternatus? We capture it.
But Dynamax still exists in the region.
Because of the Wishing Stars, right?
The Wishing Stars that came
so that just exists in the region.
So I think, and I think... The thing is that with all the new regions, when you redo X and Y, you have to do Mega Evolution again, because Mega Evolution is one way of selling old designs to people again. Similarly, when...
We didn't even talk about Z-moves.
We didn't talk about Z-moves. But similarly, like, with Sun and Moon, like, I think you would have to make new Ultra Beasts, because when else are you going to get the opportunity to do it? And so if they're revisiting Galar, we have to get new Gigantamax forms, because when else are we going to do it? We're not going to do it in the Kanto remake, we're not going to do it in the this, that, or the other. You're only going to do it on the Galar remake, and so... yes, you'd see the return of all of the Gigantamax forms that we now don't have for like Center Scourge and Dreadnought and Corviknight. But also, you would see new Gigantamax Pokemon.
That makes a lot of sense.
For sure.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I should go back and replay Galar.
Yeah.
All right, so it is interesting, the DLC, right? So both of the DLCs take place, they are in Galar, right?
Yes.
Okay, so there's
the eye level armor is
so those would be re-explored. Okay, so let's move on to Generation 9.
The remakes of Gen 9.
Yeah.
So we are now in 2023.
And let's reframe this, right? Maybe they aren't remakes, right?
But one day they will be.
But maybe there are just revisits to this region, right? Maybe we get a region based in South Kalos. That's the whole region or whatever. I don't know, like...
Right.
It's a revisit to Paldea.
So in Pokemon Z version, is there a DLC? In our future Pokemon Z, is there a DLC that takes us to part of Paldea?
Maybe. Right?
If so, which part of Paldea? Probably not Area Zero? Or maybe it is, I don't know.
Yeah, so it's becoming clear to me now. So what I'm thinking about right now, right? We're always... our language to describe these types of games are informed of what remakes have become before.
Yeah.
And those are remakes. There's been a lot of friction between Game Freak and the community because of BDSP being so rigidly a remake, and then Legends, which is a different story. I think the exciting thing about a Unova remake is the possibility of a completely new game that is in Unova. And I think there's a possibility here. It's becoming clear to me. Maybe there's no remake. It's just a revisit. I don't know what you call it. It's a revisit. It's a revisit game.
And what is that?
Revisit game to Paldea.
And what does that mean? Does that mean to you, like, the story's new?
It's the same region, new story.
Same region, new story.
Which we've been... I think the conversation in 2023, right, at the end of the year, it does feel like everything we're talking about has to connect to the old game. And there's obviously going to be callbacks.
Sure.
But there is a magic there, I think, because the way I think about it is like, whatever the Gen 10 region is, we imagine it's a brand new region, it's a brand new experience, it's a brand new everything. But in the world of the game, there has been countless stories before our protagonist. Whatever the Gen 10 region is, right? Or think of it like this, Kitakami. We go there, there's a story, it's the Indigo Disc.
Yeah.
But there's been a countless, hundreds of years before that, where there's legends of people living there and encountering the ogre, and they have their own story. Youngster Joey's there, right?
Yeah.
And in my mind, in my head canon, Kitakami exists in Gen 1, right? It exists in Gen 2. It's always existed. We just haven't seen it. So, in my mind, a future remake of any of these regions in 20 years could look like a revisit where it's a whole new experience. It's not tied... I don't know. It's not tied to what came before. I think Let's Go could have been that.
Right, I see what you're saying.
But it was like very rigidly the same exact story.
The same thing, sure.
Even though at the end of the game you go, wait, green's here, red's here.
So Scarlet and Violet.
Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah. And I'm just trying to think, with Scarlet and Violet, I sort of feel that for Kitakami. Like, I want to see the rest of Kitakami. Like, I feel like, I don't know if this is all of it, or whether this is just, like, I think you were saying earlier, like, one town, one area.
Right.
It would be cool to see the rest of Kitakami as a whole region. I'd be super into that. But I also, if we're revisiting the world of Paldea, it's got to stay open world, because that's literally what the game is.
Unless we get some, like, Chrono Trigger style game.
Yeah, I think...
And there's a lot of questions we still have about Paldea. Like, what is Area Zero, right? But I think the region's, it's beautiful. It's massive. It's great. The problems is the function of the game, and there's a lot of missing land masses. I presented the idea a while ago. I think it's almost ripe for a Legends style game, right? You have all these ruins throughout the region, and I know they were placed there to kind of give the region a history. Yeah, it's like an artificial history. But let's make it real. Let's make it real.
You could go back to the time of the Paldean Empire. Here's an idea. Wouldn't it be interesting to do a version of Paldea in the future where there is no terrestrializing?
Yeah, right.
Where Terrapagos has not, terrestrialization hasn't happened.
Yeah.
And that actually even there aren't Paradox Pokemon in Area Zero. Yeah. And that it's you're in Paldea in a time before or after these things existed, and Area Zero has a completely different secret inside. Yeah. That kind of thing could be really, really interesting, I suppose.
Yeah, I think also, and this also applies to Galar, there is a league right? There's a league of gym leaders,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And you can I think in the game, not in the game, but in the world, you can pick and choose which gym leaders you want to fight.
Yes.
Right? So that's interesting. And that calls back to like the anime where there's like random towns, random gyms. Gary has like 15 badges or whatever, right?
Yeah.
That's something that I would like to see in a Gen 10 game, but also just like I think there's possibility there where you find it's not in Cortando. There's a different town with a different region.
I'd want to see the towns expanded because I feel like the towns for me in the game, and I want to be able to go in the buildings because to me, the towns are all.
That's where all the mystery is.
Yeah, and then they're all just like you walk into town.
Yeah,
yeah. Some
it's all menus.
Yes, 100%.
It's like an Elder Scrolls game, right?
Yeah.
I guess you can go into the towns, but yeah, it's tough it really is tough to have this conversation with these later generations because we still have a lot of questions.
Because they're so recent, and we literally have questions right now about this world.
Like I feel like teams, if it's a sequel, there's no Team Star, right?
Thank goodness.
But they could expand the Titan Pokemon. That's really interesting. Herba Mystica is really interesting.
I do like the idea of Overworld. Like I think the noble Pokemon in Legends Arceus, I'm really captivated by that, and I think Titan Pokemon will be really interesting like that.
Absolutely.
More so than the way you battle them in game.
Yeah.
But dude, thank you. This has been really, really fun to talk about this. Like so much here. It's so odd to think about the remakes of like Paldea, but one day they will be happening. And hey, who knows? Maybe Hidden Power Podcast will still be going on at that time in 2040, and where you can look back at this clip and be like, we talked about this.
Yeah. You want to get some lunch?
We're in Unova. We're in New York City. Yeah, we should get a slice of something.
Get a slice of pizza. Ron was actually suggesting we get. It's like pasta pizza.
Yeah, I really want to try this. Actually, we'll look up where's local.
If you're still watching, make sure you subscribe and go check out birdkeepertoby. That's gonna be good.
Yeah, that's good. That's it. That's the whole thing done. You don't need to do any more than that.
Subscribe to you.
Yeah.
Toby, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Dusty. Always appreciate it. Let's do it.
All right, see you. Welcome back to Hidden Power. This is a Pokemon podcast. Today we are going to be discussing the significance of Pokemon forms. This includes shiny Pokemon, Mega Evolution, regional variants, and so much more. Today we are live in New York City. My name is DustyGogoat. I'm also with birdkeepertoby.
Heyo.
In Cup of Fee.
Hi.
Welcome, guys. How you doing?
We're good. We're good.
Good.
I'm doing pretty good. It's been a nice day recording videos here in the heart of Unova.
I think why we wanted to discuss Pokemon forms today, it's one, to shamelessly plug your videos about your new Blood Moon form Pokemon, but also because I think the Blood Moon Ursaluna is such a it's like a delicious
cool idea.
Addition to like everything we know about Pokemon forms, right? To me, it really feels functionally like a legendary Pokemon, right? Even though it's by name a form of Ursaluna, you, at least at the current time, can't get it any other way outside of a wild encounter, right? It's like old school Snorlax, right? Or how you encounter like a Spiritomb, right? I don't know. How do you guys feel about Ursaluna and the Blood Moon form?
It's just a really cool addition because I mean no one expected it to be a thing, right?
Yeah.
Like we're getting the Kitakami games, we know we're getting the Loyal 3, we're getting Ogerpon, but then there's just suddenly this side quest, and there's just an Ursaluna from a whole different time and a different region, just here in modern day, and it looks super cool and I really, really want Pokemon to do more of these.
Yeah.
For real.
I think it was magical, that in particular, doing a form for a Pokemon that we only just got as an extinct evolution. And I think what really works about that is because it then, of course, naturally leads you to wonder, well, are there any other Hisuian Pokemon that could have survived to today? Which, of course, is your whole video.
And you could even branch out even further. What if there was a Fossilmon that survived to modern day?
Yeah.
And,
ooh, what if that's
that gets into Genesect, right?
Yeah.
That was the common theory with Genesect,
even
that it was a Kabuto.
Even Paradox Pokemon.
Yeah, that's true. Because they feel like legendary in their own right, kind of like Ultra Beast or
there
something
is.
else.
And there's also something about a sort of I don't know about you guys, when I first saw the art, I sort of thought zombie, like Five Nights at Freddy's, I think you make a couple Five Nights at Freddy's jokes in your video, and I was kind of we're gonna do this whole Pokemon Resurrection thing, and I've kind of heard in the leaker sphere maybe talks about Pokemon zombies are gonna be, so this is feels like maybe it's a prelude to that kind of stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's a bit speculative.
Nah, it could be. It very well could be. Yeah. So there's honestly a lot of different classifications of Pokemon forms. I think let's just lay out some of the largest subgroups of Pokemon forms. We've got the permanent forms, and that's really, Pokemon like gender differences. There's alpha Pokemon, Paradox Pokemon. Do you call those forms? I actually don't think.
No,
I
don't call them forms.
No.
They're just their own Pokemon.
Yeah. But you have alternatively colored Pokemon.
Shinies.
Yep. And then
is that the official term for them? Alternatively colored Pokemon.
It is. Yeah.
Did they not adopt shiny at some
I swear,
point?
like since Gen 5, they've called them shinies in game.
Yeah, I guess.
I think the shiny charm is a thing.
Maybe I know in Pokemon Go they definitely have.
Right.
But shiny Pokemon count. I guess I'm trying to think of some stuff like maybe, let's say what's it called? Vivillon, like a Vivillon form. That's a permanent form. So you have a lot of forms like that.
Yeah, lots of Pokemon have that kind of thing, right? Yeah. Unknown, I think Wormadam, they all have those kinds of
great
examples.
Like the pink Butterfree count.
Yeah.
Yep. Basculin.
Which, to be honest, I feel like whenever they come up, and I don't know about you guys, I always feel like really quite unexcited by the Pokemon that have like just a couple forms. Like I prefer things like
it depends what the change is, right?
Yeah,
because often they're kind of like irrelevant.
Yeah,
right? Like it's like okay, there's this one's blue, this one's red, and then what else? There's no. I like the permanent Pokemon form changes like not Meowscarada, Meowstick.
But that's a gender variation.
True.
But
there's also a physical appearance.
There's a huge difference.
And there's a go on.
Well, I was just gonna say that there's like I feel like when they introduced gender variants in Generation 4, there was a whole huge list of past Pokemon that got like these different kind of sexual dimorphisms, whether that's the bigger horns or tusks or whatever or hair.
Sure.
But then since then, they've only ever really done like 1 or 2 Pokemon per generation, and they have really radical differences, like the Meowscaradas. I'm doing it now. The Meowsticks and the Jellicents and that kind of Pyroars. And
Dunsparce seems very redundant, right?
Does Dunsparce have a gender variation?
Redundant.
No, not a gender variation. I'm just jumping around. It has a form. It has 2 different forms that are like so similar. It's like, why does this even exist?
Have you heard the recent theory about that by Hybrid Hero?
I have heard it. Yeah,
it's really good.
Are we allowed to? Has it been long enough where we can recite it?
I think so. Yeah.
You want to explain
just like again, credit to the person.
A Hybrid Hero
friend of the podcast.
Yes. The Mouseholds are in families of 4 normally.
Yes.
1 in 100 chance is in a family of 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
Dunsparce is the same, and they both have Pokédex entries talking about how they navigate nests. So the idea is that a 3-segment Dunsparce becomes a 3-segment by eating the Mousehold family member that's missing from the equally rare Mouseholds.
So perfect. It feels so perfect.
I fully believe it. Like it's canon as far as I'm.
I call that my head canon. Absolutely, I love that so much.
I have enough confidence. That's canon.
That's real canon. That's just absolutely truth. We also have transformative or transformations that Pokemon undergo, and these are we commonly call these battle forms, right? Mega Evolution, Primal Reversion, the Bond Phenomenon, which not a lot of Pokemon have. Ultra Burst, I think that's Ultra Necrozma. You've got
I suppose right, I see. I don't even consider things like that for like I would never.
So they're one off.
You'd never, and I don't know. Maybe you would, but would you ever do a video of if other Pokemon got Ultra Burst? And I feel like no one would know what you're talking about.
I mean, and it's just other Ultra Beasts fused with
Necrozma.
I mean, that could be cool, but I feel like it would be very repetitive design-wise. I don't know how interesting that could be.
There's an artist I worked with. I used their art to make a couple shorts, but they're still making it. They're halfway through they're halfway through Gen 4, and they've gone through each generation so far, giving all of the major characters Bond Phenomenon Pokemon.
Right, cool.
And it's really cool. There's a couple shorts on my channel. Credit to that artist. Their name is slipping right now, my mind. But yeah, we also have Dynamax here, Eternamax, which is a one-off of Dynamax, or Gigantamax, Terrestrial Phenomenon. I kind of want to queue up Toby to explain Infinity Energy. I feel like you were,
Yeah, well, there's so it's interesting that. Oh, well, okay. So the short version is that Pokemon are made up of like magical energy.
Yeah.
That is It's just the life energy of Pokemon. There's technology that can be engineered from it. That's called Infinity Energy.
Yeah.
The energy of Necrozma specifically turns into this light energy that can be used for Ultra Wormholes and Z-Crystals and all those other things. When expressed through Eternatus' body, it becomes the Gigantamax energy, but it's all the same stuff. And the general rule is that the energy, when ingested by Pokemon, make Pokemon become bigger, stronger, change their shapes. And so we see that consistently through, like, Mega Evolution. Gigantamax, noble Pokemon. They're just bigger alpha Pokemon that then glow a golden light. We see it with the Titan Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet that have eaten the Herb Mystical. They just get bigger. And sometimes their shapes change as well, and we get these kind of battle variations that are perhaps the strongest those Pokemon individual species can be, is like that. The Totem Pokemon as well from Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And so that's kind of all of that. And I sort of think if you dig into the lore enough, that's sort of where Blood Moon, Ursaluna, and Ash Greninja actually also fall into that. The Battlebond Greninja. They're both variations of that specific species of Pokemon that have been exposed to an excessive amount of that life energy. I think with something like Battlebond Greninja, it's like in the heat of the moment of battle. With something like Ursaluna, perhaps it's a slow process over time as a result of the environment it's in, that it just happens to be exposed to more of this special energy. It's the same, of course, energy that's responsible for terastallizing. Yeah.
That's great. What do you think?
Do
you like that?
Yeah, no, it all sounds good. I like the idea that, like, Ursaluna would potentially, like, get more of the Infinity energy because it's in an area that has so many ghost types. Like, that could be cool.
That's fun. That's fun. Who said it yesterday? We met someone in New York, and they said...
This is Fruit. I gotta credit Fruit here.
Yeah.
You wanna do it?
No, you can do it.
I feel like I'm doing all the theories.
Yeah, well, we're having you on.
You're good.
All right.
Also, Fruit's your mod.
Fruit's my mod. So
I just met him yesterday.
Fruit said...
It's your responsibility.
So the thinking is that ghost Pokemon normally come about as a result of this, like, infinity energy, this life force of Pokemon, manifesting itself, and that's what the Timeless Woods is, which inspired, where Ursaluna lives. But he was suggesting that actually Ghastly is a gas Pokemon because it's made up of the... like, sort of necrotic gases of the rotting corpses of the graveyards where you find it. So it's not actually that it's a ghost that lingers in the graveyard so much as it's the gases of decomposing bodies in a graveyard form into this Pokemon.
And that makes so much sense. And explains why they're why they're
gaseous.
Right?
Why they're gaseous,
It's crazy. I love it so much. So the other Pokemon form is another fan favorite, regional forms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that, like, seemed revolutionary at the time, but also, like, felt so right. It felt so Pokemon. And it's funny how we're only, like, 2-3 generations away from it. And I think there's already been, like, a lot of fatigue, at least from... I feel some fatigue with regional forms. I feel like they don't really provide what a lot of people want from regional forms. I feel like people look at regional forms as a way to fix old designs or old typings. But really, it's supposed to be... So what a regional form is, right? Whatever, say, magic or energy is in the Infinity Energy or in a Pokemon Stone or a battle item or a evolutionary item is present in whatever region Pokemon is exposed to. So you get a Vulpix that goes to Alola, spends too much time near snow. All of a sudden, one of them transforms behind scenes, right? And it becomes one of these Alolan Vulpix. You can't do that in the game, but when you find an Alolan Vulpix, that's like becomes a new form
That's
of
not what
Vulpix.
regional variants are.
Yeah, I think that's what they are.
They don't transform. They don't. It's not like one. No.
We don't do that in game. But
Have you watched my Tree of
it.
Evolution series, Dusty?
Not in a while.
Regional variation.
That's not canon.
Regional variation. It doesn't happen as a result of some magic transformation behind the scene. That's evolution. That's Pokemon evolution.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They change. They branch as a result of populations over time. It's real evolution.
Yeah, but that's real evolution.
Yeah, that's how regional variants work.
I don't think so.
What are you talking about? That's literally the gimmick.
No, because hear me out. When you take an Alolan Vulpix and you breed it outside of Alola, it becomes magically a regular Vulpix. So that's my understanding. And listen, and here's another piece of evidence. When you take Eevee and you either put it near an ice stone or a leaf stone, not the actual stone, but the rock.
Yeah,
right?
The mossy rock.
The mossy rock, whatever, right? That's an environmental factor. And I think the rock, I feel like regular evolutionary stones are just a chip of a larger rock.
Like a moss rock in Sinnoh becomes a leaf stone if you chip it down.
Exactly. That's my understanding of it.
I don't disagree with what you're saying about because obviously that is how the eggs work.
Because evolutionary is actually,
but I see that as more of a game mechanic. I see that as more of a game mechanic. The whole point of regional variation in the Pokédex entries and how they're described is that it's popular. So it's like so like Rattata, for example, in Alola was brought in to deal with the Gumshoos problem, or the Yungoos problem.
And then,
however, as a result of the Yungoos then hiding during the during the daytime, Alolan Rattata adapted to like become the nighttime variant, but that's like a slow process that happens over generations and time. Now I understand what you're saying is if you took on a Alolan Rattata, you bring it back to Kanto, you breed it, you're gonna get a regular Rattata. But I think that's more to do.
It is tricky. So I think
I don't know that I would treat that as canon because everything else about regional variants suggests that they are exactly that. They're regional variations.
So there's two ways I want to go with this. One is just
but I don't disagree.
To kind of help you out, to kind of maybe find some middle ground. I think maybe what I'm describing is more exemplary of, let's say, Cubone, right?
Yeah.
Cubone is Cubone. But when it is an Alola, then it evolves miraculously. When it's anywhere else, it evolves miraculously into.
So you're saying
Marowak, like a stone.
It has to be environmental, but it can't be over time. It just has to be.
I think all evolution.
Because if you flew a Cubone to Alola today, it would evolve one way. If you flew it to Kanto, it would evolve another, and so it can't be as a result of exposure over time.
So maybe we don't have all the answers. And again, I think. So listen, I think
my worldview is falling apart.
I know, right? So this is good. This is the point of hidden power, right? So I think another. I feel so important with this Apple Pencil.
It's good, isn't it?
I'm like, I feel like a teacher. I'm like commanding.
You're like gesturing.
So Toby, like another thing. Well, I don't know. Do you want to add anything to that? All right.
I'm letting the experts stay out of it. Do the experting. It's fine.
So I think it's. You're doing the right thing. What everyone else is doing is to try to like make sense of it. But I think a lot of people tried to do that with convergent evolution when it didn't even have a name. Some people called it regional fake. Some people called it convergent evolutions.
Does it have an official name?
It doesn't. And now what I think the community is starting to, or at least some people are starting to fall back on is, there's no scientific explanation for what they are. They're actually just Pokemon that look like other Pokemon.
Well, that is convergent evolution.
Yes, but then how do you explain Sinistea and Poltergeist? Because that's the thing that messed me up.
Hang on. So Sinistea...
Because I was all on board with convergent evolution.
But those Pokemon are so similar, right?
But why are they swapped? Why are they named after each other? It's like they're literally just silly, goofy
I'm not worried about the names. The names don't matter. Because the names are... Oh, that looks like the Sinistea Pokemon in... we should call it Sinistea when you discover it. So I'm not worried about the names in terms of reconciling that lore. But is it... What is it? It's the case that...
We need Lumi here to be like, no, this is why. I actually know why. This is why.
They're Grass Ghost and
Ghost.
They're all Grass
and Ghost. Okay.
Grass Ghost.
And Ghost Fairy, is that right?
No, they're all just Grass Ghost, I believe.
Sinistea and... This is your mascot.
The originals aren't Grass.
I know.
This is literally your mascot for your new channel, Cup of Fee.
Are we mansplaining her mascot?
No, Sinistie's not Grass type.
Sinistea... So, Sinistea?
No, Sinistea and Poltergeist are not Grass type.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
I swear they are.
Nah, they're not.
Wait, what? They're not
I
Ghost?
definitely used grass moves on them in my sword playthrough.
Look out right now.
Wait, Sinistea?
Alright,
Sinistea.
Internet, give us the answer.
Live.
Ooh, doing some live
Sinistea.
I swear it's grass type.
Maybe I know nothing about Pokemon. That's also possible here.
Aren't you retiring? It's just Ghost type.
Yeah.
Okay, but what about when it evolves, though?
When it evolves into Poltergeist?
It's just Ghost type.
Please.
No, it's just Ghost type.
No, I'm a failure.
This is your mascot. This is your
Absol...
new channel mascot.
No,
I thought Absol was fairy type for the record, so like we can all make
check its moveset. Check its
moveset. That probably is good.
I need to like back up my claim here because like I swear there's a reason that I thought it was a grass type.
Yeah, it has grass moves.
Yeah, I had Giga Drain on it.
All right,
that's why.
but then the other one is just Ghost Grass, right? The other
one's
two.
Ghost Grass.
So, and the thing is that like. When we explained on the Tree of Evolution how Phoebe Boyd, by the way, helped out hugely with that, like the Tree of Evolution poster. When we did that, we deemed that it's still ultimately tea leaves, so it probably is at least grass in some nature, like the many other grass ghosts like Bramblin and Delmise and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So when they brought in this Sinistea regional fake. Convergent evolution.
I was like,
form. But that's just a regional form.
Yeah.
So why isn't it a regional form? Do we know?
We don't know, and I think my point of bringing that up is to say like they continue to like change what we actually understand about all
Maybe
this
it's
stuff.
just biologically a different tea leaf. And that's how they're not related. I don't know.
They physically are different.
So, well, in that case, that's it. That's how they're not related, but they are similar. But I still think that's regional. That's just convergent evolution. Then it's two creatures that have evolved very similarly from two different kinds of tea leaves that are unrelated.
We pretty much know all of Sinistrai's origin story. Like, do we have the same for Sinistea?
Not really, no.
Because I mean, all we know is that it exists.
and then Pokemon like Wiglet and Wugtrio again are just Pokemon that are
that makes sense to me. One's
completely unrelated.
One's a male.
It's just a guardian.
That makes sense.
I think the thing that Sinistrai is it?
Sinistea. We need that. We need Sinistrai and we need Sinis latte? I don't know. We need coffee and chai.
The tea Pokemon.
Well, chai is tea though, right?
Yeah.
I watched Spider-Man.
We all know that now. The tea Pokemon, I think the only point is to illustrate is that, yes, they are convergent evolutions, but they're convergent. Obviously, it's easy to see when you've got Wugtrio and Dugtrio because they're two completely different animals, but there is still a lot of variety in the different types of tea leaves, for example. And or like if you did it with two different mole Pokemon that look like Dugtrio, there's still a good range of different moles, and so it's sort of, I guess, in that way they're just closer related, but they are still ultimately unrelated.
All right, I can get on board with that. A bigger conversation that I want to have though is like I think the naming convention of like Hisuian Voltorb, or the one I look at is like, what's the one that appears in? So basically, it's like, all right, I don't know. These Pokemon only exist in Alola, but I really feel like it's whatever environmental factors are in Alola is what actually causes it to evolve. So in the future, and I think this is why there maybe going to be, we only had like 2 regional forms in Paldea. I feel like they're going to kind of inch away from it. Because at a point, it's going to get weird where it's like every Pokemon is classified by the region, but Game Freak doesn't actually want to remake every region.
Rather than having Alolan forms, or even
it should be like
Hisuian
volcano forms.
Yeah, you'd have sun forms and rain forms would be the Galar ones or whatever, and then because the rain we get, and then you know you'd have ancient forms which would account for all of the Hisuian Pokemon, that kind of thing, and then that way if you have like a Legends Johto game or whatever, you could have new forms and they're all
the global warming form.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yikes.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not showing you guys right now, but there's a whole list.
We're skimming through
them, and they look so good. But it's I don't know. It's interesting, and then it gets even more fun when can't Mr. Oh, here's another example. Mime Jr. can evolve into Galarian Mr. Mime.
Yeah.
Wild. So I'm just dunking on you.
It's cool. It's cool. It actually but weirdly, despite the fact you're shaking my wild view here, it does line up with the evidence in Pokemon that rocks, in particular, contain massive amounts of amounts of energy, right?
Like it makes sense because obviously Alola is based off of Hawaii, which has a really interesting geology because they're built off of volcanoes. So like it would make sense for Alola specifically to have so many regional variants.
Cool.
Sure. But then I suppose not.
But like the UK has some interesting rock stuff.
UK's got cool geology. We've got Stonehenge.
I mean that's like a rock that was bought there. You know?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, like we have some fairly interesting geology. Like, I mean, the area where you find okay, so where you find Mr. Mime is near Sirchester, right?
Yeah.
Which is where baths are, which is based off of the real life bath, which is a place, and has hot springs.
Cool.
Which again is a volcanic sort of process, you know? So
okay.
like maybe something to do with heat under the ground is what causes these to happen.
Sure.
That makes sense.
Well, Pokemon has had historically, so it started with the evolution stones, but Mega Evolution Stones, Z Crystals, the Soul Dew, the red and blue orbs, the Adamant Orb and Lustrous Orb, like all of these stones, the Terrestrial Crystals and Terra Shards, all of these rocks that change the Pokemon's forms quite dramatically. So it actually does kind of line up what you're saying here, where it's like, well, okay, actually, maybe it is and I hate this because I want it to be more of a grounded evolutionary slow over time process, but actually
and it could be Toby, it could be,
but actually
some Pokemon could actually be like
what
that.
You're sort of suggesting between the two of you is actually on the Alolan Islands the geology is so different that the energy that radiates, which lines up with Pokemon lore, is what allows these Pokemon to transform this specific way. And actually that kind of ties into give me brainwaves here for the Indigo Disc.
There's a chance that like what you said is still a thing where they did the Alolan Raticates did change for the Yungoos. Like maybe there's a chance that the geology is so different that it destabilizes the foreign Pokemon.
Right.
To
Okay.
make them
Sure.
more,
Sure.
Like evolutionarily flexible.
Could be.
Like that could be a thing because then you'd be happy and
then we can have it both ways. But it kind of makes me think about the Blueberry Academy because there's the terrarium down the bottom of the Blueberry Academy, right? And we've seen Alolan Pokemon in there. I assume we're going to have other regional variants. And we can see the it's divided into 4 sections by these blocks that look like they're made of Terra crystals. And so there might be this idea that what's happening is I assume if you were to take an Execute, for example, to the corner of the Blueberry Academy that has Alolan Executor, that it will evolve into an Alolan Executor.
That would make sense to me.
It might be the case that the particular geology of that area is what's causing that to change in the terrarium. And that's as a result of, the rocks and the energies below it. I know it sounds sci-fi, but actually that is literally Pokemon's whole thing. I got a whole thing about rocks.
If you're enjoying this episode, please consider supporting Hidden Power on Patreon or YouTube channel members. Right now we have 4 tiers and the lowest membership starts at just $5 a month. Supporters get access to our secret Discord server and help control the direction of the podcast. Supporters also get access to our archive of bonus episodes.
Okay, so our Discord honestly is popping. We have other creators in there too, which is kind of fun. It ain't just the 3 of us. We're discussing leaks when they drop. We talk about news. We'll be talking about how SoulSilverArt has, just garbage takes.
It's much fun.
Place for us to connect.
I'm in there every day. Also, we have revamped our merch store. So proud of every product that is in this store now. We have stickers, t-shirts, mugs, ball caps, right? The dad caps, these ball caps are embroidered. Look at this. It's literally an embroidered.
So clean.
You cannot get anything more high quality than that.
I just got news. Do y'all hear that? Bulbasaur says that he even has his own merch.
I'll talk for him. It's beautiful. Very cool designs. You guys should check it out.
Very Japanese style.
Even the front of the shirt has a unique logo.
I'm getting one for sure.
If you're invested in this show, invest in the show. Thank you so much for watching, and now back to the video.
This is the Hidden Power Podcast. Our mascot is unknown. The very first Pokemon to have a permanent form change, not a form change, but different variant forms, is unknown. I think that's, just take a moment of silence and claps. That's great. We love that.
Let's go.
But I think this is actually not too dissimilar to regional regional forms, right? These are all the same Pokemon, but they all look different. Why do they all look different? They must have all had an origin, right? Where they maybe looked similar, and then kind of, unless you're, maybe Unknown specifically was created by Arceus, so maybe Unknown's not a great example for that. But a lot of Pokemon that just look different, it's kind of the same energy where something caused it to, change differently, right? Let's find an example right here. I was looking at cast form. We've got the different. I was gonna say Wormadam, but that's that's based on its environment.
It's on the same sort of realm as Applin.
Sure.
Yeah. This is a funny one. So right you've got up Gastrodon and Chelos, east and west coast.
That's regional.
But here's the thing. There's an east and west form of Gastrodon in a bunch of regions.
Yeah.
But it's not like in the Pokemon world, all the regions are in an exact line around with the center of the planet with an east and a west.
Yeah.
Also, east and west is made up.
Yeah.
We made it up.
Yeah.
The Pokemon don't know that they're in the east and west.
So we named them, that's a really good point. So we named them east and west, but really...
I don't think they're east and west forms. I think they're something else.
I think we're actually breaking down something here. I guess, there's also Pokemon like cast form, right?
Yeah.
This is honestly all lining up. Every time I go to say something, I'm like, no, this lines up with what we're saying, with what we're understanding right now. Normal cast form, when it's exposed to certain weathers, right, it will change its form.
Yeah.
So that totally lines up.
Again, it's an evolution based off of an environmental factor. It just happens to be an environmental
Deoxys, when exposed to a different meteorite, so that's geology
different
again.
rock again.
That is, some of these forms are definitely like way more extreme than others, but I guess Deoxys is not really that complicated in that sense.
No, sure.
We also have, I mean, there's a lot of visual differences with these different, I mean, all these forms, right, have some sort of visual element, but I'm always really fascinated by the ones that change types, that change stat distributions, right?
Sure.
That one's honestly Cherubi or Cherum. That is
that's
weather-based again, right?
It's just a flower doing flower things. I feel like that one's not really a form change.
Right?
It's just like a...
Yeah.
It moves its petals.
It really does. I love it, though. I think Cherubi and Cherum are super...
And some of them pretty much are just aesthetic. I'd say Rotom is one of those where it's kind of more or less... I mean, yes, it changes the type of the Pokemon, but that's just because of the machinery it's in.
Yeah. It's another, like, Apple and Wormadam kind of situation. It's just a Pokemon inhabiting a different shell.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So do you want to explain Shaman to me? Because I've honestly never liked Shaman. It turns from a hedgehog into a deer that has wing antlers. I thought you were going to shut off the podcast.
Yeah, off it goes.
He is off.
Is it like you're using an iPad with a Shaman on it? Like
no, I know. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but this is my show.
So before you were Cuppa, for those who don't know, before you were Cuppa, you were...
I've been the last Shaman for the last 4 years until about a month ago.
When there were more Shaman found, so you couldn't be the last Shaman anymore.
Yeah, no, there's been a resurgence in the Shaman.
So now you're Cuppa. Yeah, so...
And so what is the Gracidia? What is that? Gracidia?
It's a type of flower. So every year, all of the Shaman go to like a flower garden where there's a bunch of Gracidia, which is a rare flower. And they all like, I don't know, if they do a little dance or something. I don't know exactly how it
I like that.
Yeah,
should we all do the dance?
A little shimmy. And then they become a flying type, so then they can migrate.
Yeah. I honestly, that makes sense.
That's the plot of the movie. I'm pretty sure that is.
And once again, flowers allow us to transform because
they're
infinity energy.
They're from the ground, they're from the earth, and we see that with the Herba Mystica. We see that with Herba
We
Mystica.
do, yeah, that's true.
And actually, I think
it can also only be done during the day, so that one's like a mixture of like the two environmental types.
Yeah. There's also in BDSP, isn't there like a shard that's like for when you're trying to get for the legendary Pokemon?
Yeah.
There's like a shard that looks like the Gracidia flower.
Shard? What game?
I'm gonna be honest, I never finished BDSP.
In Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, there's like when you're digging up for the legendary Pokemon, there's some kind of shard. It looks kind of similar. I might be wrong about it.
It probably is.
But it might be that the flower literally is at some point buried under the earth. I don't know.
There probably is. Leave a comment below.
They're very rare, and they tend to be found together, so it would make sense that it's because they need a specific type of composition to grow. I'm
trying to figure out Basculin right now, like... They're all water type. They all have the same stats. Actually, they don't. They have different stats.
No,
they have.
We don't need to go through every form, do we?
No, I know. I'm just thinking about it differently. But
thinking about it out loud.
Why is the white stripe specifically?
If you boil why is the white stripe? But if you boil all of these down, I thought this would be a little bit more comprehensive. But if you boil it all down, I think we just solved them at the beginning.
We did it. We solved it, guys.
Seasons is interesting though, right? Because that's not from the Earth, but Seasons lines up with Cherum
and it's not common form change either. Like they will change throughout the year. But then like the thing with that one is that's just a thing that animals do.
Yeah. But we've now
it's
seen
like the Cherum. Like plants in nature will bloom, and there are animals that will have different coats throughout the year.
And we've now seen Swordsbuck in.
Have you ever seen a Arctic fox? You know, like a white fox.
No.
Oh.
I mean, I've probably
like
seen
an
it
Arctic
online.
hare. They have these gorgeous white coats during the winter, but then because they live in the tundra during the summer, the snow will melt and they change to a sort of more brownish kind of coat.
Interesting.
It's like if you have a dog, it sheds during the summer.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, same thing.
That's really cool.
We have now seen the Swordsbucks though in Scarlet and Violet, no?
Yeah.
In different biomes as well.
Yeah, but they will change their appearance if you bring them to a different biome.
Ah, interesting. Okay, cool.
I was trying to get one of each, and then I was bringing it to different parts of the region, and it kept changing, and it was really frustrating.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So we've got the forces of nature here, right? We're talking about Gen 5 now. When they look into the reveal glass, they have these completely new form changes. Do you guys have any insight on this?
I do, but you want to give it a stab? Because I might be wrong.
Which one of me?
Just the Therian forms.
I mean, they're based off of the different winds, which are, I think it's...
Oh, really?
Is it Chinese mythology?
Yeah, I think so.
So one of them is a dragon, one of them is a bird, one of them is a tiger, and then one of them is a turtle and a snake. I honestly don't know much about it further than that, but like, I don't know, like, I mean, that's why it is what it is, but like, I don't know why they're a veil class specifically.
I think it's just a case that they're from the dream world in Pokemon, and the dream world is another dimension. I mean, you sort of see it with Giratina as well, where it's got its origin form when it's in its home reality, and I think it's entirely a form of comfort. It's more comfortable for them in the dream world to inhabit their Therian forms,
swirly, snaky form.
You know, but when they're dealing with the physics of that universe, when they're in this universe, they become more comfortable just being people sitting on clouds, or Giratina
really
walking and adhering to gravity.
Like those are their mystical forms, right? They're way more imaginative, and they've got little stones on their bellies too.
I always wondered what the
Once again, stones.
Yeah.
Once again, geology and stones.
Are the stones present in the genie designs? Because I'm looking
there's
at
one
it.
right here.
No,
the
in
genies?
the genies.
I don't know. Maybe it's on their chest and they're hiding it. But it would be present on a Namarus. Maybe it's on their tail.
Maybe.
I don't know off the top of my head.
I don't know.
Because they're all sat there cross arms.
Yeah. Maybe
So.
maybe the gem.
Maybe like when
and
the
that's
when the
the
gem's
reveal
hidden,
glass. You
reveals the
stone,
stone.
and then it changes form.
That's pretty cool.
That could be it.
Then there. I mean, so I'm looking at Kyurem now, and this is something different because this is fusion. We've done a whole episode on this. We don't need to get into it too much. But this is a form type, a form change, right? So maybe let's explain fusion a little bit. What our major findings on our fusion Pokemon episode was that was it fusion? Yeah, fusion is almost like for the most case was like became telekinesis, and it was present in a lot of psychic type Pokemon. That's not present for Kyurem. The Pokemon I'm thinking about are Calyrex, right? Big brain, psychic, takes control of the horses.
Yep.
You've got Slowking, Slowbro. Those are both psychic types. There's 2 brains there. Help me out. What are some other fusions?
I was amazed you came up with 2. I didn't even think about those.
I'm trying to think really hard. I wish this is why we need Zach and Lumi here. But Kyurem's so different because there's this mythological tale of a Pokemon that used to exist and then were broken up. The only real evidence I would actually say there's really no evidence that the original dragon ever existed, right? You could say that that's the legend. And I've never thought about this before, but the legend is, Kyurem is, was split into 2, right? And basically modern science created Kyurem Black and Kyurem White.
But that's not natural. That's just.
I've never thought of that before, but maybe that's the case.
I mean, it would make sense because they have generators as part of their tail.
That's
like,
true.
That's not really an old-fashioned thing.
I could see that. argument.
Which would be disappointing.
It would be disappointing, I think, at this point. But I could see that.
Because, I mean, the original dragon does sound kind of cool.
And obviously it's worth noting that Kyurem Black and White, the Zekrom and Reshiram both come from stones. Yeah. Again. So you've got that as well. It's another set of orbs. And Kyurem itself is a giant ice crystal. Like, it's a giant...
It is. It really is.
Yeah. Frozen crystal. So there's another tie there. And there's also... If it is the original dragon, Regidrago has Pokedex entries talking about crystallized dragon energy that it came from, so that would probably be the source.
Have we talked about Battle Bond much? We mentioned it in the beginning. That's something interesting, because I don't really think Battle Bond is environmental. This is actually, like, similar to Fusion, but instead of another Pokemon, it's almost like the life essence, the aura of its trainer, right?
Battle Bond is like the closest I think to the Ursaluna, where it's a one-off member of that species that through extraordinary means, in this case the bond with a particular Pokemon trainer, that has allowed it to transform in this way. But I think the Ursaluna is kind of a promise that we might see more things like that in the future.
Which would be cool.
Which, if you want to get a look at what that might look like...
Yeah, that's true.
Phoebe has a video, you have a video on exactly this. You're not going to shout it out, Phoebe, so I'll shout it out. Yeah. You got a video on exactly this with Weirdeer and Sneasler and the other ride Pokemon of Hisui.
Braviary, what was the other one?
Which is super cool.
Basculegion,
You're... and I guess, are you interested in actually seeing that? Do you think we'll get that?
What, more battle ones?
Yeah, or the Ursalunas, the Blood Moons.
Oh,
you called them something different, but...
I mean, So I called it blood moons in the title of the video, and a lot of people in the comments got really mad at me. They were like,
"That's probably why the video did well."
These others aren't blood moons. Blah, blah, blah. And
Sure.
It's like, I know that, but like calling the title
something that doesn't exist.
Evolution based
What if
off of environment doesn't like roll.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
watching that video.
No.
I like these idea of though this category one day of like unique specimen Pokemon or whatever, where it's like these one of a kind mythosy,
Pokemon.
and I think their stats are like Greninja stats are high. Ursaluna's
Ursaluna changes from a physical attacker to a special attacker, which is
Right.
very strange.
Wow, yeah. Look. I don't have the exact number right here, but it looks like it's when Greninja becomes Ash Greninja, it gets, I think, 50 extra points in attack, special attack, and then it gets 10 more in speed.
Although I guess the difference, of course, is
110
that
points.
Ash Greninja is only Ash Greninja in battle, whereas Ursaluna is Blood Moon. It's just the Blood Moon version.
Ash Greninja, in a lot of ways, is a mega.
Yeah, I suppose it is
That's
closer
true.
to Mega
Yeah.
Evolution.
Like it came out in Gen 6, didn't it?
As part of that, yeah.
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 Here's another example. Here's another piece of evidence for regional evolution and these form changes. Vivillon literally will evolve
Depending on where you hatch
depending
the
on where
egg.
it is, right?
Yeah.
That's like it's like real life evolution. There's so many of them right here. Then we've also got Flabebe. That's another flower, right? Which we also have the eternal flower,
Which
the paradox
is-
Pokemon that never happened.
Which
Yeah.
a lot of people think is an example of a Blood Moon evolution.
I
Which
love
is,
that.
like,
That's cool.
It's a common sort of fan theory.
Oh, I
I've seen.
haven't even
Because it
thought
lived
about that.
forever.
Yeah.
For 3,000 years.
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought about that. That
Phoebe.
makes so much
my
sense.
gosh.
I just want to. I did not come up with this. Like,
You came up with that?
No.
That's,
You invented this right now on the podcast?
oh my
No.
gosh.
Another reason to subscribe to Cupperfee. So sorry,
So
Aizy's Floette
Yeah.
is to Floette what Ursaluna is to the Blood Moon Ursaluna to other
That's
Ursalunas.
really cool.
Yeah.
Because it's lived for a really long time, which we know is the case.
Mm-hmm.
And we but then we know that Aizy's Floette looked like that before. That's the other thing. We do know that Aizy's Floette
I
looked
mean,
like.
we don't know how long he'd had the Floette either.
Well, that's
Yeah,
true.
It
it's
could have been
true.
100 years, which would be the same amount of time as the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That's a really cool theory. I'm going to tweet that later.
That's really wild. I'm going to do a theory about that on my channel and take full credit. That's amazing. That's amazing. No, I love that. That's
Well,
so
this
good.
is actually going to be out before your video on Hidden Power Podcast, so actually we get credit full
Snap.
for it.
You're welcome, buddy.
That's thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Because I got what you were saying about it. Oh, it's a paradox Pokemon. Because I
That's
had
the
heard
theory
that.
that I've heard.
But
I like
actually,
that.
that's really good. I like
That
that,
makes
more.
more
The
sense.
Blood Moon.
It's
The
funny.
Blood Moon.
People were like, "Oh, Eternal Flower would be the perfect name."
For a paradox.
And then they were
And then
like,
people are like,
"It doesn't
AZ,
fit."
It doesn't
Area
fit the
Zero.
character. Yeah.
Which it's
Yeah.
Come on.
That would be cool, honestly, in another dimension. That'd be pretty sweet. Yeah, Furfrow's nothing interesting. Aegislash is literally just a form change. All the Pumpkaboos, just different
sizes. Doesn't really matter.
Xerneas is...
Let's not even talk about Xerneas.
Yeah, it's just like,
Oh,
it's
you-
not even anything.
It's okay, buddy.
No.
He's never
I want to
forgiven
learn
the
the
deer.
pain.
No, I don't.
It's 'cause
just,
he-
okay, well, look at that. So see that Xerneas there?
Yeah, you never get
How
that.
cool is that?
You never get it.
Yeah.
You never get
That
it.
one?
You only get neutral mode.
Super lame.
Yeah.
That's
I
it.
don't understand that.
And it's not like
That's
they
just
did
my
the same
feeling.
thing with Xerneas. Not
Yeah.
Zartal either.
Yeah.
Evolve,
Like,
yeah.
it's just
It's just it. It's like,
Yeah.
haha,
They just-
you chose X version.
they just nerfed the deer for no reason. It's like, oh, you want this beautiful rainbow
But
deer?
again,
No.
gems in the head, gems once
Yeah.
again, gemstones.
Yeah, floaty gems.
Yeah, Zygarde is an accumulation of power and the different cells in its body. Are there any theories around that or any further explanations for those?
Yeah,
I mean,
loads.
again, it's a ground type.
Yeah, that's true. It comes from the ground.
So like, the cells are found all over the place on the Earth.
Yep.
The Earth incarnate.
Could be like it's got a red crystal in it. you
It
know, like-
really does.
represents
And a blue
represents the
crystal.
life energy of the Earth,
Yeah.
which is why it tries to keep balance. And its cells are everywhere, and then it's got these cores that
It's
are
like
like
the core
rock
of the
cores.
Earth.
Yeah,
The,
yeah.
the center of the Earth. That's really cool. I think it would be really cool. Maybe this is a video you do because I can't draw. 20% form, 30% form, and they're all just different animals. I've always the dog is my favorite.
I don't know.
Do
what's
uneven
like,
numbers.
What's like halfway between dog and snake? Like what animal is? I don't know. Like a-
Weasel. It's a furret.
It's a good idea.
It's just a fur.
It's a good idea.
Yeah. Hoopa's cool. Hoopa goes under like a crazy transformation.
Cool.
It's Hoopa Unbound, right?
I feel like this one could be potentially similar to the genies. Because again, genies, and then this one is again literally a genie, but it's also sort of related to, I don't know, like opening up different dimension or different world and getting power through that, right?
This is interesting. I'd never read this before. Hoopa Confined, which is the small form, after 3 days, Hoopa Unbound will turn into Hoopa Confined after 3 days have passed since using the prison bottle.
I guess that comes from the 3 wishes, right?
It does, yeah. But I had no idea that was a thing.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Let's see what else we got. We got Oricorio, that's environmental. Lycanroc, time of day, yeah. Yep, and that's also rock type.
Yep.
Wishy-washy, an accumulation.
It's just a lot of them.
Yeah, there really are a lot of these.
Yeah.
Do you guys think Mimikyu is a look-alike Pokemon? That's something that I've always wondered.
What do you mean?
Because Mimikyu's on the list because it has a disguised and busted form. I'm not interested in that.
Mimikyu doesn't look like that.
But it looks like Pikachu.
Mimikyu's disguise looks like Pikachu. Mimikyu itself is a little creature that no one knows that is supposedly so horrific if you look at it. Like, I don't know, something bad happens to you.
You could do an art video on like different disguises at some point.
Oh, that'd be cool. Many people have done those, but they are cool.
Sure. Alright, so Necrozma is another psychic type Pokemon that takes over these other bodies.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
It's all about mind control. That's how I understand it. That form change. Ultra Necrozma is sick. So we got... there's a lot of Pokemon here that are just like...
odd forms.
Just like Cramorant eating a Pikachu.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about the Sinistea forms, right? Where there's phony and antique?
I think it's a cool concept.
You do?
I'm here for it. I mean, it's literally just a case of a creature in a different vessel. It just happens to spawn a little stamp.
Yes. Yeah, it makes sense. I think it does make sense. Morpeko, I gotta shout it out. It literally is hangry.
Yeah.
It literally enrages and becomes a different Pokemon.
But
it gains a dark type.
There is something here because when we talk about the life energy of Pokemon, the life energy of Pokemon also. There's a number of expressions of it. One of that is Aura, which we see in Lucario, and its chief ability, right, is Aura Wheel, right? It's its chief move.
That's true.
So it's kind of got that element. It's still tied into the lore. It's not just silly for the sake of silly. It's tied into the deep lore.
I liked it a lot. Urshifu, I think, is one of the most underwhelming Pokemon form changes.
Yeah.
It literally just changes.
It's because it's designed around Dynamax, which is not a thing anymore.
Yeah.
So they've just sort of ruined their own Pokemon in the future by just
absolutely
designing it a bit badly.
And a lot of these fusion Pokemon, we talked about this before, but I gotta bring it up. A lot of these fusion forms, like Calyrex turning, fusing with the Ice Rider, whatever it's called, what is it? Whatever it's called. I feel like a lot of these Pokemon have the potential and should almost have 3 types. You ever think about that?
Yeah. I mean, its type ability even is as 1, isn't it? So that gives it 2 abilities.
Yeah. What is the environmental change that Palafin undergoes?
Friendship.
Yeah, I don't like that.
It's friendship.
But that's no different really to Ash Greninja.
That's true. Yeah.
Not really much different to that.
That is true. I guess we haven't really... I thought what would be on this list would be Nidoran. So the first actual Pokemon I think that was represented by a Pokemon form, not a change, but just different Pokemon forms, was the Nidoran line, right? And we saw that
sort of see that
Dimorphosis kind of like blend out into 2 completely different Pokemon designs.
Yeah, I see that.
I mean, the reason for that is because it was Gen 1 and they didn't have the capability to make a different form. But like lore-wise.
If they had made Nidoran even a generation later, it would have been the same Pokedex slot, I believe. I think that's the case. And then it would be, if you get the male one, it evolves into this, you get a female one. I think that would have been the case.
Question. Do you think that Mewtwo would have gotten a similar treatment?
What, being a form of Mew?
Interesting, yeah. I mean, it isn't... that's interesting.
Maybe.
Or do you think it would be more
right.
like a region...
no.
Like a... what are they called? Paradox Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's like a feature.
It kind of is a Paradox Pokemon, isn't it, Mewtwo?
Kind of a Paradox Pokemon?
Because it shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
I guess it
does exist. It does exist. What are you talking about? No, it's not like a paradox Pokemon at all. You're both being ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, no, but I do think there's room for, like, actually one of the first forms we saw in the animated series were clones. Yeah. And we saw the clone versions of, like, Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur with the different spot patterns.
Yeah.
I'm actually doing a video right now where I'm working on, like, the idea of, like, other clone... What if other Pokemon got cloned?
That is cool. That's
and
cool.
I think Mewtwo is the first of that. So you could kind of consider it a form that way. I think Nidorann's kind of the first form. Yeah, if it had been any other generation. Arbok's also like a really early form Pokemon.
True.
Yeah.
Because depending on which region you find it in, it's got different hood patterns. Yeah.
That's cool.
But that's the forms, I guess.
There was a lot of other... What time is it? How much time more time?
Oh, no, we're good. I'm just... That's the forms.
Yeah. I think... there's a lot of weird forms that pop up in the anime. Pink Pokemon.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to say it. Do you want to say Crystal Onyx?
Crystal Onyx.
I didn't say it.
Onyx made of crystals.
That would be a great regional variant in the game. I'm so glad that they're doing that in the next game.
I think Crystal Onyx at this point, like a year ago, I was like, missed opportunity. It should have been a regional form. Or it should have been an Area 0, but now I'm like, it should be a convergent species. Or a lookalike.
Cool.
Sure.
Right?
I mean, they've had so many opportunities. They had the first two Alolan forms that they revealed, right?
Yeah.
Were an Ice-type Sandshrew and an
Ice
Ice-type Vulpix.
Make an Ice
I'm
type...
looking at this Onyx like,
what are you gonna do?
my goodness, they're doing it.
Yeah.
And not only that, they did the Executor, and the Executor with the long neck was on like old artwork of like jungle Pokemon cards. So it was like... They're gonna do Onyx from the Orange Islands, and heck, it seems to be the case that Alola is effectively the Orange Islands, sort of spiritually in the games. Yeah. They're gonna do it. They didn't do it. Okay, fine. Then Galar came around. I was like, they're gonna do it for Galar. They didn't do it for Galar. And then Hisui came around. They're gonna do it for Hisui. They didn't do it for Hisui. Paldea's coming up. They're gonna do it for Paldea. They've even got the regional fakes.
Yeah.
Paradox Pokemon. Yeah. Just
do it.
Make Crystal Onyx canon.
And it's not like it's crystals is like
the whole thing is crystals and Terra Pokemon.
Seriously. Like you can't even get Onyx in the game.
I suppose that's something.
I think that Pokemon would. I think a Crystal Onyx would be a Blood Moon style Pokemon. Where
I could totally see that.
A standalone one Pokemon that it's away in a cavern.
Ooh, now hang on, that is maybe my last theory on the check. My first theory is
that's
Crystal
like
Onyx.
full circle.
Maybe I do that.
Stealing theories from the podcast.
I gotta do it. But it's interesting. There is. Do we have? Are there Terra forms? Because like, there's the masks. There's the
Terra forms. What do you mean?
That's as close as we've gotten.
Yeah. Like Ogapon has 4 terrestrializations, but they're like
we'll
forms,
see. We'll
right?
see when the second part of the DLC comes out, because there's no way there isn't going to be a special form for
Terrapagos,
right?
Yeah.
For sure.
Like, it has to have some kind of spice to it.
And am I right?
I see it really just like a, not even a mega form. It feels like a Gigantamax form where it's like not really real.
Now that's really interesting. You should mention that, because I think you've got a video you're working on exactly the topic of terrestrialized.
So that's a good idea.
I don't want to say too much, but that is literally your next video is about terrestrialized Ogapon stuff.
Maybe.
Stuff, things that I can't say. Really good. So, sorry. I'm sorry, Dusty. I'm just
this is good. Just keep
go
going.
and subscribe to Cup of Feet. But the next video is really exciting as well, because there's this animation with the masks where it you see all 3 sides of each of the masks.
You're very excited about
it. I am excited about it. People should go and watch it. It's really good. Anyway, when it's out, I'm sure there's links in the description. Anyway, Terraforms, Gigantamax. We haven't really talked about Gigantamax yet.
We haven't really. I mean, that's true. I think I kind of lumped it all together with Megaforms, but Gigantamax is interesting because it gives me very Yu-Gi-Oh vibes.
Sure.
Where it's just a projection. That's how I've always understood it. That's the theory. That's the camp I'm in. Where it's like I don't know. It's like
it's like
it's
the
an
crystal
illusion.
gems from Steven Universe, if anyone's seen that. Have you ever seen Steven Universe? You know the characters are just people, right?
Yeah.
Steven. With little Steven.
The characters are just people.
Yeah, no, but they have gems on their forehead.
Yeah.
Or,
cool.
They're actually just the gems, and their bodies are projected light.
I see. Sure.
But because they're sort of tangible as well, so it's like that.
I play the Dark Magician. Oh, I play. What's Yu-Gi-Oh's accent? I'll do Joey. Hey, I play Blue Eye, Red Eyes Dragon in attack mode.
He's been in New York 5 seconds. Yeah. Okay, right, okay.
Yes. Did we talk about Shadow Pokemon?
We haven't talked about... I love Shadow Pokemon.
Yeah.
They're like my favorite thing. And I think we should wrap this soon, by the way.
Okay.
I love Shadow Pokemon. Shadow Lugia, Dark Celebi from the 4th movie, the Shadow Mewtwo from Pokken Tournament. I think they're a really fun idea. They're kind of the opposite of, like... I've always said that if Ash Greninja is the transformation that comes from a person and a Pokemon working together in a way where they are truly bonded and thinking as one, if that's the antithesis of a good Pokemon-human relationship, then Shadow Pokemon and pure Shadow Pokemon like Shadow Lugia and Shadow Mewtwo, that is the ultimate corrupt relationship between people and Pokemon, where the relationship is so abusive, the Pokemon does in fact become more powerful and succeed in that, but it is a form of power that is it normally in some way hindered.
It's the dark side.
So like normally they have they don't have access like to all their same moves.
Dark type is not actually evil. Shadow Pokemon is
Shadow Pokemon is
Shadow
evil.
Pokemon have been
Shadow
given
Pokemon
access to powers most what's the phrase?
What is
the pathway to many abilities? Some conceive.
Unnatural.
Most unnatural.
That's it. Yeah.
Right. Unnatural.
She watched Star Wars one time and she thinks she's Palpatine.
Yeah, but no, and I think we see that pretty frequently. I think the Mewtwo project was to create a creature fueled by that kind of hate and anger.
They gotta bring that back in a Kanto remake.
Yeah,
we just recorded
did a
an
podcast
episode about Kanto
that.
remakes.
But the whole thing
right
is that these Shadow Pokemon are. That they get ridiculous power, but they're confused. Their head isn't clear. The doors to their hearts are closed up.
They'll
it's a
attack
painful
their trainer.
experience.
They'll attack their
100%.
themselves.
Whereas the true most powerful bond you can have with Pokemon is like the Ash Greninja, which is like a light Pokemon. I guess, but that's always been my thinking.
I just want to point out, I don't know if this is official or if this is just Bulbapedia. It's not convergent, right? It's not regional fake. They call it ecologically similar Pokemon.
Okay, I can make a guess as to one.
I can't put that in a thumbnail.
No, you can't.
Title.
We have alternately colored Pokemon and ecologically similar Pokemon.
So would that be like Feebas and Magikarp?
No, they're saying convergent.
I mean, technically.
Oh, I see.
That's what they're
but
saying.
I think you're right.
But,
I would say all of the Unova Pokemon that look like Kanto Pokemon are ecologically similar.
Yeah.
So that would be like a Hypno and a Mushroom.
Unova is just Kanto too.
True. Yeah. Kanto 2.
Or
that's true.
Is Kanto Unova 2?
Whoa, I'm gonna tweet that. I would say there's really not much else to talk about, but I think the major thing here. Well, I mean, did we talk about Blood Moon enough? Do you think?
We talked about it. I don't know what else there is to say about it. What do you?
Well, I mean, that was your video was kind of the inspiration of this, so I just want to make sure we have properly.
I feel like we've discussed it. We've discussed the canon Blood Moons sufficiently. So,
do you think Paradox Pokemon? They're not forms, right?
No, they're not forms. They are separately existing Pokemon.
Because they look.
Are you part of Club Dream Theory?
Yes, but I'm also the Time Machine is real theory. So, because the Time Machine is real. Okay, because no, I'm not. We don't have time. We don't possibly have time right now for this.
We're meeting some people for
the
Korean barbecue.
We gotta go out for food. The Time Machine is a real time machine, but the Paradox Pokemon were dreamed, Phoebe. And they were dreamed
in the where?
In the past.
In the past.
Including the future Pokemon. They're also from the past.
In the past?
Yes.
Wait, is that in the
Extra-link zone?
It's in the extra-link.
So I think that was an in-joke. And the Crystal Onyx.
The Crystal Onyx was there.
Is real.
Yeah, I think
that's it.
So that's kind of what I was gonna end on. Like, I feel like no matter what Bulbapedia is categorizing all of this information,
which we should say now, not always for categorization is the best. In terms of wording and stuff.
But take them with a grain of salt.
But what I'm saying is, like, no matter how many classifications there might be, I think there's one variable which is that Game Freak will alter or abandon previous trends to just like, you know what, we're not doing this anymore. We're actually going to start calling it this. Like, I think regional forms existed before they were calling it regional forms. And then they were like, oh, that's a good idea. Let's just make it a real thing. And now they're like, well, okay, we'll do it something else. And so I think going forward, there's gonna continue to be new types of Pokemon that like really I don't. It's like almost like there's no point in categorizing it.
Sure.
Because it's really just
each
comes
generation
down to,
will have its own new thing.
But also in the world, it's like things exist naturally, right?
Yeah.
There's also many variants in organic life, and we categorize it to try to make understand it. But it's not really what it's all about.
There's lots of variation that's big and small. There's Guzzlord is effectively a alternate dimension form of Zygarde. Do you know about this? Because they're both dragon type.
The giant mouth.
And they got the giant mouth, and they got the multiple appendages, and they're both found in the same place. So
I think you're gonna say Gulpin.
They're parallel universe versions of each other, and that is not a regional variant. You know, it's just universe variant. But
that's true. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you're still watching, make sure you subscribe. If you're listening on Spotify or iTunes, leave us a review. It helps us more than you think. And also, huge shout out to our mythical tier channel members, Jasco and Timothy on Patreon. And thank you so much to Drogain for being an Arceus tier supporter on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. Thank you everyone for watching. See ya. Peace.
Cool.
Good, we did it.
Bangin'.
GG.
That was so good.
Start recording, you're now recording.
You see, he wants to. Alright. Here we go.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, sorry.
Ah!
Hello!
Hello.
Can I see the waveform?
Hello.
I think the.
You go,
Well, no, I think it must be recording, right?
Yes, recording.
The top one's moving.
No, those are all muted. I think it's underneath. Can you just double check, Toby? I'm sorry. If you scroll down, there's like 4 or 5 waveforms. Yeah, okay, we're good. Alright.
Wah, 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 wah.
La.
La.
Dilly, li, 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 whoop.
Deli whoop.
Ew.
Alright, ready?